just the flavor just lingers on your palate, like That's why it's like when I saw that Dunkin' Donuts was serving up strips of bacon, I'm like, yes please, maple bacon. Weirdly enough, I don't care for maple bacon donut.
We didn't know what it was. You were young boys, we just trying to figure out who you were. And we didn't realize you were fighting to be who they needed already. You know, play some shit. They were fearless adventurers. Fucking fearless. Never seen a scared baby.
You can turn it up a bit.
That's actually the top volume.
Oh man.
Yeah, I'll try a different one.
I'm thirsty.
He says he could be in a hostage situation with a gay dude, so I'm like, I'm thirsty. Like, shut the fuck up.
I'm thirsty, David. I need something to drink. Well, then shoot me. I would rather die of a bullet than dehydration. I am thirsty for water. All jokes aside, Kevin Spacey should have done that shit. 14 years old. He was forced to carry a grown man's secret for 30 years. Jesus Christ, he must have been busting it. Sad part is, we were able to carry that secret for 6 more months. I would get to know how House of Cards ends. Yep, ladies and gentlemen, these are dark times.
Yeah.
The Louis C.K. He is on his own stuff. Now I busted a lot of nuts in my day. It was really gross. But they didn't just say it like I they said it in that fucking prize winning style that the New York Times. It was very descriptive. Like, you know what I mean? Louis C.K. semen shot out like a volcano, misogyny slowly drizzling down like lava, covering his freckled penis. As it slowly dripped to a fiery crown of red hair. Jesus Christ, I'm trying to eat some labels rancheros.
She's going big
Wow.
and going.
Holy shit, that was loud.
I heard that.
The tough part being a comedian, knowing the motherfuckers, everybody comes up to me like, did you know? Did you know what Louis was doing? No, bitch, I did not know. The fuck you think we talk about in the comedy club? Hey, nigga, how was the weekend? Great, man. I'm just jerking off in faces, coming on my own stomach, having a good time. You know how this business is. No, I didn't know. They act like we sit around like Greece. Tell me more, tell me more. Sorry, I don't know the choreography, but you get the point. You get the point. It was intense. Well, Louis was like the turning point. I mean, you know, all these allegations, Harold Louis, you know, I shouldn't say this stuff like his allegation was the only one that made me like laugh. What you think about? No, Prince Friedman, he's surprising people. He's surprising.
Tropical punch. Ooh, excuse me. Should I break out the tequila?
Terrible.
You want?
Terrible. I'm sorry, ladies.
Huh?
You all right?
Do you want?
It's still terrible. You know it now. Jesus Christ, they took
So I
everything
figured
from me,
it's the
right?
weekend.
Like a disproportion. Can't tell. I can't tell. This is like where it's hard to do later. One lady said, Louis C.K. masturbating in front of me.
Hmm.
Ruined my comedy dream. Word?
Weird.
Well, then I dare say that. You may have said it right. That's a brittle spirit.
Ah, we got
That is a
35
brittle ass
chickens.
spirit. That shit is too much. This grown ass woman. You know what this shit is like? It's like
Getting there.
COINTELPRO. You know what that is? Program that the FBI had on J. Edgar Hoover. This program, one of the many things they do is they would track the sexual habits of anyone they consider an enemy. That's why they got all these fucking sex tapes with Martin Luther King fucking did. But lucky for us, we actually have Drake. You think if Louis C.K. jerked off in front of Dr. King, he'd be like, I can't continue this movement. I'm sorry, but the freedom of black people must be stopped. I didn't know this nigga was gonna pull his dick out and jerk off like this. I thought he was just gonna drink and chill. Show business is just harder than that. You know, it's kind of like, I hate to say it, y'all just sound weak. I know it sounds fucked up. I'm not supposed to say that, but Wednesday was like, Louis C.K. masturbating while I was on the phone with him. Bitch, you don't know how to hang a phone?
Bitch, you know how to hang up a phone?
How the fuck are you
I
going to survive
mean,
and still
he has
exist
a point.
if this is an actual obstacle to your dreams? I know Louis is wrong, ma'am. I'm just saying I'm held to a higher standard of accountability than these niggas. Don't forget who I am. Don't forget what I am. I'm a black dude. Don't ever forget how I got it. My ancestors were kidnapped. I don't even know where the fuck I'm from. They were put on the bottom boats and sailed them across the Atlantic. Many of them died. Only the strongest survived. And once they got here, they beat the humanity out of my people. They turned us into beasts of burdens. They made us do their work. And the irony is, hundreds of years later,
Damn,
no one
dude.
else. We fought in the Civil War. We damn near freed ourselves.
Chappelle be
Then
giving
we
zero
reconstructed what we were
fucks.
made. My great grandfather was very
Fucking
wealthy
love it.
man. But then the black codes came, Jim Crow came. There was 100 years of unspeakable oppression here. Lynchings, all kinds of terroristic acts to keep us in the margins of society. We never still fought. And Dr. King was born. And then things got better. 20 years after Dr. King was assassinated, Michael Jackson was moonwalking on television. Tell me something. Barack Obama. Donald Trump. Yeah, here we are.
Damn, the
What happened to
bamboo's
your
grown
nation?
fast real quick
200 years
too.
today.
After I cut that down, shit.
The Bible was witness the whole time. It was kneeling during the national anthem. That's a brittle spirit. Right, nigga. On the rock, it's pregnant. What are you doing, nigga? Stand up. The vice president of the United States got involved. Mike Pence got involved. He went to the game himself. These niggas will have to stand on this shit. And all them football players looked up in the stands and saw Mike Pence. Come on, y'all. Time. Bah! Brittle spirit. I can kill every white person in America at one time. You know how I do it? I just wait for the Super Bowl. Right when they sang the national anthem, I had O.J. Simpson walk to the 50-yard line with them bad knees. That O.J. Simpson on the field. What the hell is he doing here? Oh, I know what he's going to do. Stop him.
Oh god.
That was just fucking funny.
Mm, damn.
You got to man the fuck up, y'all. I don't mean to be disrespectful, because man, I know you're upset what I said. But you know, I know you're right. But come on, it's me. I was right once. Remember that? crack a dick. I didn't know that I'd ever work again. And yet here I am tonight with my dream back. I remember that shit. You don't remember that when I put my show? Well, on the way out the door, I said, something's wrong with Hollywood. I believe they said crack. That's why I remember. So really, you know, you're right, folks. Congratulations. Enjoy it. And they're coming for you, baby. They're coming for you. One person that's uncomfortable. Who's the most uncomfortable motherfucker? Maybe that's right. I was right in the origin of it. Let's just walk around like Tom Cruise in the movie. And ruin the whole orgy.
Yeah, a few more chickens. That's good.
All you gotta do is wait for it to get kind of quiet and then go, ew. I know I feel bad. But I just feel like it's all happening for a reason. So ladies, I want you to win this fight. 10 years ago, I might have been scared. I got a daughter now, so you know she is. I'm with you. And I agree with you. At least ideologically, I do. I don't know if you're doing it just right. I don't think you're wrong. I just think that you can't make a lasting peace this way. You got all the bad guys scared. And that's good. But the minute they're not scared anymore, it will get worse than it was before. Fear does not make lasting peace. That's black people. And that's what it is. What this city really needs, without irony, I'll say this. The cure for LA is in South Africa. You motherfuckers need truth and reconciliation. Apartheid should have been a fucking bloodbath by any metric in human history, and it wasn't. And the only reason it was, Desmond Tutu and Mandela and all these guys figured out that the system is corrupt, and the people who adhere to the system are incentivized by that system, not criminals. They are victims. And the system itself must be tried. But because of how systems work, it's so compartmentalized as far as information. The only way we can figure out what the system is if everybody says tell them how you participate. Because men want to help, but we're scared. Men Affleck tried to help. Hey, what happened to these ladies? Oh, let you grab a kitty in 95. All right, throw them out. Fuck that, I ain't helping. I just want to help. I want to do that.
Now South Africa is turning into a shithole.
I was like, I am also going to the comic club.
Doesn't feel.
Like hearing about what's happening in South Africa right now. Whew. Yeah, bad, bad, bad.
The last 3 weeks, can't watch porn. And I watch it.
The scary thing is that's the blueprint for what they want to do here.
Guy crams young girl in the ass hard right. Oh, I can't click on that. Come on. Click on it. Dude gets sucked off by a midget. Little person, I say to myself. Takes me hours to find one clip. What the hell is this? Marginally groomed feminist enjoys consensual sex with a vaguely homosexual guy who is the same color as men. You know, a lot of black people say we need to change myself. You know why? Obviously, back then, but reason because black women from slavery won't tell them because they know no matter how bad we black dudes are very mean. Scared to see us get done. My wife is Asian. She telling me to get this. I'm fucking up in the Chappelle house. And the wildest shit about it is I live amongst the people. Poor white people. And I'm rich. If it's ever pitchfork time, nigga, I'm in a lot of trouble. And nobody in my family believes in these drills. Like, why don't run your stupid drills? Too bad, son, you have to. Big choice whites come outside. What are you guys supposed to do? Come on, Dad. What are you guys supposed to do? Squint our eyes and stay next to mom. That's right. So what are you gonna bring me? Your gun and your groundskeeper. That's right. I'll go outside and see what they want. It is wild, bro. We from Manhattan? You know I'm from Brooklyn, aren't you? You know you can rob somebody with a hammer. Brooklyn niggas rob you with shit they find around the house. Stand with a toothbrush. I'm following that. Yeah, man. You ladies are right. To be honest with you, your lives are terrifying. They do, man. I know nothing about being a woman, but I know. Oh, I used to live in the wilderness, and I couldn't even pay my bills. Pay money. This is who shows the drug dealers that run the clean. One time I did a real good set, and these motherfuckers called me in the back room. They gave me $25,000. It's probably 18 months. I'm scared. I thanked these people, put that money in my backpack, jumped on the subway, and started heading towards Brooklyn. Never been that terrified in my life. I never in my life had something that somebody else would want. I thought to myself, Jesus Christ, if motherfuckers knew how much money I had in this backpack. Then I thought, holy shit. What if I had pussy on me all the time? That's what women are doing. I'm gonna tell you right now. Real talk. If them same drug dealers gave me pussy, said put this in your backpack and take it to Brooklyn, I'd be like, nigga, I can't accept this. I empathize, man. Everybody gets mad at me. I say these jokes. You understand that this is the best time to say it. More now than ever. That motherfucker, you have a responsibility to speak reckless. Otherwise, my kids may never know what reckless talk sounds like. Choice being wrong. Okay, you'll be right. Can you fuck with? Tight on your sucker, is it? You know where that heat came from. I wonder what
Everyone's
happened
on
to me. Where
fear.
did I go for 12 years?
I
Mm.
don't
Where
feel
did
any
I
of
go?
that crap. I already hate everybody, and everybody already hates me. I'm good to go.
Like, yeah, feelings
When you
mutual.
great, not even the worst. Isn't that be something?
I
Wouldn't
hate
that be
you.
something?
You hate
You
me.
ain't better than that. You
Let's go out and kill Barney.
see that motherfucker right there? He's under an enormous amount of pressure. He is. He's being big and black with that hair dude.
Tired of everybody lately. I really am.
Suspect
Huh?
there.
Just tired of all this clown world
Is that
bullshit.
a
I want
white
the
collar?
world to go back to being sane.
For real.
Sometimes I want to talk about what I was gone for a long time. I was in the upside down.
Sometimes it is upside down. Yeah, that's all.
Scary being a white dude, man. A little bit, no?
No.
Well, you're not gonna get me too. Yeah.
Oh God, yo, those
10 years
commercials are
ago,
so
we never
loud.
would have anticipated
Yeah.
going underground in the money pit.
What we're seeing
Damn, that
is
is
high
loud.
density anomaly below the
I
surface
can't
of the
skip
money
it
pit.
too. Come on.
I want to.
Funny for black dudes to see white people do this because this is how it always has been. All my heroes murdered by the government. They're just sex pets. Man, I know, man. We've already been through it, like Michael Jackson. Remember all that shit about Michael Jackson? You know, TV things, we did some very heinous. The one time I watched a documentary about it, they talking about all this shit. Like after was saying all these allegations, started showing pictures of home, Neverland Ranch on television. And the short of it is, there's a lot of things for kids to do with that place. And I saw the whole thing. Live animals, Ferris wheels, and merry-go. And the more they showed it, the more certain I was that I don't think Michael Jackson did any of those things himself. Constantly looks sexy. It looked like lost. It was like he's trying to fuck kids. It looked like he's just trying to impress them. Like this nigga KG for kids. He was walking through the house. He's my kind of candy. He makes 3 times the kind of all the kind of candy. He grabs his skin and never has to make karate shot. Isn't that great?
That chicken be staring at me.
Hey guys, just watching me. What movie do you want to see? Oh no, don't push the TV. Carly Coffee's here. You can watch it. Good morning, Carly. I've got Home Alone for my kid. And the kid's like, man, you are all right. This is fantastic, man. He had you all wrong. Nope. All wrong. What? I mean, huh? Oh, well, you know, man. I thought it was going to be then he wants to come over and give some wine cool. Suck that pigs. What? Suck it. Oh, you fat ass. Right there, suck. It's kind of like, Bubba, get this kid the fuck out of my house.
Bubbles.
It's just like everyone else. Hollywood is no place for moral absolutism. You know what I mean? We must never forget. Kelly peed on a 15-year-old girl. And he also wrote, I believe, like, same guy, same lifetime. If I showed you that video, girl, and scored it to I Believe I Can Fly, it'd be torn. I used to think that I could not go on. You would know how to feel. If I could see it. It's okay, my career ended.
What is that over there?
Order. Terrible, terrible. You know what happened? Can't think about how it was. Maybe it was. When I ran out of things. I have a shot. I'm almost there. I was just trying to play. I just didn't have it. But I don't know what you guys think happens when you twist. I'll tell you what doesn't happen. You know what? Hey, good luck. That's not what it is. This whole thing. I had to watch it all. Watch all the people. Make sure. Find and see. All this. Every once in a while, most people are saying, yo, you did right there, man. You my hero. You gotta be a hero. I'm a bitch. Them choose to be a hero. Yes. That's why I want to start over. I'm fascinated. I want to make sure you never fall again. You can't do once. Yet, he took a knee during that anthem for us. Rebellious fool when you think about his livelihood, and he took his livelihood.
Talking about that bitch Colin Kaepernick. What a fucking
Every fucking
pathetic little
person takes a
weasel.
stand for
There he is.
somebody else.
He really
Always
is.
gets beat down, and we watch.
And from what I heard,
Over
he's a shit
and
player,
over
too.
again, we watch it. We should pay those motherfuckers for doing this.
Almost
We're
like this
making
was
our
all a
lives better.
publicity stunt.
We could change the narrative. We could make
Take away
one
from the fact
motherfucker
he's a
have a
shit
good
player.
outcome for doing the right thing. And that would make another motherfucker be brave enough to do the right thing. If we did that, we make like Harvey Weinstein with a rape for 40 years for bitch from a stupid ass part. Take care of each other. Wouldn't it be nice to be like, remember that time they was gonna kill Jesus when he got all that money? Real talk, man. Not a racial thing. It's about us making our society better. Sounds like you and these women that are forward, man. They get pregnant, and many of them, few of them sucked the dick and got virus from this. You know, that's a huge omission. This woman gone this far, and some women willing to do it. You can't ask every woman to hold the line. Some women can carry things heavier than others. We should fight for them. We should forgive the ones of us that are weaker and support the ones of us that are stronger. And then we can beat the thing. You guys keep going after individuals, the system is intact. You have to have men on your side. I'm telling you right now, you're going to have a lot of imperfect allies. I'll tell you what happened, but I can't say it directly. There's a book to me that encapsulates my entire experience before I left the show. And the book is called Pimp, written by a guy named Iceberg Slim.
I have that book
Yeah,
because
bring it up.
Fed recommended it, so I bought it.
This is Matthew.
Oh, really?
Matthew is
Yep,
from
sitting
France.
over there.
White. And yet, he has an original copy of this book written by a black American who was a pimp in the 40s. Iceberg Slim. His real name was Robert Beck. He got the name Iceberg because he was in a bar in Chicago and there was a shootout in the bar and a bullet went in this nigga's hat and he still finished his drink. Pimps love shit like that. He said, man, you ice cold. He said, I like that. And it stuck. This book is so
Damn, that
heavy
sounds like something straight out of a
it has a
movie.
glossary of pimp terms
Yep.
because the ideas are so foreign to the American ears. For instance, do you know what the phrase mileage on a hoe means? Of course you don't. Mileage on a hoe is a very wild concept. It means that pimps understand there's a finite amount of bad shit a person can do before they'll lose their fucking mind. And a good pimp can look at a woman that he's never seen before and call it. She's good for 500 bucks. That's her mileage. Anything over that, that bitch is gonna spend. They do it to you. Why the fuck you think most of us work from 9 to 5? 9 to 6 might kill a bitch. Iceberg Slim was the one that broke down what a bottom bitch was. Does anyone know what a bottom bitch is? Anyone? What's a bottom bitch, sir? That's right. That's exactly right. Are you black? That's right. A bottom bitch is a pimp's number one hoe. She's even a bitch that helps him keep the other bitches in line. I will repeat. She's even a bitch that helps him keep other bitches in line. The pimp was McDonald's. The bottom bitches is French fries. The rest of the bitches like fish sandwiches, cherry pies, and shit like that. Iceberg Slim breaks down some of the coldest capitalist concepts I've ever heard in my life. He describes in detail how these men break women so that they will give them the money that they make with their own bodies. There's a story in here so cold it makes me shudder to think about it. Iceberg Slim is trying to control a woman that he finds uncontrollable. So he asks older pimp how he can rein her.
Morning, Leah.
Hi.
Oh, so
I went to
loud.
mattress room and got matched with the best mattress
So loud.
nice to decide.
And the older pimp said, oh, that's easy, Iceberg. All you have to do is beat that bitch with a coat hanger. And then run her back and give her some pins. She'll be so grateful that you fixed her that she'll forget you were the motherfucker that beat her in the first place. That's some cold shit. Now, end of this book, Iceberg Slim tells a story. It's kind of the crescendo of the book. And in the story, Iceberg Slim's bottom bitch is at the end of a mileage. When she was good for 500 bucks, she was at 498. She was bubbling. You could see her. She was going crazy. She started saying all kinds of shit. Oh, I always wanted to be in the circus. Circus, this bitch is loose. I can juggle too, you know. Juggle. Scared to let her go. Hard to let her go. A bottom bitch go. He wasn't ready to let her go because she couldn't handle losing. She didn't know him. She didn't know how important she was. But what he did was, he called her to a night. He said, look, bitch, you and I got to part ways. She said, fine, motherfucker. I don't need you anyway because I know somebody is Ringling Brothers. Whatever. I got one last trick. Big money trick. You get paid, I get paid. We go our separate ways. He said, fine, motherfucker, what do you want me to do? He said, okay, there's a guy in that hotel across the street. Wait for you in room number 7. When you go over there, and I want you to fuck him. And before you do, I need you to put some of this stuff in his drink. Then he's gonna fall asleep. When he does, there's a briefcase in his bed. Bring the briefcase to me. That's the trick, bitch. Can you handle it? She said, fuck yeah, I can handle it. I can't wait to get rid of you. She ran outside, jumped on a unicycle, and pepped across the street. Iceberg watched her. He's like, man. Man, if I never jerked off in her face, maybe she would be in the circus right now. Runs up to the motel steps and she disappears in room number 7. She's gone for a real long time. Real long time. So long, in fact, that Iceberg got a little worried. But then, suddenly, she came back. Oh, what's going on, bitch? Where's the briefcase? She said, I didn't get it, babe. What do you mean you didn't get the briefcase, bitch? What's wrong with you? I said, but that man didn't look right. Something wrong, Daddy. He needs something wrong, bitch. Did you put that stuff in his drink? She said, I did everything you said, Daddy. I put all of it in his drink. He said, wait a minute, bitch. Wait a minute. You put all of it in his drink? Now he had to see for himself. 2 of them go across the street to the motel. They go to room number 7. On the bed, laying lifelessly, is the white lady that she was supposed to fuck. I said, you right, bitch. She don't look good. What the fuck? So he called a friend of his that was a doctor that was close by. And the doctor came in, gave the guy a thorough examination, and told them both it was obvious. Slim, this motherfucker is dead. Oh, God, Daddy. Oh, no. Oh, no, we killed him. He said, calm down, bitch. We didn't do anything. You killed this motherfucker. He reached under the bed and grabbed the briefcase, popped it open, filled with money. More money than any of them ever seen. The Iceberg took a little bit of the money and gave it to the doctor, and the doctor left the street. All right, bitch, let me think. I can fix this for you. I know somebody I can call. But if I call them, all these motherfuckers are big for you. Dad, please. I don't want to go to jail. Neither do I, so you shut up. Pick up the phone. You heard him mumbling on the phone a little bit. He hung up the phone, and she was pacing the room, and he was just standing there, and they were waiting. And suddenly, the van pulled up downstairs. Two guys get out of the carpet. They walk upstairs. They roll that carpet out on the floor. They throw the body in the carpet. They roll that motherfucker up like a burrito. They pick that shit up, and they throw it in the back of the van. Come back up, and Iceberg opens the briefcase again. He gives them a little money. He says, I'll get in touch with you guys later. They say, you're not going to get in touch with us at all. We'll find you. He said, whatever, nigga. Oh, God, Daddy, oh, God. Just relax, bitch. Listen, you get the fuck out of here. You go downstairs, get the car, you gotta leave. She went, she got the car. Iceberg grabbed that briefcase, waited a few minutes, looked out the window, and then he went down with her. They both got in the car, and they drove off. She was a blubbering mess. We don't need all this shit. As I told you, we didn't do anything. You killed the motherfucker, and I cleaned him up. Now we got us a secret, okay? I know I'm not gonna tell you. It's you? Oh, no, I ain't gonna tell. He said, all right, baby, come on. I'm gonna need you to stay with me for a while till this shit down. Okay. That's the game. That's how the whole shit works, ladies. You understand? This bitch was at the end of the lounge. She was at 498. She ended up tricking for Iceberg for another 6 months. She must have sent another 200 tricks for him. You understand? Some cold shit. And the cold shit about it is that the dead guy on the bed wasn't even dead at all. Motherfucker was just a friend of Iceberg's acting like he's asleep. The doctor wasn't a doctor, it was a motherfucking butcher that happened to have a white coat. And the dude came to the movie van clothes, was dressed like movers because they were movers. Iceberg had gotten a little part. And the bag of money was Iceberg's money. The money he got from all those. That's a cold game. That's the motherfucking Captain's Manifesto. And that's why I went to South Africa. And now we got us a little secret bitch.
Dolphin can see
Oh,
in two
God.
directions at once.
That's loud. Jesus Christ. Blow your eardrums out.
Years old. I am out of my mind, and I'm walking past a wall, and on this wall there's a poster, and it is advertising a martial arts tournament. A one-day, winner-takes-all, no-holds-barred martial arts tournament, like UFC-style death tournament, okay? I was like, that's me right there. Yeah, I'm going to enter into the tournament. I will win, I guess, on account of my tenacity. It's what I was thinking. And I was like, everyone's going to respect me now. They're going to know I'm... This is awesome. This is my ticket right here to respect. Now, many of you heard that, and you're like, that's a terrible plan. You fight people who actually know how to fight. They're going to punch your head off. You would be correct. But it's worse than that. Because I did not sign up for a one-day UFC-style death tournament. I accidentally, without realizing it, signed up for a one-day point-scoring karate tournament. For those of you who don't know what that is, not no holds barred. It's all holds barred, okay? Point-scoring karate is not so much fighting as a celebration of karate, okay? Most of the rule sets don't allow you to actually punch each other. You tap each other for points. The referee resets you. Everyone has a good time. Karate's fun, okay? It is not no holds barred. Most people don't even punch. It's crazy, okay? So, I have signed up. Thinking is a death tournament, but it is point scoring karate. I go and tell my gang member friends, signed up for a one-day UFC style tournament. Are you guys gonna come support me? They're like, yes, we will be there. That sounds amazing. We will all be there. One of my friends is like, what division are you gonna fight in? And I was like, they break up these like belts. I'm gonna fight in black belts. Like, yo, that's crazy. You don't have a black belt. And I was like, it's not a problem. And it wasn't. You can just buy a black belt. They're like $40. It's incredibly reasonable. We could all be black belts tonight, okay? No one stops. No one asks you any questions. There's no written test. The guy who sells it to you doesn't even do one of these to see if you do karate back at him. He does it, you're like, that was pretty fast. You can have it. I'm watching you, though. None of that happened. I went to a store, I bought a black belt, and the guy who sold it upsold me a pair of nunchucks. Okay? That I was using. Now, that's a fun sentence to say. Bought a black belt, and I was sold nunchucks. But if you stop and think about what's happening in that situation, it's so much more insane than you think. Because here's what's happening. It is the year 2005. I have face tattoos in 2005. That's crazy, okay? Tattoos were not popular back then, all right? To have face tattoos was like, that's a gang member, okay? I walk up, buy a black belt. They like put it on the thing. He looks at me right in my stupid tattooed face, okay? He's me, a gang member, buying a black belt I did not earn, obviously. And he to himself, I'm gonna sell this guy nunchucks. What? Just like, is it morally right to... Am I gonna make the sale in those shoes I've been thinking of? Absolutely. Yeah, what are you doing? He literally was like, hey, do you want nunchucks? And I was like, that's allowed? Suck me up, let's go! You want metal or... I was like, you know what I want. Told me nunchucks, that I was arrested for using in a bar fight.
Oh, wow.
That's right. Sounds tough if you don't think about it. If you think about it for any amount of time, it sucks. It sucks a lot. Because the implication of that is that I was in my 20s going to bars with nunchucks. Okay? It's stupid. I knocked a guy out full on. But he went to tough. But then you have to stop and think about it. Because what that implies is that my brother and all my biker friends start a like Wild West bar brawl. Fighting like men. And then here comes Shane Nunchucks just like, I'm in the Matrix. And you better believe I didn't know how to use them, okay? I watched YouTube tutorials, okay? The fight started and I was like, wait for me, guys, trying to get him out of my pants. Oh, I got it. I just hurt my hip the second do this. I hit a guy so hard that they do work. They do work, though. Just knocked him out. Cold. I was arrested immediately. So fast. I got arrested so fast, it felt like cops were already in the bar for me. Like it was a kung fu king or something. They were just in the bar, just like, yeah, Roger, yeah, it is nunchucks. No, Roger, those are nunchucks. Move in. I thought in my mind I hit everybody with these nunchucks. So many people. I hit one guy, I hit 0 more people. So I hit him, I was immediately arrested. And this is why I will never forget this night for the rest of my life. Okay? I get arrested super fast. Now, hands behind my back, in cuffs. The cop is leading me out of the bar under arrest. One hand on the back of my neck, the other hand gripping the chain of the hand, pushing me out of the bar. As he's doing it, he says to the back of my head, he goes, Michelangelo is my favorite. I was just like, am I still in super arrested right now? Like, you're crazy how hard you're going to jail, dude. I was like, I just had to ask, you know. I would love, I've told this story on the road a whole bunch. More than anything, I love a guy in the audience hearing the story and being like, oh, sounds like the time I got hit with nunchucks. Just leaves the showroom, goes into the lobby with his phone, calls his friend is running, and he goes, shut up right now. Do you remember in 2005 when I got knocked out in that fight and everyone made fun of me because I said I got hit with nunchucks? We're like, no one brings nunchucks to the bar. You got knocked out regular. Well, he's here right now. I don't know if he has nunchucks on him. So I'm a black belt now, right? And I'm ready for the fight. So, here's what happens. So I have my black belt, but the fight isn't for several days. I signed up, and you know, I have for the tournament. Now, I don't know if you guys know by just looking at me, but I'm not a big consequences guy. Okay? About the consequences, those are future change problems. Okay? That guy hates us. We don't care what he's doing. We're out here living. So I signed up for this tournament, and I do begin to develop anxiety. I'm not used to waiting for a fight. Now don't forget, I do believe I've signed up for a one-day UFC-style tournament. And I'm freaking out because I'm like, oh, well, I have confidence in myself, but these guys are like the best guys. Not those. Those are the best fighters, right? Now I'm like, what if they knock me out? What if they beat me up? What if they humiliate me in front of my friends? I'm going crazy. I have all this anxiety. I'm obsessive. The day of the fights come, I'm so nervous. I'm so racked with anxiety that I'm not perceiving the world around me as I walk into a high school gym. Okay? Surrounded by children. Alright? It's like noon on Saturday. This is not the time for UFC-style death tournaments. But that's not occurring to me. Okay? I'm literally in a gym, like in a basketball court with the wrestling mats. Okay? There's people all over. In my mind, I'm so nervous. Like, yeah, kids fight to the death too. Crazy like that. I'm losing it, man. I'm so nervous. I send my gang member friends into the police with the moms. Sign in. I'm focused. Just you can do this, Shane. I'm freaking out. They announced the first hearing over the loudspeaker. They're just like, first up in the black belt division, we've got Shane versus Sensei Dan. Right? That's the best guy. I was like, why am I fighting the final boss? That doesn't make sense. You don't do that first. I should fight 3 progressively bigger guys, and every time I beat them, I get fruit, and that makes me healthier. Something to fight the best guy. Sensei is the best, right? He's the sensei. What I am not realizing at the time is that every guy in this tournament, they all own karate schools. All these children are there. Why else would an adult be here? But I don't know that. I'm like, Dan's the sensei. He's the guy. This place is so casual, and everyone's having so much fun with each other, they didn't even call him by his last name. They call him Sensei Dan. That doesn't occur to me. I'm just like, well, Dan's the ultimate warrior. I walk into the circle, ready for the fight. All right, I'm here, the referee. Dan comes out, first time. Now, I can only describe Dan as like, you guys ever seen Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc., you know? Alright. Now, I would never body shame someone, okay? Bottom of my heart, you're living your life and you're happy and killing it. I'm happy and proud for you. You keep doing that. But let's all be real with it. Some bodies, not karate bodies, okay? Dan did not exactly have a body for karate, okay? But that's not what I thought when I saw him. I was so amped up and so nervous that as soon as I saw him, my first thought was, well, that's what the ultimate warrior looks crazy, all his muscle of him like that. We've seen this before. It's a like deadlift 8. That's a power belly. That is. Dan walks up to me. I'm gonna face him off for the fight. Dan is wearing eyeglasses for the fight. Now, in point scoring karate, you can't punch someone in the face. So he's safe to wear glasses. But I don't know that. I see my man wearing eyeglasses fight. I'm just like, wow, you don't in the face. So confident. Just past all my glasses for the fight. Another level of confidence. It makes me nervous immediately. This guy thinks he's gonna knock me out before I touch his glasses. Crazy. I'm losing my mind. The referee's like, are you ready? Yeah. He's about to tell us to fight. Dan and I are existing.
Alright, next Panda Station is ready.
Oh my.
That's cool.
Oh my, oh my.
We also hit 0 and the bridge took a left. We're on our way
Okay.
home finally.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely we're getting there.
We're still at 3,000-ish, but we're on our way home. No more turns, just straight for 3,000 blocks.
Yep. I've also taken care of some of the bamboo down here, so I'm going to be coming back with some more planks for the bridge.
Alright.
Figured might as well do that while waiting for the chicken machine.
Yeah. Well, I am pretty much caught up on Oak Island at this point, but curious when they're gonna get some new shit out.
Oh, I saw an ad for a show on the History Channel about Oak Island that they're doing.
You gotta go right at him.
Is that the one you were talking about?
You can't fight him on his terms.
Yeah, they're having a new season.
I'm just like sitting here thinking, oh, that you have my attention, because I remember you telling me about the whole story of Oak Island. I'm like,
Oh, yeah,
damn, you
crazy.
guys are crazy.
But maybe one gets through. And that is my ticket to victory. I'm going to overwhelm him. I'm going to surprise him with my confidence and aggression. So that's what I do, dude. The ref hands him all the way down, and I am attacking him like a maniac. The first strike I throw at Dan, big kick. Dan does not block it. In fact, chooses to absorb all of it into his stomach. And then he takes a step back, doubles over, and made a sound I've never heard since. He sounded like a whale got the wind knocked out of it. And then from this position, he chose to lay on the ground. He physically grabs me and turns me around. I was like, yo, dude, are we fighting from behind right now? What is happening? So, for those of you who are wondering what's happening, in point scoring karate, you hurt your opponent or they like fall down. In this rule set, you're supposed to know, oh, they fell down, and immediately turn around and like kneel and look away, so that your opponent has space and time to regain their composure with dignity. Okay? But what I did was kick my man on the stomach pretty hard. Okay? And then he on the ground writhing, and I what now, Dad? And the ref was like, turn around, and I put my hand over my eye, like his pants had popped off. Now, it is fair to say at this point, they know I'm not a black belt. Okay? So, the ref turns me back around, and to Dan's credit, he's up and he wants to fight. Dan is about that action. Okay? Now, this is the worst thing that can happen to me. Because don't forget, nothing has broke my illusion that Dan is the best guy. I just think my strategy worked and I got him. But I didn't stop him. He wants to keep fighting. And now he's angry. I have awoken the dragon that lives inside Dan. He's gonna super move me and I'm gonna die. Right? He's gonna Hadouken me or something. He's gonna quarter me and it's over. So, I'm standing there, and the guy's like, are you ready to fight? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, Dan, ready to fight? And he's like, yeah. Like, before his hand is even down, I'm jumping away from Dan as far as I can to the edge of the circle. I can't be on the attack twice. That's not how that works. I'm on the defense. I jump away from Dan like the minute I can. Dan, I think, wanted revenge because he tried to kick me with the Karate Kid jumping thing. But because I was already jumping away from him, his jumping kick went completely. And then he falls forward towards me, foot forward, head down, because don't forget, big on top, small on bottom. Alright? So now he's down, bent down, head towards me, arms back like he's Naruto running, okay? Now, in point scoring,
Chris Christie got booed off stage in Florida.
so arms back, head towards me, that's fine.
Dear God, he looks like he smells.
I see Dan's head lined up like a T-ball, and I do what you would have done, like United States of America, and I punched him in the head as hard as I could. Dan's glasses explode off of his body, and he goes to sleep. He goes, knocked him out. I have starch sensation. Alright, he is fully out. You can knock him out regular style. He got knocked out Looney style, okay? You know when someone gets knocked out so hard they go rigid first, like, I'm a tree, and then they go to sleep like. He was down, straight up like a board, wild coyote, and then he went down. I distinctly remember looking like, I killed Sensei Dan. Interesting. So some lady yells right away, like, get away from him! Some guy's like, Dan, are you okay? And I'm just standing there like, did I win or what? I don't know the rules. So, you would think hundreds of people in this, right, that I just knocked Dan out. A lady is yelling at me. Every eye in this gym should be on me and Dan. But not one person is looking at us. No one in this gym is looking at us. Every eye, hundreds of people, is looking directly at the bleachers. Where I realized I left my gang member friends.
Oh, great.
Who just watched me win a fight by knockout Just full-grown men with face tattoos surrounded by moms screaming like they're powering up in Dragon Ball Z, just losing it, dude. One of my friends is grabbing a child by the hair, like, you seeing this? Someone jumped over the bleachers, walked onto the wrestling match wearing his boots, took his shirt off, and was like, who else wants to smoke? Not a group thing. So, one of my friends in a random mom's face WWE style, like, oh, she's not a part of this. What are you doing? So, I was banned from karate forever. Like top foot bear. So I had to go gather up my friends, and I was like, I'm banned, and they were like, is that our fault? Team effort. That was all of us. It was an us thing, not a me thing. Right. And honestly, can I be real with you guys? I think being banned from karate is cooler than having a black belt. Okay? Yeah. That's right. You are correct.
That's fucking funny.
Being an NFL fan is the greatest. Unless your home team
Not really.
I also know it was a bad idea to tattoo my face, just so we're all on the same page, okay? Still, some of you are like, hey, what's going on with this guy, you know? Are we at a show or are we being robbed, you know? You are at a show, but you might also be getting robbed. Time will tell, okay? Let's talk for a moment. We'll start with some basics. I live across the street from a 7-Eleven, right?
That's not the joke yet. He said I live across the street from a 7-Eleven. They laugh. He's like, that's not the joke.
Do you guys know how much Mountain Dew I have to drink not to have the nickname Throat Tattoo Guy? It is a lot. It's so much Mountain Dew, you guys. It's a lot. For me to walk into 7-Eleven and the guy to be like, Mountain Dew Guy, and the new guy works here to be like, not throat or face tattoo guy? He drinks more Mountain Dew than the fact that he ruined his life by tattooing his face? The guy's like, yeah, what aren't you getting about this, you know? Yeah, I also know it was a bad idea on my face, just so we're all on the same page, okay? Yeah. When I tattooed my face, I didn't. When I got my face tattooed, I was like, there will be positives and there will be negatives. You know? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It has been mostly negative so far, okay? I can't even think of one positive. I'm gonna be real with you guys. So I'm here to make you laugh tonight, but I'm also here to say, some of you are thinking about tattooing your face. Probably don't, okay? I saw somebody come in and I don't think you could handle it. Alright, could not hack it. It's rough out here. All my tattoos are real. I shouldn't have to say that. But sometimes after shows, I meet people and they're like, wow, crazy, man, you look crazy. Are those all real? And I have to be like, what are you talking about right now? Of course they're real. What do you think, I drew all these on today? I just wake up every day and draw these on? Like, what would I stand to gain from drawing fake tattoos on my throat and face? I just wake up every morning and I'm drawing them on like, you know what? I just want old people to be afraid of me. That's what I'm about, you know? I just wake up every day and draw tattoos on my fingers like, I just want to struggle in job interviews, you know? One time after a show, a lady comes up to me and she's like, don't be so hard on yourself. And I'm like, thank you so much. Will you give me a job? And she was like, it's nice meeting you. I'm back. I need work. I travel a lot for this job. This is my only job, which is probably not good. But you know what? I travel a lot, and people in other places, they're like pretty cool. Not very many people care about my tattoos. I live here in Utah. I gotta say, some of you are not on board, okay? I have a lot of weird experiences here that don't happen anywhere else. For example, once I got done with a show, I'm here in Utah, get done with the show, and an older gentleman comes up to me afterwards. So old. So old, you guys. Have you ever seen someone so old that if they were getting in the driver's side of a car, you'd be like, is anybody else seeing this right now? You know? Do I have to stop? Am I the one? You know? How close are we to a farmer's market? Like, what is the danger level here? It's what, he's so old, and he comes right up to me, and he goes, hey man, I love your comedy. Good job staying off the streets. I don't even know what that means, okay? Off the what? Where did you learn how to talk like that? What are you, the coolest guy at your retirement home, you know? He's just like, I'm the Tupac of my friend group. Like, what? Just assumes I'm gangster because I have lots of tattoos. I am not gangster. That's not how it works at all, okay? I'm the least gangster person ever. I cry at the end of Toy Story 3 like everybody else, okay? That guy cried so hard, all right? You know, me and him, a lot of crying, okay? And yeah, man, not gangster. It just makes no sense. I got done. Here's another thing. I'm at a grocery store. I get in line behind this lady. She's a regular lady, nothing going on. She doesn't notice me get in line behind her. She's standing there. She turns around. She sees me, and she goes, oh, oh, oh. And then she left. Just left. With all her stuff. Like, yeah, pretty sure she's feeling right now. Is anybody else watching her, you know? They were not. Yeah, so pretty sure she got away with like a lot of free stuff. Oh man. I don't know. You guys would be surprised to know though, despite all the weird interactions I have with people who like are weird about my tattoos or don't know what it's like to have tattoos, the weirdest interactions, my least favorite interactions are always with other people who are heavily tattooed. Not a fan of other heavily tattooed people, okay? Yeah. I'm calling it. It's not good. I know every know about another guy with a lot of tattoos, you know. Your parents hit you. School was hard. You like to bring a snake to the park, you know? I get it, you know? I don't want to have these weird conversations with guys. It's terrible. I'll give you an example, okay? I'm at Walmart. I'm standing in line. Everything's going fine. I'm in line a lot in my jokes, so just keep going with that. But I'm in, I'm in line. I'm standing there. I look over and I see this guy wearing a tank top, and he's bald head, completely covered in black and gray tattoos. His entire head is like covered in flames. He's got skulls and stuff. Obviously, he got all these tattoos in prison. Okay? I feel some of you being awkward. He's not here. We're safe. All right? Also, I'm allowed to make the judgment call. All right? So I see him. He sees. We make eye contact, and it's locked in for a second, and immediately I'm like, oh no, this guy's gonna try to talk to me. You know? You ever just seen someone in public who's gonna talk to you, and they're just so white trash you don't have the energy to deal with them? So many crazy people. So this guy, he comes up to me, all right. This dude at Walmart covering his tattoo comes up to me. His opening line to me, first thing he says, he goes, hey man, where'd you do your time? What? I've done 0 time, everyone. I've never been to jail a day in my life, okay? This guy, but he's just making an assumption about me. He's trying to connect with me. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to connect with him. I'll meet him halfway. I'll just mess with him a little. So I was like, you know how it is, man. 5 years in Azkaban, no big deal. wanted to impress me so bad. He was like, "Word, all right, cool." All that time in prison and you didn't read one Harry Potter book seems kind of like a waste, you know? I don't know what he's up to now, but I'm pretty sure it's not reading, so... Good. Oh, man, I'm super glad you guys laughed at that. Super glad. I have told that before and gotten zero. I did a show in Wyoming once. By the way, Wyoming, a dumpster fire pretending to be a state. Don't know if you guys do that.
All right, Lindsay, where you at?
I'm still at the chicken machine.
Walmart parking lot.
How many you got? Has that moved everything? I'm ready to go for more.
Why are you there?
There's 54.
Fine. Split that up and we'll be good.
Alright, should I split it in half or take the whole thing?
Take the whole thing, then split it in half. We'll each take half.
Oh, okay. Good idea. Alright. I'm making my way back then. I'm gonna bring the planks back.
Alright, one of these trunks has 2 iron axes in it. Also, I pulled out one of the cauldrons and I put my bucket of water into it so that I can bring the bucket to get a 3rd bucket of lava.
What are you saying?
Oh, you know what? I'll empty this whole chest out.
I've never been to jail a day in my life.
That grabs me. So where'd you do your time? He says, ask Ben.
Ah, no, my other chest fell off the bridge. Are you kidding me? Shit. Ah, fuck it. Can always make another one.
So mean to that audience, but I was like, they live in Wyoming, so the punishment fits the crime, really. So bad, so awful. So yeah, don't go there. I don't know, it's not good. I talk bad on Wyoming like I have my life together. I do not. As my life is a complete disaster. I sneezed on a baby recently. Yeah, that's the thing I did. I was holding a baby, and I had to sneeze, and I just hard sneezed into his face. So hard. You know? And my friend is
That's
he's
pretty
like,
funny.
hey man, real quick, did you just sneeze in my son's face? And I was like, yeah, I did that. Yep. And he was like, why? And I was like, well, I had the baby, and I was like,
Right, I'm like, where do you expect me to?
I can sneeze on this baby right now. You know, those are my 2 options. And he was like, why? You could turn your head and sneeze the other way. And I was like, that 3rd option was not apparent at the time, you know? It just didn't occur to me.
I mean, he's lucky he didn't wipe his nose on the baby.
You need help. I was like, I do, though. You know, at least I'm not from Wyoming. I have that going for me. I get it from my mom. She's a crazy person. Does anyone else relate to that? She's a wild woman, all right? Those people get it. And so, my mom, here's a thing that happened recently. I laughed at my mom so hard in public that she started yelling at me. You know, here's the backstory. Have you ever, by the way, laughing so hard, like falling down in the aisle at the grocery store, and I laughed, here's what happened. She told me her dog had diabetes, okay? And I started laughing so hard.
You know wrong with that?
Crazy good. Sleep expert guy at Mattress Firm matched me with my perfect.
No, it's so fat. Of course it does. You know, it's so big. And she was like, it's not funny. How could I have known he has diabetes? And I'm like, probably because he looks like a propane tank with legs. That's how. You know? There were so many clues. He's huge. Of course he's diabetic. And then, also, you feed him people food all the time. I caught her feeding him Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell once. It's like, why are you feeding him the more expensive tacos, you know? It's true, she goes, he prefers them. Oh, you that? What is happening here? Also, he's a chihuahua. You know?
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
My mom, so we're a Jewish family. She names the dog Mazel Tov, okay? She's telling me about him getting diagnosed. She takes him to the vet. She's got one of these crazy vets who like talks to their animals like they're patients, you know? So he's like sitting there with my mom and the dog. He looks him, the dog, right in his stupid fat diabetic face, okay? No one feel bad for him. He's not here. We can make fun of him. Also, he's a dog. He has no idea what's happening at all times, okay? She looks, or the vet looks right at him and goes, Mazel Tov, you have diabetes. Like that.
Shit.
That seems anti-Semitic. I know it's not, but it felt like it. She told the story. She's out of control. She bought a computer recently. She wouldn't let me help her set it up. And then like an hour after she bought it, she calls me and she's like, hey, I'm locked out of my computer. I can't get in. Can you get into my computer for me? I'm like, I can't get into your computer. What do you mean you're having trouble? And she's like, yeah, I don't remember my password. I was like, you're going to have to remember it. I don't know how to get into your computer for you. So she gets mad. She hangs up on me. She calls me back like half an hour later. She's like, didn't need your help. Got back into my computer. I'm like a hacker. No, Mom, you're the opposite of a hacker, okay? You forgot caps lock was on. That is not what a hacker is. You know? I'm a hacker. No. False. So bad. I don't know. I talk bad. I have no right to talk bad about my mom, though. Beyond sneezing on a baby, I'm like really bad.
Beyond sneezing on a baby.
I don't even know how debt works. I recently found that out when my dentist sent me to collections. Yeah, my dentist sent me to collections. The collection agency calls my phone. I answer because I don't know who it is. And they're like, hey, we're trying to collect a debt. Give us the money. And I was like, no, you know? No, I'm just not going to. And he's like, what? And I was like, what are the consequences if I don't give you money? And he was like, we're going to make your credit bad. And I was like, not possible. Yeah, my credit's already really bad. My credit score is so bad, it also has face tattoos. You guys? It's so bad. Ugh, I've been denied for a Best Buy card. Do you know what that's I've seen a bird accidentally fly into Best Buy and leave with a card. It's so easy to get one. When I got denied, the guy in the Best Buy was like, I'm so sorry, this has never happened before. Like, he was embarrassed for me, you know? It was so bad. It was so bad. And so I like tried to get a cell phone once, and they were like,
How
it's
far away are you?
$1,000 deposit.
I'm getting
Then we'll
closer.
let you buy a phone. I was
I
like,
just
I will
reached
be
the.
here with
I
two
haven't gotten
full
to the
cans of
new
string, okay?
turn,
So much money, I don't have that money.
but I
Dude,
reached
my
the
credit's really
one in
bad.
Junction
It's
that
like, so I'm not
where it
worried
makes
about
a
it.
right.
So I'm like,
So
would you have another thing?
Oh, that's good.
Tell the debt collector, like,
yeah,
I'm not worried.
I wonder how
Getting-
far away
He's
you
like,
have to
we
be
don't
before I
have
see
another
you.
thing. And I was
getting
like, well,
If
closer.
I yell
not
stop,
pay you
stop,
then.
and tell me what your
That
coordinate
option.
is.
And he
Okay.
was like, this has never happened before. Like, well, you know, it's the first time for everything, so I'm gonna go ahead and hang up now. And he's like, have a good day, I guess. You know? We're all very confused. It's a lot of first times for everyone, you know? So we both hang up the phone and call my dentist. I'm like, hey, why'd you send me to collections? And the front desk lady, by the way, and she's like 100 years old, and her name is Gertrude, because of course, you know, everyone 100 years or older has a name like Gertrude. And I'm like, why are you even working there? You've been at the teeth game forever, you know? She's so rude. No one feel bad for Gertrude, okay? She's so rude. And I'm like, why don't you just call me?
Like I see that oak tree.
And she's like, I was like, yeah, and I threw them away like an adult, you know? I'm not
Yeah, I see the new lava cast
from World War II.
stairs from my
Okay?
view.
No one reads letters in 2017. Text me anything else.
Nope, nothing
you know?
yet.
So she's like, I don't know what to
What are
tell
you doing?
I'm looking down towards where you're going to be coming from. I want to see when you appear.
Oh, I see.
I want to see. Oh, stop! Back up!
By the way, collection agencies call me all
Back
the
up!
time, and I'm just like,
Back up!
another thing,
Back
and they're
up!
like, this is our only
Wait, go
thing. And
forward.
I'm like,
Go
oh
forward.
no, and then I hang up. You know? It's a
Forward,
repeating
forward, forward.
process. Well,
Stop!
it turns out
Back up a little bit.
do have another thing. And one more thing.
All right, that's how far away your name tag appears. Now back up a little bit more.
To take you to small court to get
I'm at 102.
okay?
Where do you?
164.
Oh, there you go. So basically, we can see each other from a chunk away.
Yeah.
Are who you are.
That makes sense.
Okay?
Hold on, don't move.
3 in the afternoon one
Oh,
day.
alright, let me get back to my...
And I answer the door, and it's this
Oh,
guy
no, you
with
disappeared.
a clipboard.
Oh, there you are.
Like, hey, are you Smith? And I was like, no, never.
Oh, now I can't see you. Now I can.
Like, does
Is
Shane
there?
Smith live here?
It looks like you just, like, vanished.
Yeah, it looks like you bloop in gray, and then you're you.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
weird.
neat. I made a very simple panda house.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna head back down. Somewhere in there, there's 2 iron pickaxes. You're gonna have to make stone ones. Do you have here? Take this in case.
Grazie.
See him looking down at me with my stupid tattooed face on the clipboard, looking right back up at him, seeing me see him. I think I said that right, and it's so awkward.
Alright, so drop off this shit. And you got some planks, additional planks for the bridge.
I'm not ready to be someone else, you know?
More swords. Drop the food off in here.
I'm Bruce Wayne. He was not impressed. You know? In hindsight, I could have thought of a better name. So he's standing there looking very defeated, and that's when I realized I am wearing Batman
Oh yeah, I need
pajamas.
cobblestone. Alright, cobblestone sticks.
Batman.
There we go.
And I was like,
Make some
so I was like, is this your
pickaxes.
only thing? And he was like,
What's
yeah,
this
man,
thing?
this is my only thing. And I was like, so I'm gonna
Is that
go
a cauldron?
now. And he was
Yeah.
like, have a good
It
day,
has water in it.
Interesting.
Like, all right, so I'm pretty sure that's gonna work itself out, you know. There are no consequences. I don't know if you guys knew that. There are no consequences to death. Like, what are they gonna do? Send me to Alcatraz? Can't.
A cat.
Thank you.
Very good.
It's been closed for like 50 years. Yes. Oh man, not good with people. Saw a lady recently crying in the middle of the aisle at Target, just in the middle of ugly crying, hard crying, okay? And I was like, oh no, I should do something. So I'm in Target, I get myself ready, she's crying so hard. I go right up to her and I'm like, excuse me, ma'am, I think you mean in Walmart right now? So, nailed that interaction. Yeah. How about don't cry in Target, Karen, okay? I'm not paying an extra 15 cents for macaroni and cheese to see you cry. Target is for champions, okay? Ridiculous. Ugh. So bad. So bad. My friends are so dumb. Ugh. I know a lot
Damn,
of
this is a nice little setup down here.
neighborhood. This is a thing that happened to me recently. I'm walking around. I see all these people gathered around a tree. They're all like around this tree. I'm like, what is this? And I walk up, and they're all standing there. And I see one guy, and he goes, "Hey man, there's a cat stuck up on the top of this tree. Look at you with all your tattoos. You're not afraid of anything.
Alright, now I gotta pee. Oh, I should probably... Yep, set my respawn point. There we go.
Okay?
BRB.
Yeah. You don't tattoo the fear out of people. That's not a thing. That's never been a thing. No one's like getting a tattoo, and the tattoo artist is like, how does it feel? And the guy's like, oh, it hurts real bad, but I don't care about sharks anymore, you know? Silly. Cat's probably still up there. I don't know, you know? Ridiculous. I'm afraid of tons of stuff. So many things, you know? Spiders, very top of the list of things I'm afraid of, right? Can I get some backup? Spiders are scary. Thank you. My idiot friends, they're like, hey man, why are you afraid of spiders? You're 90% more likely to be killed by a vending machine than a spider. Like, what are you talking about right now? I'm not afraid of spiders because I think they're going to kill me. They're creepy. I don't want them on me or near me, you know? You're so dumb. You know what? I'll be worried about vending machines the way I'm worried about spiders when vending machines start using spiders' tactics, okay? When I open my shower
Oh, there's some spiders that can hurt you too. I mean, the black widow,
Oh yeah.
brown recluse. I mean, yeah, I would freak the fuck out if I came anywhere
Yeah, that's
near
if you
one of
lose the
those.
draw and you get the wrong fucking spider.
Yep.
Basically how it works.
Descending above him on a web.
Spiders are scary, but fuck, scorpions scare me even more. And that's the shit we get down here in Arizona.
You do get them?
Scorpions? Yes. Well, not. I haven't
That's
seen any in.
scary.
I haven't seen any in my house, but I remember I was doing my neighborhood walk and I found a dead one out
You get
on the street.
Sub-Zeros?
Yes.
You also get Sub-Zero. Where the fuck is the mine? Where are my candles? I'm dying. I'm hungry. I didn't get any chicken. Did you bring chicken?
I'll bring some chicken.
All right. I'm going to be in the mine at the point when I find the fucking mine.
Okay.
Which way is which?
Why did I do that? Fucking A.
Okay, that way.
Trying to figure out the inventory in this is such a pain. Alright. Okay.
Damn, I walked like way too far. That's why I explored like this whole island.
Where? Oh, there's the iron pickaxe. Alright, I got a couple pickaxes, so I'm on my way down.
Oh, fuck!
Did I grab another?
Oh, I just almost got fucking straight jumped.
Yikes. Yo, I think I'm getting attacked by a phantom. Oh shit.
Go to sleep. Where are you? Are
I'm
you
coming
still up
back.
top?
Nope, coming back down the mine. Alright, there we go. Alright. Alright. That.
Is it nighttime?
Yes, it is.
God damn it, I went into the wrong fucking cave.
Shit!
Fuck myself.
Oh, I'm down to a half heart. Fuck.
Why?
Because I misjudged my landing when going down the waterfall.
You gotta break the ice before you go down, Lindsay. Alright, where you at?
I'm down here. I'm right
I
by
see the
the,
name tag.
yeah, coming up. Right, okay.
Alright, save on that bed.
Right. Oh, I picked up some glow ink. Oh, here. Alright, do this. There you go.
Oh, food.
Mm-hmm. You said you needed food.
Alright, we need some whistle while we work shit.
Whistle while we work. Like that. I'm gonna switch over to some tones. Oh, good. My health is starting to heal. Good.
This guy has a song called Mining for Gold, Chemical Workers Song, The Longest Johns. Released 3 days ago. Let's see.
We are miners.
Well, that's just right.
Miner.
They're hard rock
The
miners.
house we must go. Oil bottle on our shore.
Yeah, this is definitely a good marker.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Alright, where are we going?
And the cool thing is that you can take this down. So I kind of made a little pathway like down here, make it easier.
Dude, that shit is neat. That's so big.
That's what he says.
Okay. You're never gonna kick on with a song here?
Hmm? Oh, there's still some dark areas. Can't have that. Oh,
This guy's got a method for learning piano in 4 days. He's like, all you gotta do is just learn 4 chords. He's like, that's it. He's like, just only play those chords.
I knew I forgot something. Fucking torches. Shit.
You can make them. Just make them out of fucking pieces of the lumber and make them out of
Oh, yeah. True
whatever.
that. And it's not like we are not finding any coal down here, so.
That's a Professor Elemental.
Okay, I think I know
Do you
where I
know
can
Professor
get.
Elemental?
Name sounds familiar.
Oh,
Very familiar.
I find him quite
Aha!
enjoyable.
I can take this little fall all the way up to this little bridge area thing, and that should take me to where the chest is. There we go.
Everything in honesty, I use 10 words when 2 would do honestly. I'm British. And that makes me unique. At least I think so when I hear you speak. See, we used to have an empire, but we got a little cocky. Like, haha, Johnny Foreigner, I'd like to see you stop me. And sure enough, we rhubarb crumble. Now in every town, all the drug teens stumble. I'm rather glad, really. It made us more humble. Come and ask me where I'm from, dear boy. I won't mumble. I'm British. I don't want to be fantastic, just adequate. If I'm nice, it's probably sarcastic, ridiculously cynical. That's what we're like. If you can't take a joke, get on your bike. I'm British. Like a clotted cream tea, apologetic Morris dancer, then you must mean me. I'm British. Like the wickets in cricket, like crikey, blimey, nice one, wicked. I'm British. As a fat dame in a panto, like Woodhouse, Orwell, Wells and Co. So if you're down with the Brits, then make some noise. But if you'd rather not, that's fine. We're ever so nice to our pets, and we know not to work too hard. We're inventive, accepting, eccentric.
Where's that chest at? I know it's down here.
Delight in celebrities taken down just because of the way they live. Or you can feel bleak joy in a seaside town as the rain pours down on your chips. Or you can drink 10 pints of abnums without ever breaking your stride. Or repress your emotions and passions and deep inside. Then I've kept a room in a cramped B&B with a TV that only shows BBC Two, and I have the keys right here. I've been keeping them just for you. I'm British. As Williams, James, Hattie Jakes, school dinners, roast dinners, massive cakes. I'm British. As a chimney sweep, chip chip chiree. Or a professor in a piece accompanied by chimpanzees. So if you're down with the Brits, then put your hands.
Oh shit, I'm getting attacked. Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move, gotta move. What's hitting me? Oh shit! You're gonna fucking drown over here?
Oh no. Oh, that's just great to hear. Shit. Hour.
Yeah, I do like music. I do have to hear in here, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yes, found it. Cool. Oh, there's more torches in here. Sweet. I'm gonna take those. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, you've got to be. What is with DoorDash always dropping off to the wrong fucking house?
I think they've been hiring foreigners.
Sounds about right.
Honestly.
I don't know. Like, I'm just like, can you not read a fucking map? Yeah, that's the wrong house. Son of a fucking bitch.
Right, here's a picture of someone else's home.
Well, and the thing is that like the way how, because there's a house with the same building number that's on a different street that's kind of angle from the street that I live on. And
Hmm.
for some reason, they always drop it off at that house. It's like if you would have just driven down a little further, you would see my street. Oh, same house number.
That if you get mad, they'll act like you're being unreasonable.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, and it's funny because these fucking people, I swear, they're like, well, this is what I got on the GPS. It's like, if you'd actually paid a fucking attention, like driven down a little further, you would know that. But apparently your GPS is wrong. Ay. Like, it makes me wonder how people actually got around, like, back in the day when GPS did not exist. Oh, yeah,
They're
we
smarter.
had paper maps. Yeah, they were smart.
Not hard. They were simply more intelligent when they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it safe to go butcher that thing? I think it is.
So that way doesn't go anywhere. Out this way. Take a right down here. Go down here. Ah, there's the waterfall bridge. I think I could get down this way, yeah. Aha. Cool. Alright. Alright, now I'm back with some more torches.
Shit.
Shit. Oh, we got some slams. Oh, this neat little pool. I dig that. Ooh, copper block. Oh shit, there's fucking skellies down here. I hear him shooting off his arrows.
Just keep moving.
Oh, nope. Come on, come on. There we go. Whew. Oh, fuck it. Clear this out. Go. Man, so many slimes down here. Wild. Oh, hi, Mr. Creeper. You could go fuck yourself. I see you in the darkness over there. Damn, that slime almost scared the shit out of me. He just jumped down here like, hi. And I'm like, bye. Alright, gotta be careful down here, because wouldn't want to knock a, wouldn't want waterfall. Kind of weird how copper look like tomatoes.
Do that?
Ah, they look like a cluster of tomatoes.
Guess so.
Yeah. The oh! Oh, damn. I think the spider and I think a creeper fell down here and died. That's funny.
They're from up there.
Yep.
Oh shit! Yeah, skeleton just fell in here.
Shit, 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 shit. Oh, I'm
Let's
almost dead.
get away from here. Don't hit circle. They ain't gonna help you. There you go.
Oh, good one. Oh, I hear another one. Shit.
I'm going down deeper.
Giggity. Damn, that does go deep.
Yeah, it does.
Alright.
Oh, there we go.
Is that a gold block?
If it is, use your iron pickaxe.
It's way over there. Let's see, I should put a torch right here.
a lot of drowndies down there.
Yep,
I don't
I
think
just
there's any
saw.
other. Don't look like any other tunnels though, so I don't see the point in going down there.
Right.
You get that one, that gold piece right there.
I'm going for it right now. Kind of building
Gotcha.
a path to get there.
Yep. Let's see you going back up.
Can't let some gold go to waste. There we go. Now we can get that gold piece. Alright, got that one too. Nice. Okay.
Found a dark area.
Got some torches. If need be.
Oh, I got plenty of torches.
Right. Oh, it's just depending on what's on the other side.
Zombie on your right.
Up, see him. Okay. Thank you. Oh, found a redstone. I'll take
Yep.
that. There we go.
Make sure you use your iron.
I did. Oh,
Alright, I just got your
gosh.
back.
I thought you were a zombie.
But
Shit.
there's more over here, so just keep digging. I
Okay.
got him.
Nice. What is that? Tough. Never heard of that. Oop. Yep. lava fall down here?
No good way down there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Isn't that deep state right here? Or deep slate? Deep slate. Let's try. I might have to go back, because down to my last good stone pickaxe.
This will take forever to go around and around and around and around. But there is still more stuff in here. God,
Yeah,
this
I know,
motherfucking
right?
huge.
Yep.
I hear that. Let's go goody hunting.
Ooh, found another iron. Oh, a few iron blocks. We will take that.
They're up there. That's the other area we didn't explore yet.
Uh,
Holy shit.
Holy shit,
Skeleton just
Batman.
flew down here from nowhere and just died. Did
Damn.
fall damage. That was pretty funny.
Uh-huh. Yeah, fuck those guys. I hate the skeletons. Let's see.
Where you at?
Making my way back to that chest and crafting area so I can get some more pickaxes.
Okay.
Because I'm down to like my last stone axe. Where? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind trying to find this place. Well, I'm no longer at half a heart now. Down here. Nope.
Come and get, motherfucker. I'm getting attacked by a shadow person.
Oh dear. Oh my god. Where's that fucking... Ah. Oh, found it, yes. Alright, time to get super fucking baked.
Why are there so many fucking shadow people down here?
There's a few more pickaxes. Good.
God damn it! At least fucking do my fucking inventory before I get fucking attacked again. Oh, bam, bam. Whatever you're wearing, I'm wearing. Okay. Yeah, there's a room like the size of everything we found so far, basically.
Damn. Alright. Let's see. I'm coming back with more pickaxes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That was like a posse came out of the fucking woodwork on my ass. Getting out of this area. Let that
Damn.
cool down. Got too much good shit. I'm gonna make a run back to the bridge, I think.
Oh, good idea. Oh, you know what? I'll do the same. Go back and. Okay. Screw it. I'll put stuff back then. Okay. For that, I'm taking these. I wonder if we should put any doors in this place, or...
No, that's a waste of time.
Okay. I mean, so far, hasn't been any monsters spawning here, so knock on wood. What, Yasmin? What? What? Come here, baby. Yasmin, what are you doing? Hi.
I'm heading back up.
Okay. On my way back up to the bridge too. Oh, hi, Mr. Doggo. Aren't you just the cutest? Oh, a red dust I saw in there. Pat, put that in there. Go. I should put the gold in here too.
I'm melting shit right now, so.
Oh,
We're making
might as
out
well.
like fucking bandits, Lindsay.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. We got a lot to do, man.
Boy, we're gonna have some value. We gonna have some goodies when we get back to the castle.
For real, because it all
Mm-hmm.
depends on how far we want to go with this thing, because there's still
Mm-hmm.
plenty in there.
Oh, yes, there is.
Alright, I'm gonna pound a show.
Sounds good to me.
Put on a show.
I really should sign up for Paramount Plus so I can watch that South Park episode. I still have yet to see that.
Oh, what, the Pandaverse?
The Pandaverse question.
Pandaverse was fucking funny.
Oh my god, just the
You know
clips
how
I've
it
seen.
can I spoil alert one joke?
Go ahead.
It's not plot driven joke. You know how Butters is always going, loo loo loo, I got some apples, loo loo loo, you got some too, loo loo
Mm-hmm.
loo, we got some apples, whatever. But they got a black girl being him, or like, you know, a mixed girl or something. And she's like, loo loo loo, I got some apples, loo loo. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is exactly what fucking Disney would do that
Exactly. Like,
shit.
for real.
What
Like,
the fuck?
shit.
What the fuck, man? What the fuck,
Oh my
man?
god, just
What
the,
the fuck,
just,
man?
I just saw the clip
Oh.
of Cartman, like, running away, and he saw the KFC ad with fucking Colonel Sanders with tits. I, like, died from laughing. So. Like, oh no! And then when he was talking to the therapist about all his buddies being diversity hires, I'm like, oh, this is fucking brilliant. Let's see. Where should I put the glow ink, I wonder?
Oh, there's stacks of it already.
Oh, really? Okay. I
Yeah,
will.
there's already like a stack plus 6, I believe.
I will look for that. I love how.
Um,
Huh?
what's like a good book?
A good book?
Yeah,
Hmm. Hmm.
a
Hmm.
book on tape maybe. Let's look around my library for suggestions. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
I
That's a
was.
lot. That's a lot.
Well,
That's
I
rather
was.
thick.
I was
Um,
thinking Clockwork Orange. That would be interesting if you could find an audiobook of that.
yeah, fucking. I got 2 copies of that book.
You do?
Yeah, I got this really nice looking one, and then I got the one that I've had since I was a teenager.
Oh, wow. I just remembered my brother had a copy of the book, and like I said, I was intimidated to read the book because of all the pages on the back that told you what words meant in NADSAT. Like, oh, I have a bad feeling I'm
Yeah,
not going to
come on,
understand.
gentlemen, we don't want any trouble. Dewey and his very high-class gullus with his new Prastupnik was really asking for it. You can pity that he thought he was a very big Bolshevik, and it was beneath his dignity to be sharing a cell with 6 and having to sleep on the floor till I made this gesture at him. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I just want something to put on, like that's entertaining.
Hmm.
I've got Frankenstein here. I've never read Frankenstein.
Yeah, I think we've read snippets of Frankenstein when I was in school.
You know, I got this Mastering the Art of French Cooking with Julia Child. I think I got that at a fucking a you know, like if you go to the Green and shit and look through the books that the library's trying to get rid of, and they get rid of all their good shit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got that Story of My Life, Pimp by Iceberg Slim because I recommended it. Get a random page in that.
One book that I need to read is The Naked Communist.
She said, "How many girls do you have? Maybe your stable is too big for comfort. I get salty standing in a long line for my lovin'." I said, "Whore, answer my question. What are you, a roller or something? When are when you are my whore, don't worry about anything but your own ass and scratch. Now answer my question."
Okay. I dropped off the rest of my shit. I'm ready to mine some more.
Oh, I'm still smelting.
Still smelting.
Yeah, what's something good to listen to, man? Everything's always depressing.
Hmm. I was like, be cool if there's any good like audio recordings of like Shakespeare's plays.
I don't even like Shakespeare. I know that's blasphemy, but I just don't.
Really? Huh.
Alright, I'm putting on 100 Batman villain origins.
Uh-huh.
It's pretty generic.
Yeah. I think I'll go down here and see what kind of game there is to hunt. Because we can always use more food.
And uncertainty. Here's to the dark nights and the brilliant mornings, the hard lessons and the moments of.
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? The top 100 Batman villain backstories explored. This eccentric rogues gallery boasts of a cavalcade of renowned villains. Spearheaded by Batman, names like the Joker, Harley Quinn, the Riddler, or Penguin, many more will come tumbling out of our bag of oddities. Each villain has a unique and individual style, motivation, sinisterness, and most importantly, an enticing origin story. Heroes in comics often have sad backstories, but the villains seem to have it really bad. Childhood abuse, bullying, poverty, insanity, and a string of unfortunate events seem to plague their lives, which finally causes them to reach their breaking point and turn criminal. At times, we cannot help but empathize with them. In this list, we are going to talk about the origin stories of several
Going to talk
iconic Batman villains.
about.
Before diving into the content, we would like to make a very small request.
Oh, hi, Mr. Bear. You better stay the fuck away. There's a trader all the way out here. What up, my dude?
To be notified whenever we upload a new. We will be very grateful to you, and we hope
What
that
the
this
hell?
video
The wolf is
will
attacking the.
So, without further
Dude!
ado, let's get right into
Did the trader just get killed by wolves?
No, the wolf killed one of the llamas. Holy shit. That poor llama.
number one.
Oh,
The
he
Joker.
dropped. Did he drop
The Joker
leather?
is one of the most important
He
No, he
did.
dropped a.
pop culture,
It's not.
and an
Is it
arch
leather or
enemy.
is it
There is
a
no
lasso?
definitive
I believe.
backstory.
It's well, it's
He
both
is
leather and
mastermind,
lasso.
which only adds to his ambiguity and deviousness. However, his past, as revealed in Alan Moore's The Killing Joke, tends to be the most popular one. The Joker was originally an engineer who worked at a chemical plant. He dreamt of being a stand-up comedian, and so he quit his job
Oh, I
to
fed the
pursue
wolf
his
some
dream.
rotting
But he
flesh.
failed miserably. His wife Julie was pregnant, and he did not have the funds to support a family. So he agreed
Is
to
there
help
any
two
more?
criminals break into the chemical plant where he works. However, during the planning session of this break-in, where he was considered to be the leader, the police contacted him and told him about his wife and unborn child dying in a household. He is consumed by grief and tries to back out, but the criminals force him to go on with the plan. But when they break in, a fatal shootout ensues because the security had been alerted, and the criminals are killed. Batman confronts the Joker, who is terrified and leaps over a rail. He falls into a chemical vat which bleaches his skin chalk white, turns his hair emerald green, and gives him ruby red. When he looks at his own reflection, the revolution adds more pain than the trauma of losing his family, triggering a severe shift in his personality that drives him insane. And thus, the Joker is born. Not too seriously. Number two, Scarecrow. Scarecrow, or Dr. Jonathan Crane, is an obsessive professor who previously taught psychology. He does not seek wealth or power as a criminal. To him, only research matters, to study humans better. His life as a criminal in the golden age of comics is triggered after he is fired from his job. He was an expert in the psychology of fear, and to illustrate his teachings better, he had fired a gun in the classroom, and this indiscretion resulted in him getting fired. He is then ostracized by his peers, who went on to mock his behavior and appearance, causing him to turn to crime for a relatively better. He took on the persona of the Scarecrow, with which he used to threaten his victims into doing his bidding. During the Crisis reboot, his origin story was expanded. A nerdy boy with a lanky frame, Crane was bullied in his childhood and adolescence when everyone called him a Scarecrow. This instigated desires such as revenge and fear in him, causing him to commit his first murder during his prom while donning a ghoulish Scarecrow outfit. It is later that he becomes a psychology professor at Gotham University, where he is fired for accidentally injuring a student. He turned to a life of crime and is later transferred to Arkham Asylum as a psychiatrist. There, he begins to perform fear-induced tests on his patients under the moniker Scarecrow. Number 3, Two-Face. Harvey Dent was a district attorney in Gotham City, who was a strong ally of Batman, but everything changed after a certain traumatizing incident. Dent was born and bred in Gotham. His father was an alcoholic who was regularly physically abusive. He would often use a double-headed coin flip trick to give Dent a chance to escape, but of course that never worked due to the This traumatic childhood caused Dent to develop severe mental issues such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. However, after becoming a lawyer, he stood for the position of district attorney to dedicate himself to a life of justice. For a while, he held up to that ideal until a mobster named Sal Maroni threw acid at Dent. This scarred half his face, causing him to go insane. He then adopted a criminal life where he struggled with his duality as Harvey Dent and the criminal Two-Face. He is noted for using a coin flip for every decision he makes, without which he cannot even make up his mind on basic issues. Number 4, the Riddler. The Riddler is an enemy of Batman, known for his obsession with puzzles and riddles.
My fave.
He acquires great joy from keeping the police force of Gotham on their toes as they try to decode the complex clues left by him. Originally known as Edward Nashton, he was raised in Waterbury. His habit of seeking answers in anything.
Whoa, I was gonna say, isn't that Connecticut?
They often get annoyed with him. One day, he heard about a brain teaser contest from his teacher, where
There's sand over here.
in the shortest time period. Edward volunteered to participate as he wanted to not only win the contest, but also gain popularity. He would practice solving the puzzle until he could do it in a record time of 15 seconds, which made him get the first prize. And he won a book of riddles and puzzles, which was the beginning of a
Weird spot for sand.
But he also received often negative attention from bullies. Time went by, and Edward became part of the working class. He loathed this life, of course, being in hell. So he turned to crime for profit and entertainment. Soon he realized that he was not satisfied with simply committing a crime and needed to create hype for himself. He then came to be known as the Riddler. Number 5, Mr. Freeze. Victor Freeze was an accomplished cryogeneticist, but it all went south for him after his beloved wife Nora fell victim to a fatal degenerative disease. Freeze grew up with no friends and had a violent father. He was super talented as a scientist and also married Nora, the love of his life. So her contracting a rare disease made him spiral downwards. To save her life, he started working under the evil corporate Ferris Boyle. When Freeze realized that Norris is beyond help, he decided to place her in a cryostasis. To do this, he stole equipment from the company. Ferris learns about the theft and sends his goons to kill Freeze in the cryolab. However, this results in an accident which causes Freeze's body to change. He can now only survive in sub-zero temperatures. Freeze builds himself a cryosuit powered by diamonds and arms himself with an ice gun. This is how his journey as Mr. Freeze begins.
How are you, buddy?
6. Bane. Bane is a supervillain and an assassin who also has
Hello,
spent prominence in
Batman.
Gotham history. He is known for the abnormal physical strength he gained after being subjected to experiments that involved a derivative of the venom drug. Bane was born to serve a life sentence due to his father's crimes, and as a result was born and bred within the prison. He murdered for the first time during his adolescence and went on to become feared and respected in the prison he grew up in.
Oh, great.
He
It's
honed
back to the
himself
shitty
mentally,
controller again.
and physically to reach his peak form. While Bane was king in his prison, he learned about another king from Burke, an inmate from Gotham City. This king was Batman. At the same time, the warden of the prison nominated Bane subject of an experiment that would create super soldiers by using the drug venom. Bane volunteered for it and was presumed dead. His body was tossed into the sea, where he freed himself. He returned to the prison, held the warden hostage, and escaped using a chopper. He then traveled to Gotham with Byrne and 2 other allies, hoping to dethrone other king, Batman. Penguin, a flightless bird, but one with style. Number 7, Penguin. A gentleman of crime, Penguin is one of Batman's closest foes. He
Oh,
is known for
shit.
his elaborate scheming that makes it difficult to settle while he maintains his image of club owner in public. Penguin, or Oswald Cobblepot, is from an aristocratic family, but he had a terrible childhood. He was born as a very ugly child, as a result of which no one except his mother loved him. His father hated him, and his brothers left no stone unturned to treat him with disgust. The other kids
Oswald
compared him to
Cobblepot.
birds due to his nose, and they would tie him to a crowbar
Poor
and hang
Oswald.
him midair, making him look. They would also raid his aviary and crack the bird eggs, while Oswald helplessly. All these experiences created a desire for revenge with Oswald, and he grew more and more resentful towards a society that treated him like an outcast for the way he looked. Later, when his father and brothers passed away, he inherited the wealth of the Cobblepot. After graduation, he started Iceberg Lounge, a socialite club where he would conduct his illegal activities as a boxing promoter and criminal on the down low.
Actually, is that for...
Money pit.
The crucible gun. It will die.
Number 8, Rush Al Ghul. Rush Al Ghul founded the League of
Hey,
Assassins,
Marks.
a league whose
Hey,
desire
Jester.
was to create a new world order by purging corruption. To do so, they were ready to kill anyone. He was born 700 years ago in one of the Arabian deserts. He grew up with a tribe of nomads.
Ooh,
During his
yeah, I picked
early
up some
stages
sweet
of life,
berries
he was
too.
fascinated with science. However, he could not pursue studies because of his tribe, and so he left his community and relocated to the city. He became a physician and got married to Sora. Later, he discovered the Lazarus Pit, which happened to be a secret lair. He once tried to save a prince while being oblivious to his sadism. He put the prince in the Lazarus Pit, but
Oh,
when he realized
does
the
he...
prince was driven completely insane by
Let
the
me
pit
see, where
and
was it?
strangled and killed the love of Rush with a knife, Sora. The Sultan declared Rush to be guilty, as he could not admit to
Oh.
his son's fault, and sentenced
Oh, he
him to
does
a
love
penal
rotten
death, where he was
flesh.
locked in a cage with
Okay.
Sora's corpse. However, an
By the way,
eligible
you can
member
feed rotten
frees
flesh to
Rush
the dog.
and then seeks out the tribe that brought him out. He
Oh, and you
convinces
like
the
that,
head of the
huh? I
tribe
can
to
give you a little
follow him
more.
in his quest for revenge against the Sultan. He manages to kill both the prince and the Sultan, and then gets his tribe to raze the entire city down and kill its citizens. Finally, he wears the title of Russian Ghul. Number 9, Deathstroke. Deathstroke, originally known as Slade Wilson, is the most dangerous assassin in the world. When he was only 16, Wilson wanted to enlist. He ran away from his house and lied about his age. He proved himself to be talented with special skills in guerrilla warfare, causing him to climb the ranks quite fast.
What
Slade
do with
mastered several
those?
styles of combat and became the lieutenant colonel. He also began a romantic relationship with
Shit.
Catherine
Where'd they go?
Adelies and a son named Grant Wilson. After his birth, the army asked Slade to volunteer in a secret medical experiment, a defense against the truth serum. However, this experiment was actually an attempt to create a meta-human soldier. The experiment was unkind to Slade's body, causing him to become aggravated and aggressive. He had to remain sedated often. Later, he realized how the experiment had enhanced physical abilities beyond the ordinary. He then dedicated himself to hunting satisfying urges as a combatant. After his lifelong friend, who was sent on a suicide mission, was captured, Slade went unauthorized solo mission to save his friend. By doing so, he had disobeyed the orders of his superiors, which caused him to get discharged after he saved his friend. By this time, he was fed up with the Army's code of conduct and blind loyalty, and had created his persona of Deathstroke, the Terminator. He soon became the world's greatest mercenary. Number 10, Killer Croc. Killer Croc was an alligator wrestler who was originally known as a whale. He became a monster in Gotham and dwelled in the sewers. In the DCE Suicide Squad film, Amanda Waller described him with the phrase, "Evolution took a backseat with this one." Evolution took a step. Jones was born with a condition where he had a thickly scaled hide instead of skin. He also had super sharp teeth. This caused him to get bullied relentlessly as he resembled a monster, causing him to snap and almost kill a bully when he was only 8. He then spent the next 8 years of his life at reform school, and he began to resent humanity more and more. At the same time, his appearance also became more reptilian. He celebrated his 18th birthday by becoming a cold-blooded murderer. He was captured and served a sentence for 20 years. After his release, he joined a traveling carnival and became action as an alligator wrestler known as Killer Croc. The circus became his family, and he had finally found a home and acceptance as who he really is. But after the circus failed for poor financial
Howdy.
reasons, Jones moved to Gotham to create a criminal empire. He eliminated other mob members and rose to the top of the city's underworld.
Guess they're gonna need a new name. So, I have Batman's likeness to smear on the face of the planet.
Number 11, Black Mask. Roman Sionis was a former business executive and a mafia boss. Unlike the other villains on this list, he hates Bruce Wayne and not Batman. Sionis hails from a wealthy family. His parents only cared for one thing, their social status, and did not pay much heed to the well-being of their son, who was dropped by the doctor immediately after birth. He was always forced to tend to and befriend the children of other wealthy families, such as young Bruce Wayne. However, his parents hated the Waynes behind their public social mask. Sionis hated the fake persona his parents public. In the future, his parents died in a suspicious fire accident, causing Stonis to inherit Janus Cosmetics Corporation. However, his lack of experience caused him to drive the company to the ground, causing Wayne Industries to buy. He was enraged by the loss of his family's legacy and directed his hatred towards Bruce Wayne. Stonis carved the mask from his father's coffin and donned it while he murdered the Wayne employees. During a battle with Batman, his mask burned into his face, making it a permanent death mask. He went on to become a ruthless and sadistic crime lord as he commanded a masked army called the False Faces. With time, he kept losing to Batman, while his sadism grew and empire shrank. Number 12, Clayface. 8 DC villains from the comics have had the alias Clayface. In the comics, he was Basil Carlo, a B actor. He had previously starred in a horror movie called The Terror. When he learned about not being a part of the remake of the movie, he was driven insane. He went on a subsequent killing spree as he killed the crew members and the cast while he sported the mask that was worn by the villain Clayface. He appeared in the animated universe as Matt Hagen, an actor past his prime whose face is disfigured in a terrible car accident. While he was recovering in the burn clinic, the corrupt businessman Ronald Duggett approached him and made him a test subject for a chemical compound called Renew You. He promised it would restore Hagen's youthful appearance, but in exchange, he would have to impersonate people for Duggett's illegal operations. Hagen conflictingly agreed and gradually got addicted to impersonated Bruce Wayne documents from Lucy Fox, but was stopped by Batman. Later, Hagen tried to steal henchmen busted him and tried to kill him. They poured an entire canister of the chemical on Hagen's face. The overdose saturated all of his cells and turned him into a disfigured lump of clay who could shapeshift for short periods of time. He then tried to get his revenge with a clay base. Number 13, Deadshot of Floyd Lawton is a mercenary like Deathstroke and is highly reputed for being a lethal assassin and one of the greatest marksmen ever. Born to a rich couple, Lawton was the younger son. He lived in the shadow of his elder brother Edward and he idolized him. However, his father was abusive. During his teens, his mother convinced him to kill his father and he climbed a tree to get the perfect shot. But he missed and ended up killing his beloved brother. He promised himself two things that night. He will kill his father the chance he gets, and he will never. Lawton trained as a sharpshooter and joined the Marines as an adult. He spent some time with Russia's League of Assassins before becoming an
What are you
independent
doing?
hitman. He also had a daughter who was kidnapped by
I was
Deadshot's
checking to
soldier
see.
who had to work for him. Deadshot sought out
This is a long
Batman, who
story.
decided to help him. But with the clause
I'm
that
coming
they
back
could
to
not
the
kill
other
him
side of the
during
bridge where
the
you're
rest of
at.
the mission. However, Deadshot killed a man who threatened his daughter's life, and Batman arrested him. He was then sent to Belleville, after which he was invited to be a part of the Suicide Squad. Number 14, Dollmaker. Barton Mathis, the serial killer who works alongside his so-called
I put
family
hoppers
as he
on
dwells
the two
outside
furnaces,
Gotham City. He calls himself the
Mm.
Dollmaker. He is the third
because I could
incarnation of
always
the
reuse the
hero
hoppers
Hades.
later, and
The
it's
first
making it more
Hades was
convenient to get through all
Marcel
this goddamn
Vanderlyn,
copper
a
we
plastic
found.
That's
man-eater
good.
who lost
Seriously, I
focus
got
for
each
criminal
each
activities.
hopper
Barton
has
Mathis
5
went on
slots, and they're
many
all
hunting
full of
trips with his
stacks,
father during his teens.
Damn.
These hunting trips were far from
plus
your
the
regular
stack that's
hunting
in the
trips,
furnace.
and Mathis would
Uh
observe his
huh.
father kill and then cannibalize them. He also witnessed a young cop named Gordon shooting his father down, which resulted in his landing up in foster care. He spent 1 year there, disappeared for years to come. When he resurfaced, had become a criminal called the Dollmaker. He wore a mask which was partially made from the skin of his deceased father.
Hi, boy.
This dolphin can see, but this dolphin can see. NFL Sunday Ticket.
Oh damn, there's still 27 cooked chickens? That's a good thing.
Mm hmm. Indeed. Yeah, 'cause we need all the food we can get.
Number 15, Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn, originally known as Dr. Harleen Francis Quinzel, is another massively popular supervillain, often appearing alongside the notorious Joker, serving as his female sidekick with an equally twisted sense of humor. Her origin story in the comics revolved around growing up with a harsh mother who would constantly call Harley evil. Her father was a criminal conman who would swindle women out of their money. Her brother was a deadbeat who had children with different women, lived in his mother's house, and squandered all the money Harley had sent him to get his life back on track. To understand why her family was, Harley studied psychology. However, she found it to be dull and clipped her way into college. She theorized that being in love was similar to being a criminal because a person in love could do anything for their beloved. She used her boyfriend Guy as a test subject, and she pretended to commit crimes for him, such as murdering a professor. When he saw the professor again, Guy shot him, thinking that Harley had failed in killing him. Unable to live with the guilt, he asks Harley to kill him, as he could not bring himself to commit suicide. Harley disguises the murder as a suicide and is subsequently traumatized. She grows a cynical outlook towards life. So when she meets the Joker, they connect as he has the same philosophies as Guy. Harley finds a job in Arkham Asylum so that she can speak. She shows him her insanity, which he finds appealing. She gradually grows obsessed with him and helps him escape several times. Eventually becomes his sidekick. However, she remained oblivious to his lack of affection for her and allowed herself to be used by him. Number 16. The
What the fuck?
ventriloquist. Arnold
I'm getting hit by a
Wesker, the
phantom.
original
Oh
ventriloquist,
shit.
having had a timid career since childhood, timely deaths of Arnold's parents would push the emotionally fragile boy depths of
I'm
existential
gonna get a
turmoil.
fuck face. Come on in here.
Arnold pressing his emotions to cope with this loss until one night he couldn't anymore and bludgeoned the man to death during a bar fight. Now,
The
stuck
heck?
in
Now
blackout
it's not
curfew,
nighttime
with
anymore.
insanity
Weird.
rapidly unraveling, Arnold began believing Helmut Donegan's carved ventriloquism door was alive, and together they managed to escape the prison after hanging Donegan from the same noose that was meant for Arnold. After escaping to Gotham City, the meek Arnold Wesker and the now disfigured Scarface come together to become the supervillain, the Ventriloquist. Debuting in Detective Comics number 583, written by Alan Grant. Wesker quickly rises to the criminal world, becoming novels to pull strings from the ventriloquist club, landing on the radar of the world's greatest detective. The man and Blue Pocket connection have no superpower besides their irresistible sympathy, thanks to their
Hello,
shared
buddy.
purpose. Regardless, they've become one of the most persistent thorns in Batman's side and have been featured in several prominent storylines like The War of Jokes and Riddles, The of Crime, and Jim Apatow and Doug Maitch's critically acclaimed Nightfall. Number 17, Dr. Phosphorus, or Light. Nuclear power seems to be the easiest method to obtaining superpowers. From totemic spider bites to accidental molecular restructuring, we've seen a whole host of and villains rise up due to radioactivity.
Alright, do me a favor.
Perhaps none of them have experienced
Look in one of the furnaces and watch how the copper gets added.
quite like Dr.
Okay.
Phosphorus. Created by arguably one of the
Now see how it goes to 63, it just pops back to 64.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Phosphorus debuted in Detective Comics number 469.
It's
Then look
because of
at
the
the
hopper,
hopper
huh?
above it. Yeah. See, it goes down by one and
Holy shit.
see, and then it takes from the left.
Uh-huh.
So, like, if I take that out and I put in this, right?
Uh-huh.
Now down here, take these out. It pops it right in. You know,
Oh,
I could
that's
pop
cool.
that chicken in there.
Uh-huh.
When you take the mutton out, the chicken will just pop in there. Watch.
But alas, every burning kernel infused body and transformed the overzealous scientist into the vengeful Dr.
Oh, neat.
Being pure phosphorus
That's
enables
especially
efficient nuclear
helpful.
radiation and fire
And
to
then I
this
put
wing
the copper
and was
back in.
nearly
Bam.
indestructible.
Nice. I take it it goes in order.
By poisoning
Yep,
its blood
left to right.
supply with radiation, then proceeding to its lots of goes
I
to
still got
nuclear
3
weapons
stacks
by
of
traveling at
copper
an
ore in my
inaudible
personal
Batman was
inventory here
put
to put
firmly
into
on the
these
back foot
machines.
Now,
during this
what can
encounter
you do
and had to bust
with the
out the weapons
copper
cases
other than make
to
like
get
pretty
the job done.
buildings? Because I know
Due
you
to
can
the
make copper
mutants for
blocks and
Well, the
stuff.
next DLC, they're adding a whole bunch of shit, so it's good to stockpile.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
gonna be
because
like
I'm just
copper lights
In the
and shit.
Batman
because
Beyond
there's
animated
so
series,
much
Dr.
copper.
Phosphorus is
It's like, what can we
revamping
do with
Phosphorus'
this?
powers.
That's what everybody's been saying for a while.
Who possesses much
Yeah, it's
more
like we should
available
be able to craft items with this. I mean, you have to craft a lot of shit for, with ore.
Number 18, Spellbinder. Our magically enchanted piece of art, apparently strong enough to fool Batman twice.
See, now look at
Itself is
the
no
furnace.
mean
Watch
feat,
it fill up one by
conceived
one.
as the
It's kind of cool.
personification of the alluring effects pop art has on spectators. Spellbinder debuted in Detective Comics number
Oh,
3002 and was
interesting.
created by John Green and Kelvin Morgan. Delbert Billingsley Comics,
Wow.
skilled enough to create counterfeit pop art easily.
So now the
Delbert
hopper is
was the artist
pumping
by
more
Issue 1.
in.
He decided to put his
Yep,
talents
and
to
I
better
just
use,
refilled the hopper.
creating a vast array of auras and
Ah.
to hypnotize his opponents or inducing illusion.
We picked
Donald
up a
in
lot of
garish
copper.
orange
Yes, we
Like
jumpsuit
did.
fucking
during
for
the
real.
midway
Yes, we
fight
did. We
and
sure
falls from a
did.
sickness heart attack, the Spellbinder sets out to rob Gotham City dry with his hypnotic techniques and his army of henchmen. The first time he
What?
crossed paths with the Caped Crusader, he was able to get away by tricking Batman into thinking he was somewhere else entirely, allowing Spellbinder and his minions to escape unscathed. He then used the series of projections and body gestures to send Gotham's protector into a trance-like state on that second encounter. It was only after Bruce subjected his highly organized mind to rigorous anti-hallucination training that he was able to defeat Spellbinder. Billings fled to Metropolis after this for a while, where he was able to get toe-to-toe with the Man of Steel thanks to a customized turntable whose sonic blasts were powerful enough to fatally assault the Kryptonian's senses. Subsequent iterations of the character have developed psionic and mystical powers that greatly augment their ability to mentally torment their victims, with the best one by far being Batman Beyond's Gara-esque version that was Ira Billings' Spellbinder. Number 19, Owlman. Imagine if Batman himself used all his genius and wealth to commit crime instead of fighting. He's turned into the very predator that hunts down the creature that inspired Batsing. That's exactly the idea that Gardner Fox and Mike Sekowsky had when they created the Owlman for the Earth 3 continuity. DC's role reversal universe and the Justice League is the crime.
I gotta go to sleep so that thing don't come back.
He was established as Thomas Wayne Jr. from the Antimatter universe, the elder brother of Bruce Wayne. In this version, Bruce and Martha are killed by the mother. Thomas Sr. becomes the police commissioner, and Thomas Jr. becomes Joe Chill's criminal apprentice. Taking on the moniker of the Owlman, he commits crimes for the sheer rush of it, and even abuses a drug that gives him enhanced rudimentary form of telepathy, strong enough to give him control over comparatively feebler minds. Owlman still serves as the brains of the organization, but in this version, his feud with Ultraman is more advanced, and he is having an affair with Superwoman, this universe's version of Lois Lane, who is also Ultraman's wife. Barring the reboot retcons, of which there are a lot more, Owlman has crossed paths with Batman on a number of occasions, most notably during the original CSA versus ALA storyline, and more recently during the events of Forever Evil. With the latest reboot, yet another Owlman has emerged. But this version has something more to do with certain clandestine courts. Number 20, Hush. Within the span of 12 issues, Jeff Loeb and Jim Lee were able to create one of the most iconic Batman villains who wasn't wearing a ridiculous Golden Age costume, for the most part anyway. Born the child of wealth and privilege, young Tommy Elliot becomes close friends with Bruce Wayne. Bruce's father, Thomas, was happy to see the children bond and felt that Bruce had finally found a friend he could relate to. Tommy and Bruce enjoyed playing games of strategy, with Tommy always seeming to outmaneuver his otherwise brilliant friend. However, while Bruce enjoyed his parents' company, Tommy hated his father, who was drunk and always abusive. His mother, who had originally come from a background of poverty, did next to nothing to help her son, as she was willing to endure every abuse dealt to her and her son so that she could keep her lavish lifestyle. It didn't help that Tommy was constantly reminded of the happiness that the Wayne family had, as juxtaposed with his own abused existence. Blaming the society, his parents, and most importantly Bruce for all his misfortunes, Thomas decided to claim his blood and kill his parents for it. He then dedicated his entire life to destroying his secret identity was known to him as the bandaged psychopath Hush. He teamed up with the Riddler and put in motion a series of events that would have seen Batman finally kill the Joker and Bruce himself.
You're looking at the real post-universe.
You okay there?
Action to provide
That's
personal support. It's
When that didn't work out,
I got another
I'm glad I
stick.
found it.
Hush would go on to perform
Well, I'm glad you did too.
himself
Alright.
pose as Bruce Wayne, seeking to
Let's
take away
see.
financial
Take a hit off my vape
from
pen.
Bruce's doctoral activity. He was able
Made
to
some
raise
stone
many of
swords
Bruce
this time.
Wilson's accounts,
Have a little more
steal
sturdy
Selina
swords and
Kyle's
taken
heart,
down to bamboo.
infiltrate the Batcave,
Oh,
and
yeah.
gravely injure Alfred before
I
the
need
Bat
more
family's
pickaxes, by the way,
interjection
if you want to
stilled
whip
the
some
tide
up.
of
I
bad
gotta take a
favor.
piss.
Despite having no superpowers beyond his
Okay.
surgical skills and his intellect, the psychological impact of Hush's actions isn't something he's going to forget anytime soon. Number 21, Poison Ivy. Selina Kyle was Batman's first official female villain. But given her on-again, off-again relationship with the Caped Crusader, it's really Poison Ivy who's the first woman to sweep Batman off his feet, and not in a good way. Her origins have changed. The two themes remain constant: botany and betrayal. In her Silver Age origins, Pamela Lillian Isley was an attractive and talented botanist who lived in Seattle. She was seduced by Mark Legrand, a criminal who needed her assistance in stealing an Egyptian artifact with an ancient herb inside it. Legrand poisoned Isley with the herb to tie up all loose ends. Fortunately, she survived and became immune to all manner of toxins and diseases. She realized that she was completely unaffected by certain plant-based toxins that she could
Alright.
use to
Add
control
some more
others, and
pickaxes in the
adopts the
trunk over
guise of the
here, and
villainous seductress Poison Ivy.
I know there's also more pickaxes at the chest down at the mine.
Is that all that's in there down there?
She managed to so infatuated with her that he had to be bailed out by his
Um, what do you mean?
when he randomly started
Down in the place, down in the mine.
Oh yeah, those are the only pickaxes I'm aware of that we have, other than the ones that I just made.
her backstory was altered. In this version, she was given her powers by the
It's
Floronic
always good to
plant
have
itself.
backup
This
inventory,
version of Poison Ivy, all her
because
original powers are
considering
gained of plant
it's
life
kind of a
forms.
crapshoot
The
in that mine
ability to
down there,
raise plants, mutate people into
because there's a
plant
lot
forms,
down there.
and kill people
I
with a
never know what's gonna
poisonous
happen.
kiss. A
That's right.
power that would come to define her very character. In recent years, she has become
Can you
a
do me a
sort of
favor?
vigilante
Hmm.
herself.
Are you done doing what you're doing?
Alongside the swamp
Yeah.
and going
Can
on
you
the
just look through the
adventures of
chests
her
and try to
best friend
organize all the
boyfriend,
coal and
Harley
charcoal we
Quinn,
have
and the
into one
Suicide
area?
Squad. Still,
Sure.
she'll always be remembered
To
as
kind of
the woman who
inventory, see what we
almost
got.
stole Batman's heart. And, again, not in a good way. Number 22, Solomon Grundy. You know, say what you will about this guy. At least we're happy Two-Face found a friend. Cyrus Gould was born sometime around the early 19th century. In the year 1895, he had carried out an affair with a local prostitute from Gotham City named Rachel Ryko. According to Ryko, she was pregnant
We have
with
a
Gould's child, and she sought to extort money from him
stack
for
of
her silence.
copper
Cyrus
blocks.
met her for a secret negotiation at
Wow.
Lotsa Suite.
We got a
Several
lot of
Yeah.
miles
copper.
outside Gotham, when Gould
Lot of
accused him
copper.
blackmail, Rachel's spirit, Jen, dashed Cyrus across the back of the head with a shovel. They buried Gold in the swamp, content that no one would ever come looking for him. Over the span of 50 years, Gold's body interacted with the detritus and sour vegetation of the swamp that caused his corpse to transform into a rotting, vegetated, undead monstrosity that didn't remember anything about its past life except that it was
I guess this will
born
be
on
the
a
stone
Monday.
chest,
Using this
so I will
association, he
take...
began terrorizing DC's citizens as a zombified entity that the world would soon come to know as Solomon Grundy. Over the years, he has appeared nursery for a plethora of DCs with vastly varied cases. Lost his powers, come back to life as a human being, imagined as an avatar of the Grey in accordance with the Swamp pantheon. In the Earth One continuity, Grundy was powerful enough to rattle Superman. During the events of the Long Halloween, where he befriends his bipolar BFF, Grundy was defeated by Batman with compassion. He would reappear on the Cape Crusaders' radar when he hunts down one of the descendants of Cyrus Gould's killers, being beaten by the Dark Knight yet again whilst cementing his place amongst the Cape Crusaders' rogues gallery.
Appetite. No, but I'm not concerned. I'm curious.
Number 23, Hugo Strange. First appeared in Detective Comics number 36 and created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger, Professor Hugo Strange is Batman's oldest adversary and one of his most dangerous foes. According to Commissioner James Gordon, in the post-crisis continuity, Strange was abandoned as a child, grew up in state homes, a bright kid, but he apparently had a temper. Nobody knows how he put himself through college and medical school. Golden Age Bruce Wayne acknowledged the enigmatic menace, saying, Professor Hugo Strange, the most dangerous man in the world, scientist, philosopher, and a criminal. Little is known of him, yet this man is undoubtedly the greatest organizer of crime in the world. He holds the distinction of only villains to survive trigger-happy shenanigans, being sent to jail for committing large-scale robberies in Gotham City. In the Golden Age, he was positioned as the Jim Moriarty to Batman's Sherlock Holmes, with the pair even recreating the iconic Reichenbach Falls climax on the pages of Detective Comics. Strange also created flesh-eating monster men during his time who are about as cute and cuddly as you're imagining them to be right now. He makes his comeback 33 years after taking that Reichenbach fall as a medical specialist in Gotham City who only operates on its elites. Here, he discovers Batman's identity and tries to ruin his life by posing as the caped crusader and committing of crimes while Bruce is knocked out of commission. He keeps resurfacing now and then, most notably having been Dr. Death and Fright.
Your mightiest Gotham Batman, but in Wonderland, the Mad Hatter reigns.
Number 24, The Mad Hatter. We are pretty sure that when Lewis Carroll wrote his children's story, Alice in Wonderland, he didn't imagine the amusing Mad Hatter as a villainous character. Clearly, Bill Finger and Bob Kane thought differently because they introduced the readers of Detective Comics to his debut in Batman number 49. The Mad Hatter's first appearance wasn't particularly. He decided to rob the rich socialites who were members of Gotham's yacht club, but was foiled by Batman and was promptly shipped off to Arkham Asylum. It wasn't until 1983's Detective Comics number 526 that he was portrayed with his patented hypnosis-induced one-of-a-kind hats. He also has two separate origin stories, both of which are downright tragic. His first backstory explains his mind control gimmick. He was an expert in hypnotic suggestions and hypnotherapy, and his skills would be put to lethal use when his neighbor's daughter became pregnant and Jarvis helped her mother teach the boys a lesson. The new 52 reboot expanded on this and explained his obsession with hats. It was because his father was a hatter himself. In this version, he suffered from hypogonadism and had been spurned by a girl called Alice because of his short stature. Determined to win her back, he had practically OD'd on steroids, which drove him insane, completing his transformation into the Mad Hatter. Yet used his field of expertise and combined it with his obsession to create mind control technology powerful enough to subdue even the great Batman. At one point, he almost luring Barbara Gordon to a tea party, and only God knows what would have happened to her if Batman had not arrived in time. As the years progressed, so did his lunacy, and he's managed to become a mainstay in Batman's rogues gallery. Number 25, Victor Zsasz. Victor Zsasz isn't crazy. He has no dysfunctional family background, no childhood abuse or trauma. He just kills because he chooses to. Mr. Zsasz lived a life of privilege. He had a loving, wealthy family and graduated top test class, later going on to amass a fortune of his own through various companies. At the age of 25, his parents tragically died in a boating accident, and while he accepted what had happened, Zsasz could not help but feel depressed at their loss. In an attempt to distract himself from his growing depression, Zsasz became swept up in high-stakes gambling and ended up losing everything to the Penguin. Dejected, he realized how hollow life is and how robotic human beings have become in their pursuit of it. Before he could commit suicide, he was attacked by a homeless person with a knife, and he saw the same hollowness in his attacker's eyes. Deciding to take out these zombies from the world in order to make it a better place, he kills the man and carves a tally mark on his own flesh, transforming into the vicious serial killer Mr. Zsasz. He debuts during the last Arkham story as its full character and has sneaked up on Batman on several occasions, a feat even Catwoman fails to perform sometimes. Aside from the Joker, Zsasz is probably the only person to really get Bruce when he says they are in fact very similar, and the Dark Knight nearly pummels him to death. Judging by his actions, we'd say that when it comes to this murderous maniac, it's best not to trust what he says, even about himself. Number 26, Man-Bat. When will comic book scientists realize that rushing to human trials is almost always a bad idea? Kirk Langstrom was a brilliant geneticist who specialized in extracting and isolating traits from one species and transferring them to another. However, his borderline obsession with the field made him the butt of jokes from the entire scientific community and his wife Francine. Kirk was hoping to use the enhanced hearing of bats to overcome his encroaching death. He made a breakthrough with his experiments, but was denied further funding due to the glaring risks of the breed. Overwhelmed with grief and ridicule, he decided to prove his genius formula on himself. At first, it looks like the serum succeeded, as his hearing returns, and he quickly makes amends with Francine. But Kirk's entire life changes when the volatile formula starts mutating him to a man-bat hybrid. His mind is overcome by murderous instincts, and he is plagued by frequent blackouts, which culminates in the suicide attempt that seals his fate as the Man-Bat. Debuting in Detective Comics number 400, Man-Bat's first encounter with Batman takes place while Nightcrawler is out looking for a cure to his condition. The world's greatest detective is able to deduce the of this nocturnal menace and apprehends him, administering the antidote forcibly. Langstrom would go on to perfect his formula to maintain consciousness while operating as Man-Bat, which would cause him all sorts of troubles, especially when his formula is turned into a weapon by the League of Assassins. He has since reformed himself, working as an ally of Batman after the Caped Crusader helped in Langstrom's rehabilitation.
Being an NFL fan is the greatest. Unless your home team, your hometown. Hard for Dolphins to survive. They don't tend to nest with. But with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube, you can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday games. No matter where you live, it'll feel a little more. At least on NFL Sunday Ticket. Hit the mid-season.
Number 27, Talia al Ghul. Many women can claim to have been loved by the great Bruce Wayne, but only one can prove reciprocation. And would you believe it, it's the woman who wants to desperately kill the man. Ra's al Ghul was, shall we say, a prolific lover who had sired many a child in the centuries of existence. Rash met Talia's mother at Woodstock Festival, of all places, and soon after, Talia was born. When her mother died a few weeks after her birth, Talia was raised by Rash himself, groomed to become the heir to the League of Assassins. She grew up to become one of the League's strongest assets, a lethal martial artist, assassin, and political maneuverer who could make lesser men dance to the tune of her fingertips. Her loyalty to her father's cause used to be unshakable until she met and fell in love with Batman. When Rash decided that Batman was suitable to become his heir, he staged a test for Bruce by telling him that his daughter and Bruce's ward had both been kidnapped. While Bruce didn't fall for Rash's tricks, he did for Talia, even though they always found themselves on the opposite sides of the battleground. Talia has even assisted Bruce on multiple occasions, most notably during the crime spree instigated by Hush, by giving him valuable information, and also helping take Lux Luthor down after he becomes the president of the States by exposing his criminal activities and transferring his assets to the Wayne Foundation. She even helped Jason Todd recuperate after his resurrection and funded his vigilantism on the condition he leaves Batman alone. Alas, Batman's caution proved to be with good reason, as Talia turned on her beloved and her own son to take control of the League after Rash's death. She goes on to create the international terrorist network Leviathan, and even put a $500 million bounty on Damian's head. Her relationship with her son and her paramour are tenuous at best these days, and despite having been Bruce's baby's mama, Talia al Ghul isn't about using that fact to play psychological games with the world's great detective. Intervention. Number 29, Philo Zeiss. Mob and facers are dangerous as it is, but a mob and facer with reflexes and eyesight so enhanced that he could go toe-to-toe with Gotham's protector? Now that's something we don't see every day. Following the death of his parents in Sicily, a young Philo Zeiss went to live with his uncle, Victor, who worked as a gardener for the Sicilian mafia boss. When his uncle, too, passed away, Zeiss was taken in by the mafia and given a purpose in life, being groomed to become a top-tier mafia enforcer. Feeling a sense of indebtedness to the mob for giving him a life, after he thought he'd lost everything, Philo agreed to undergo an experiment with surgery on his optic nerves that would increase his perception and reflexes to superhuman levels. A pair of high-tech goggles which are wired directly to his frontal lobe allowed him to record and movements and tactics of his enemies in great detail. Using these enhancements, eyes can anticipate or emulate those tactics on face, combined with his extensive martial arts training, makes him one of the deadliest hand-to-hand combatants on Earth. He came to Gotham City as the personal bodyguard of Lee Moxon and relocated to Gotham's east side and finds himself continually bumping up against Catwoman. Number 30, The Firefly. The original Firefly was Garfield Lynch, who was a Hollywood stuntman that turned into the light beam wielding villain. Thanks to the power of lore building, he has since been characterized as a pyromaniac turned pyrotechnics expert who went insane and turned into the blazing threat that is the modern Firefly. This version of Firefly was the protege of Killer Moth, with the duo attempting to replicate the success of the dynamic duo, but eventually was abandoned by Firefly when he discovered the full extent of Lynn's insanity. The second Firefly only made a one-off appearance during the Silver Age of comics before being properly canonized by the New 52. Ted Carson was a wealthy who used his position in Gotham's elite circles to stage several robberies as the Firefly. This version is notable for managing to successfully use Kathy Kane, the first Batgirl. With the new 52 reboot, Carson was formally
Oh, Barbara
recognized as
Gordon
the
wasn't the
second
first
pyromaniac who
Batgirl?
donned the mantle of
Huh?
Huh.
Firefly, having
Said Barbara
killed
Gordon
Garfield
wasn't the
Lynch
first
and taken
Batgirl?
over his role.
Oh,
Now, thanks to
I
DC's
kind of zoned
Infinite
out doing
Frontier
my
event,
copper shit.
he was
Oh.
Let me
properly
rewind it.
canonized by the New 52. Ted Carson was a wealthy kleptomaniac who used his position in Gotham's elite circle as a
Rewind a little more.
pyromaniac turned pyrotechnics expert who
Because
went
Re
insane
52 is
and
like
turned into the
a
blazing threat that
reimagining.
is the modern
Oh.
Firefly.
No, I
This
must
version of
re-upload that
Firefly
shit.
was the protege of Killer Moth, with the duo attempting to replicate the success of the dynamic duo, but eventually was abandoned by Firefly when he discovered the full extent of insanity. The second Firefly only made a one-off appearance during the Silver Age of comics before being properly canonized by the New 52. Ted Carson was a wealthy kleptomaniac who used his position in Gotham's elite circles to stage several robberies as the Firefly. This version is notable for managing to successfully use Kathy Kane, the first Batgirl. With the new
Kathy
52
Kane, the
reboot,
first Batgirl. I was
Carson
like,
was formally
wait,
recognized
I
as the
thought Barbara
second
Gordon was
pyromaniac
Batgirl.
who donned the mantle of Firefly, having killed Garfield Lynch and taken over his role. Now, thanks to DC's Infinite Frontier
Yeah, I don't know
event,
DC
he
well
has
enough.
been
I always thought it was
resurrected,
Barbara as
and
well.
both Fireflies
Yeah,
operate together as a
crazy that.
flamethrower duo that has two major purposes: threatening Gotham City and proving once and for all that the Firefly is the superior pyrotechnic villain out of the two that have been encountered by Batman over the years. Number 31, Jason Todd. Jason Peter Todd is the second Robin who stepped into the shoes of being Batman's sidekick
See,
after
and to
Dick
me, when
Grayson
I think
adopted the
Robin, I
moniker
think Dick
of Night
Grayson.
Rain. He was raised in the slums of
Since
Gotham
Dick was the
City.
original.
His father, Willis
Yeah.
Todd, was a petty criminal. Willis was eventually arrested but never returned home after his release. Jason was left alone with his mother Catherine, who was a drug addict. He
I
was
think
oblivious to
technically
her
there's been
not being his
5
biological
Robins.
mother. He grew up in a
The
neglected
only other
environment
one I know
where
of
his father
besides
survived.
Dick
Catherine died
is
from
Tim
a drug
Drake.
overdose, and Jason was left stealing
Those are the
tampons
important
for
ones.
money.
Here one is
Batman
Damien.
spotted him while he
Then the
tried to
last
steal
one
the
is like a
ties from the
one-off blonde
Batmobile.
girl
He put
who's
him
in
in a
like
facility
some
to
weird
correct
issue.
troubled behavior,
Oh,
but it
gender
turned out to
swap.
be a bluff
What a
to threaten
Yeah, but
surprise.
it was like
to the young
old. It wasn't
criminals.
like a modern
Oh,
thing
it
or
wasn't
anything.
like
Batman
modern.
took him under
Okay.
his train him to be the new Robin. During an altercation with the Joker, Jason's Robin ends up dying. When Superboy Prime alters reality, he is resurrected. However, he has sustained his injuries from the past, and Talia al Ghul immerses him in the Lazarus Pit to restore him, where Ra's was also immersed. The pit's energies, combined with Rash's, affected Jason's personality, turning him antagonistic. He sought out Batman when he realized that his death was not avenged. On learning that Batman was not remorseful for sparing the Joker's life, even though he had killed Jason, he becomes the Red Hood. As the Red Hood, he was an anti-hero who resembled Batman but was more than willing to cause fatalities in fight.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious.
Oh, pharma ad, yay.
Don't stop your asthma treatments
Uh,
unless your doctor tells you to.
Shall we go into dinner?
Number 32, Professor Pig. Originally known as Lotsa Valentin, Professor Pig is a twisted surgeon who is one of Batman's disturbing antagonists. In the New Earth continuity, he worked for a secret government agency called Spiral as a chemist. Exposure to a certain neurotoxin that could imitate Alzheimer's disease left him schizophrenic. He became obsessed with the Pygmalion and wanted to make people perfect. With a lust for human perfection, he began to kidnap people from Gotham and made them undergo horrific transformations to create Dolotrons. He later became a part of the Circus of Strange alongside metahumans. In the Prime Earth continuity, the organization he worked for, i.e. Spiral, was revealed to be a that was led by a neo-Nazi called Dr. Daedalus. He later became
Dr.
allied to
Daedalus?
Talia al Ghul through the Leviathan
Terrible
Deadless.
alliance.
name.
Okay.
Number
Daedalus.
33, Carmine
Daedalus.
Falcone.
Terrible name.
Uh
Carmine
huh.
Falcone, nicknamed the Roman, is a powerful mafia boss in Gotham City who dominated the city's own crime. In the New Earth continuity, the father, Vincent Falcone, was also a mob
Alright,
boss.
I'll be right back.
He was shot at a young age and taken to the Wayne Manor, where Alfred and Dr. Thomas Wayne saved his life. He later got married to a woman named Louisa, and they went on to have two daughters. During this time, the father, Vincent, forced his men to murder Carmine's second born, as he believed the child. Louisa convinced the enforcer to spare her life and sent her up for adoption in Gotham, where she grew up to become Selina Kyle. The Falcone family overtook the Maronis to take control of Gotham City. Vincent passed, and Carmine became the new. Due to his shrewdness, cunning, and Italian heritage, Carmine was dubbed the Roman, as he enjoyed the position of being Gotham's most powerful don. In the New 52 continuity, Carmine became a mob boss in Gotham after driving out the former don Rex the Lion Calabrese out of Gotham before he became known as Roman for his cunning. Number 34, Ink. Ink is a Batman villain originally created for Batman Beyond, the animated series. She can shapeshift into a featureless black liquid form that resembles ink. There is a lot of ambiguity revolving around her early life and origin story. For example, we never find out the reason why she was turned into a metahuman or how she gave birth to her daughter. What we do know is that she was born to extreme poverty. As a result, she was aware of how necessary money was and went on to become obsessed with acquiring it. Eventually, she had to turn to a life of crime to make money. She had a daughter known as Diana Clay. The father's
How much
identity was not
how much
disclosed, but
coal
due
is
to her
there?
criminal background, Ink was on the police's radar,
There was
and
quite
as
a
a
bit,
result, she had to be on the
Oh,
run.
really?
So she left
I
from what I
kind of
Carmine
used
recall.
some.
unnamed guardians to go on a
Yeah,
sleeping
there's a
Well,
bunch in
tour
this
it's
with
chest
almost
I'm
the
looking
end.
in.
government to become a
Wow.
biogenic
There's at
being.
least 2 stacks of
The police
64.
paid her a hefty amount of money. With the new metahuman form, she went on to become a high-ranking assassin and a corporate saboteur who would charge a heavy fee. She became Interpol's most wanted criminal soon enough.
That one of those is charcoal.
Number
I'm gonna steal the
35,
45 stack
Prometheus.
there.
Prometheus
Okay.
is a dark reflection of Batman, the yin to his yang. Batman
Prometheus?
lost his
I don't
parents
remember
to
him.
criminals and learned to fight as he wished to protect Gotham
Do you
City
remember
and
a
eradicating
Prometheus?
crime. Meanwhile, the story of Prometheus is
Nope.
quite the opposite.
Hmm,
Due to his poor
doesn't
experience
ring a
with the
bell.
law, he sought to destroy it, and so he trained himself in the ways of murder. He was born to two very loving hippie criminals. They would travel all over the United States and commit indiscriminate murders and often thefts. The murders often became brutal, which would catch the attention of the law. They were eventually cornered by the police. However, they forced the police to kill them in front of their son. The trauma from this incident caused Prometheus's hair to go white in shock, and he swore to destroy law and justice. He got his hands on large amounts of money thanks to the hidden stashes of his parents. He also extorted local mob bosses with whatever knowledge he had. With this money, he traveled all over the world to learn the ways of murder and sharpened his skills to make him an efficient criminal against the system he sought revenge from.
Not anymore.
Number 36, Azrael. The title or name of Azrael is given to the champions of an amoral and extremist faction of the Catholics under the order of Saint Dumont. Azrael is both an ally and an enemy to Batman. Jean-Paul Vallée was the first Azrael to appear in the comics. He was a bottle baby. His father, who was the Azrael before him, genetically engineered him with the DNA of an animal. From a tender age, he was psychologically conditioned to become his father's successor. After his father's death, he was sent to Europe to train under the order of Saint-Dumont. The second Azrael was Michael Washington Lee, an expert who was experimented on by an evil scientist called Dr. Hurt. He subsequently gained enhanced strength and reflexes, but the treatment drove him berserk. Initially, he was supposed to be a part of the police force, but his psychologically altered state caused him to side with the Order of Purity, which is a splinter group that referred to their champion as Azrael. The third Azrael in the story is Abraham Arlington, who succeeded Michael Lane as the Azrael in the Order of Purity. He was trained by the Order of Saint-Dumont in Europe, just like Jean-Paul, and made to don the suit of sorrows. However, he turned insane within 6 weeks of wearing the suit and was placed in a mental hospital. Number 37, Dr. Death. Dr. Carl Helfern, or Dr. Death, is the first ever supervillain who Batman went against, making him a crucial addition to Batman's gallery of rogues. During the golden age of a post-crisis continuity, we don't learn much about Dr. Death's origin story. What we do know is that he creates lethal poisons to aid his plans to get money from the rich people of Gotham. He also manufactures
Alright, just topped
bio-weapons
off
and
my
sells them
tea.
on the black market to terrorists. However, in the new 50 continuity, we see Helfern as a scientist for Wayne Enterprises. He is shown to have a knack for military advancement, as he was from a family who worked as soldiers. He had a son who was deployed in the Middle East. Lucius Fox hired Helfern as a scientist who would lead the bio initiative that studied regenerating
Are you still
humans. He
smelting?
focused on the study of bone
Oh yeah.
health, while his peers
Okay.
studied cell regeneration and neurology.
What the
During
heck
this
was that?
time, Helfern
I'll
learns about his son dying Odysee. He
farms,
is
or I'll
fired
harvest
soon
some more
after due
bamboo.
to the frequent failures of his experiments. He had initially drowned himself in work after losing his son, but after
Put
losing
this
his
away.
job as well,
Should
he
probably
had
put that
begun to
away for
believe
now.
that there was no justice in this world. As a result, he strikes a deal with Edward Mignan, who allows him to continue experiments as a criminal scientist. He eventually finds a chemical that can accelerate bone growth and mutate people horrifically. He was the first traditional supervillain and a recurring adversary of Batman. Number 38, Killer Moth. Killer Moth is a supervillain who seems to be inspired by Batman, which also makes him an antagonist to both Batman and Batgirl. Instead of helping people, he helps lawbreakers as their dark knight. Not only does he copy his building and paraphernalia, but also takes on the alter ego of a rich philanthropist named Cameron Van Clear. Killer Moth was initially a petty criminal and an ex-convict. He had a dream. He wanted to become a patron saint for the criminals of the city and protect them from the police and the law by giving them their own costume supervillain. However, he was motivated by greed and not justice, and as a result, he did everything for a price. He would help criminals escape the law in exchange for their illegally acquired wealth. Number 39, Arkham Knight. Astrid Arkham donned the moniker of
Shit.
she founded a cult called the Order of the Sun, which was dedicated towards the redemption of Batman. Her parents, Dr. Jeremiah Arkham and Dr. Ingrid Carlson, were psychiatrists who worked at the Arkham Asylum. Ingrid was a kind woman who was respected by the inmates of the asylum, even among the likes of Harley Quinn and the Joker. When Ingrid was pregnant, there was a riot by the inmates. During this time, she went into labor. Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, Clayface, Two-Face, Solomon Grundy, and the Joker protected Ingrid and helped her deliver Astrid. However, a stray batarang hit her and it slashed her neck. Astrid was isolated from society while growing up, so she spent her time and formative years with the inmates of Arkham Asylum. Instead of befriending kids, she befriended criminals who often served as a parental figure to her. Because of this relationship, she began to hate Batman, as he was the one responsible for their incarceration. She she began to see a demon in him, a demon who hurt people. She would often read out fairy tales with knights to the Joker, and this went on regularly because she had a thing for the knight archetype. As she became obsessed with destroying Batman, she started to undergo harsh training to be a skilled fighter. She also learned how to masterfully wield a sword and adopted the Arkham Knight as her alliance.
But perhaps it doesn't help it here. Perhaps.
Number 40, Calendar Man. Originally known as Julian Gregory Day, Calendar Man is a criminal who commits crimes that correspond with significant dates, such as holidays. However, he is a petty criminal, and his ridiculous crimes have made him a joke in front of both the law and crime. When he was a child, his father would always promise to be home during the holidays. Julian waited for his father at the bus stop from Christmas Eve to New Year's until he was taken in by the police. He then began to assign literal meanings to the dates and would suffer from mood swings depending on what day it was.
Howdy
Mother's
again.
Day turned out to be another nail to the coffin, as the mother was
Is
far from
Siri
being the ideal
like
maternal
is
figure.
she?
Yep.
She turned
Oh,
out the love
she's
Julian showed for her, causing him to succumb to a
she's having a
controlling
little
woman.
case of dementia,
He
eh?
attacked her mercilessly, and
Yep.
when he regained his senses, he found himself
Call
holding
it
his mother's
biding out.
burned arm.
Bidening
The
out.
family celebrated in the East End docks on Father's Day. They were to
That's
fishing
brilliant.
together, where he dismembers his father's body and uses
Yeah,
it as a
you know the
toothpick.
thing.
Anytime Julian would taste the great serving of fish, it made him feel closer, a tad closer, to his otherwise absent father. His mind grew more and more twisted with age, and he crashed the family's Thanksgiving dinner. He then killed everyone, enjoying some of the meal and assigning a feeling of loneliness as he had no family to spend it with. It was also on this day that he was captured by Batman.
That's a very impressive
Number
panda
41,
sanctuary.
Killer Frost.
This is bigger than usual.
Oh yeah, because we're gonna be leading a lot of pandas down here. Which, boy, that's gonna be fun.
Most of them are going to fall off the
Yeah, I have a bad feeling.
bridge. I only really care about getting the friendly ones over. They're going to be the hardest ones.
Oh, for real. You'd think the friendly ones would be like the easiest ones to get over the
Frost.
bridge, but
Killer Frost
no.
is a metahuman with cryogenic powers.
They
She
gotta
is also a
be
recurring member
super
of the
slow.
Suicide Squad. Crystal
Lazy little
Frost was the
bitches.
first Killer Frost. She had studied cryogenetics in the Arctic, during which she was locked in a cryogenic chamber. This turned her into a metahuman with cryogenic powers. She hated men and sought vengeance against Martin Stein, a former professor and crush, for ejecting her. She became his nemesis after learning that he was one half of Firestorm, a nuclear superhero. Crystal died from an overexposure to the nuclear superhero, which caused her best friend, Dr. Louise Lincoln, to adopt the same method used by Crystal to gain the superpowers. She wanted to avenge her late best friend, and as a result, became Killer Frost, who was dedicated to killing Firestorm. We meet Caitlin's the most popular Killer Frost, who was originally a for research purposes and learned about the work of Dr. Louise, aka her predecessor. She was extremely inspired by her work that revolved around subverting the second law of thermodynamics. She referenced her work to create a self-sustaining thermodynamics engine when her colleagues were revealed to be the workers of a villainous group called HIVE. They placed
HIV.
in an attempt to silence her,
Well.
as they were responsible for Villain's death. The engine a secret. Caitlin panicked and ripped out the wires from in the engine, which altered her biological makeup.
But you don't call it Hive, it
She
sounds
then
funny.
turned into Killer Frost and
Mhm.
killed the Hive agents. Number 42, Lady Shiva. Lady Shiva is easily one of DC's most lethal assassins. She was also a trainee under Tim Drake, the third Robin. Her daughter, Cassandra Cain, became Batgirl in the future. As an assassin, she specialized in bare-handed skills.
Cassandra
Originally known as
Cain.
Sandra Wusan, she was the
Batgirl.
granddaughter of O Sensei,
Sure
an
you don't mean
expert martial
Batwoman?
arts. Her sister was killed, and she was told by a
Well, I
mysterious
know her
nun
name.
that it was
She
the
goes by
doing of
Kate.
Richard Dragon. Sandra began to undergo rigorous training to avenge her
I
sister
don't need.
and
I don't know
realized
DC
that
that
she
well.
had a natural aptitude
Yeah.
for the martial arts. After years of training, she was ready to go against her opponent and take revenge for her sister. She adopted Shiva as her code name and hunted down Richard Dragon. She lured him to a trap to kill him, but learned that he never killed his sister, and that the mysterious man was someone who worked for Richard Dragon and wanted him dead. He also told her that the real killer was already dead, as Dragon had killed him during a battle. Shiva began to think that her life's purpose was lost and her training was a waste. So she decided to ally with Dragon and fight during his missions, putting her skills to good use.
A few more torches down here.
Number 43. Salvatore Maroni. Salvatore Sal Maroni was a mob boss based in Gotham City.
Salvatore
He headed the
Barone.
notorious Maroni crime family, which was a
Totally
rising
not an
symbol of
Italian
crime.
name.
Its rival
Totally
Yeah,
not
it
an
is.
was the
Italian
more-established
mobster type.
criminal family of the Falcones, the one headed by Carmine Falcone. As a
Yeah,
Don,
kind that would
Sal
leave you
Maroni was
sleeping with the
feared considerably.
fishes.
However, his influence and power was second to that of the Falcones in the beginning of the series, which he resented. He also resented Carmine Falcone and considered him to be a weak, fragile,
Carmine.
and useless human. He wished to outdo them and gain a stranglehold over Gotham's crime. He is also the guy responsible for burning Harvey Dent's face with sulfuric acid after losing a case.
Where'd the dog go?
He's inside the panda building sitting on the bed.
Okay.
Number 44. Anarchy. Lonnie Machen,
Yeah,
or
moving.
Anarchy, is a child prodigy who
Gonna
has
go
their
feed
laser
him
focus
some.
dedicated towards
Here you
overthrowing the
go, buddy.
government and improving the social conditions for living. The character revolved around the philosophies of anarchism, and it attacks crony capitalism, corruption, and economic inequality. His mother, Greta Mitchell, was a showgirl who had given him up when he was a baby boy. He was adopted by Roxanne and Mike Machen, who recognized his special
I
inquisitive and
didn't know you could
curious mind
stack the
at an early
beds
age.
vertically.
He would visit
Interesting.
bookstores with Mike, where he found an immense interest in every subject, and in particular, philosophy. The knowledge caused him to be angry with the corruption prevalent in politics. He also hated the
Oh.
called himself anarchy when he was anarchy. He was captured by Batman and incarcerated as the Batman Human operation. Here, he hacked computers as the Money Spider and transferred millions from well-capital corporations to third-world countries. He later amassed a small fortune, which was said to be money that enhanced his intelligence. He also adopted a simple style of fighting by imitating the study of martial
Kinda sucks you can't pet the doggo.
You know, Mojang had said that they won't do furniture. I don't know why.
They've done like I found like tables and stuff, but they won't do stuff like couches, and it's like, okay.
Weird.
Uh-huh.
his criminal-minded brother, Roland, cared for him and shielded him from their mother, who was oblivious to Mark's monstrous ability. Roland learned all he knew Mark to commit crime. In the new 52, Mark was a patient of intelligence-enhancing curing brick near the town, Zion Island, an accident was Desmond Tutu. It gave him super strength, turned him into Lotsa. Later joined with the secret society. Following Mark's death,
Dang.
Roland became the Blockbuster
Night
and
already.
mutated with experimental steroids. He also became an overpowered, mindless behemoth.
Half
But
moon.
Neron elevated Roland's intellect to genius level. Roland then created a criminal empire as he planned to dominate the underworld of Gotham. In the new 52 continuum, Lex Luthor controls a blockbuster that resembles Mark Desmond. Later, this mantle was adopted by a female criminal. Number 46. Jeremiah Arkham. Jeremiah Arkham initially appeared in Batman Shadow of the Bat's first story arc, The Last Arkham, where he had his longest and most significant appearance. Jeremiah is presented in this series as the ruthless superintendent of Arkham Asylum, who has fantasies that the criminals he holds will one day be able to live in society. Jeremiah appears as a supporting character in several Batman films, always believing that the Arkham inmates could be rehabilitated. This would change in Batman Life After Death, when it was revealed that Jeremiah was the Black Mask, and that he had been utilizing the inmates to construct his criminal empire. His alter ego, Black Mask, was a violent Gotham mafia lord and the commander of the False Face Society, who was notorious for his hatred of Bruce Wayne and his aptitude for torturing his victims. Batman apprehended him and imprisoned him in his own institution. When Jeremiah took over Arkham Asylum from his uncle, he demolished it before rebuilding it with cutting-edge technology to keep Arkham's criminals like the Joker, the Scarecrow, and Cornelius Stirk imprisoned. He was a gifted administrator who had an uncanny ability to read people's minds.
Tiger appreciates your concern, Batman.
Number 47, Catman. Thomas Blake was a world-famous
Catman?
Thundercat trapper who turned to crime
It was
after
actually
becoming
a
bored with
Catman.
hunting and
Crazy.
losing much of his riches.
Yep.
He assumed the identity of Catman, a burglar who committed his crimes while dressed in the catsuit made from an antique African material
Oh,
that he
cat
believed
burglar.
gave him a cat's 9 lives. Catman originally appeared in Detective Comics 311. Catman's experience as a game hunter and in the outdoors combined to make him an extraordinary tracker. He can follow and detect odors even without metahuman senses. Catman is a skilled fighter, capable of taking on Batman and Bronze Tiger, two of the DC Universe's best combatants. He prefers to use bladed weapons, such as knives, or these unique blades that he wields like claws. Catman became a laughingstock in the supervillain community after years of loss at the hands of Batman and Catwoman. So he retired and traveled to Africa to live among a pride of lions. Blake became a criminal mercenary and a member of the Secret Six after the lions were slain.
Now that NFL Sunday Ticket is
He
only
went to
on
go
YouTube
live
and
with
YouTube TV,
lions?
you can sign up in minutes. No 2-year contract tradition.
Like,
That doesn't
I...
sound real. That
Right?
doesn't sound like a real thing. I
Nah.
think he went to Vegas and spent his robbery money on hookers.
Sounds about right.
Sounds more accurate than I went to live with the lions.
Right?
First, to pursue down the lion's killers. Blake continued with the Secret Six when the lion killers were identified.
Whenever they say lion, I'm just substituting hookers.
Number 48, Copperhead. Copperhead made his debut appearance in Gotham City dressed as a snake before being arrested by
Fucking
Batman and the first Copperhead subsequently resorted to more lethal pursuits as a super assassin, smothering victims with the tail of a tuxedo. He became obsessed with his target, starting nothing else until the target was dead. Copperhead was rather difficult in pursuit, despite being a super contortionist. Copperhead's contortionist abilities enabled him to fit into extremely tight areas. As we said before, he was originally dressed like a snake. The suit was made up of a weave of metallic and elastic fibers, with Kevlar protecting the vulnerable places, making it bulletproof and impervious to practically any cutting-edge weapon. Copperhead was later converted into a human-snake hybrid after selling his soul to the demon Neron. He was given venomous fangs, a forked tongue, claws, and a prehensile tail, as well as improved reflexes and agility. Manhunter later killed him, and he was buried in the Hall of Justice morgue. Number 49, KG Beast. Anatoly Knyazov was a
KG
brilliant clever
Beast. That's
who
a good
worked for
name
the
for a
Soviet
villain.
Union's
KG
secret
Beast,
and
I like
intelligence
that.
agency,
Yeah,
the
that's pretty good.
KGB. Anatoly
Yeah.
Knyazov, codenamed the Beast and dubbed the KG Beast by the
Just a
CIA,
big
was
fucking
trained as an
Ruski without a
assassin
shirt and a
by the
black
Hammer,
mask on.
the KGB's top
Uh-huh.
secret cell. His strength was cybernetically augmented, and he was claimed to have mastered the use of every lethal weapon known to man, in addition to being a master of several martial arts. He was also said to have slain at least 200 people when he initially appeared, including maybe Anwar al-Sadat. In The 10 Nights of the Beast tale, the Beast makes his first appearance. The Hammer's general, enraged that the Soviet government is working to improve relations with the US, dispatches Knyazov on an unauthorized mission to assassinate 10 high-ranking US officials, 10 key figures involved in the US Strategic Defense Initiative dubbed Star Wars, in the hopes of putting an end to it. He managed to kill 7 of them before fleeing. He's baffled Batman on several occasions, losing multiple limbs and organs in the process, including one of
Damn,
his
multiple
eyes
limbs and
and one of his
holy
arms,
shit.
as he has always been vanquished. Number 50, The Calculator. Bob Rozakis and Mike Grell were the original creators of the calculator. Brad Meltzer later transformed him from a masked thief to a villainous information broker. The calculator began his criminal career by traveling around the country and
The
fighting a variety of
calculator.
superheroes. He'd then push a button on his special suit, which would evaluate and record their fighting techniques. He wouldn't be defeated by any of the same heroes again. His suit was equipped with a powerful computer capable of analyzing and predicting an opponent's fighting tactics. The helmet's projector may materialize solid objects from an unknown energy source. The Atom, Black Canary, Green Arrow, the Elongated Man, Batman, and Airwave all battled him and vanquished him. He was sentenced to 9 consecutive life sentences in jail. The calculator broke free from prison and chose to start over. He then became an oracle for supervillains after hearing about how a buddy overheard Black Canary talking to herself after a battle and hearing stories about Oracle. He began to obtain jobs for people as a result of his friendships with various villains, and he rapidly built up a wide network of knowledge and contacts. Number 51, Tweedledee. Tweedledee is one half of the villainous duo Tweedledee and Tweedledum, played by Diva Tweed. They are violent gangsters and supervillains who look to be Batman's adversaries. Diva Tweed and his cousin Dumfrey are so similar that they may be mistaken for identical twins. They are otherwise known as Tweedledum and Tweedledee because they resemble Sir John Tenniel's portrayals of those characters in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. The Tweeds are usually in cahoots with one another when it comes to illicit activity. They prefer to plan criminal plots and delegate any necessary physical to their henchmen, who are fat and lethargic. The Tweeds frequently use their striking resemblance to one another to fool their opponents to believing there is only one of them. They teamed up and modeled themselves after the books Tweedledee and Tweedledum, often devising crazy, absurdist plots to catch Batman. When Tweedledee and Tweedledum were committing a string of crimes in Gotham City, they came across Batman and Robin. The Tweeds were caught by Batman and Robin, who went on to vanquish them on several occasions. Number 52, Dr. Hurt. Dr. Hurt, also known as Simon Hurt, was first introduced in 1963's Robin Dies at Dawn story by Bill Finger and Sheldon Moldoff as a minor one-off character. Grant Morrison was in charge of the character's modern reimagining, and he had a penchant for bringing obscure individuals from Batman's prior chronology into his multi-year Batman epic, which began in 2006's Batman and Son. Dr. Hurt is a Batman villain and Thomas Wayne's immortal ancestor of the same name. Thomas Wayne was born into the wealthy Wayne family in the early or mid-18th century. Thomas was a devil worshipper who sought to summon the bat god Barbatos and was instead challenged by the Hyper Adapter. After the new god was mortally shot by Batman, Darkseid unleashed the Hyper Adapter, a cosmic creature. When Thomas Wayne called the Hyper Adapter, the being's Omega energies linked with Thomas and made him eternal. In addition, he became inextricably linked to his descendant, Bruce Wayne, with the goal of erasing the Hyper legacy. He didn't die of old age and hasn't aged in hundreds of years. Dr. Hurt is also a hypnotherapy and psychiatry expert. His intellect and intelligence are far beyond those of a normal, having lived for so many years.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. We're eventually gonna need some more bamboo
Number 53,
farms.
the
Gather
Electrocutioner.
some dirt might be
Lester
a good
Buczynski,
idea.
Oh,
sometimes known as
definitely.
the Electrocutioner, is a minor Batman villain. He
Alright.
began as a hero, but eventually became a crook and a mercenary. Two other persons have used his identity, as have many other heroes and villains. The original Electrocutioner was Lester Buczynski's brother, who was killed in war. Lester stepped in to fill the void left by the absence of the mantle. The Electrocutioner, who is overtly reliant on his power to create electricity, has confronted and been beaten by Batman, Robin, and Nightwing. Chuck Dixon created Lester Buczynski in Detective Comics number 644. In Batman number 331, Closed Circuit, his nameless brother made his debut appearance. He eventually honed his villain skills and went on to work for Blockbuster. He was also engaged in Blue Haven. Lester is capable of electricity manipulation and production, just like the other electrocutioners. His hands shoot forth varying degrees of blasts. His suit has circuitry that allows him to use a bolt of electricity to stun or kill his victims at will. Number 54, Clue Master. The Clue Master is a Gotham criminal who figured out Batman's secret identity in order to get an advantage in combat. However, his strategy backfired and he was defeated by Batman. He was conquered and put back into Blackgate Penitentiary, where he appeared to be rehabilitated, but was really only getting rid of his gimmicks. He used to go by the name of Arthur Brown, a failed game show host who turned to a life of crime, leaving behind a trail of clues. Stephanie, his daughter, adopted the surname Spoiler. Following Stephanie's death, vengeance becomes his sole motivation. He became recognized for leaving intricate clues behind in several of his early crimes. This, of course, is never a good idea. Other villains he befriends include Clock King, Big Sur, Multi-Man, and Major Disaster. They join together to form the Injustice League, but they don't survive long in this league before deciding to give up a life of crime. With the help of the Justice League, the 5 of them attempt to reform themselves. They are granted a base of operations in America that is far away from civilization. Number 55, the Great White Shark. Warren White was a vicious banker known as the Great White Shark because of his ferocity. He stole his company's pension fund and practically all of the company's clients' life savings, both working class and upper class. He pled insanity to avoid incarceration, but the judge sentenced him to Arkham Asylum after learning that he had paid off the jury. White went to Arkham believing that, like everything else in his life, he could buy his way out. However, following his discovery, he became the asylum's new fish, despised by both inmates and staff. Even the Joker called him the worst person he'd ever met, while Killer Croc cut slits in White's neck because the new fish needed a set of gills, he reasoned. Warren White is a cunning and shrewd criminal mastermind. He has excellent financial talents, which he uses to fund criminal activities, purchase weapons, hire associates, and arrange a variety of other activities. He's proven himself capable of overseeing a criminal empire both inside and outside of Arkham Asylum. He also has a set of razor-sharp teeth that can be used as a lethal weapon if necessary. White was distorted as a result of his injuries and frostbite. His skin turned a pale white, and frostbite took his nose, lips, hair, and several fingers, making him look like a real great white shark and driving him somewhat insane. Many of his fellow convicts later relied on him to act as a connector and a fence because of his business contacts. Number 56, the Court of Owls. The Court of Owls is a centuries-old secret society with great
Those guys
power
are such a
and
pain
influence
in the
rooted
ass
in
in the
Gotham
Gotham
City
Knights game.
architecture and history. The Court of
They're
Owls
fun
first
though.
appeared in
Yeah,
Batman
that's
#3,
true.
second volume,
True
in
that.
2011,
Wish
when
that game
Batman
had more to
uncovered
it.
their hideaway
I
and
know.
shared images of them
They
over the
did.
years, while on the lookout for William Cobb. The court would choose a few trained and
I'm like,
somewhat
I would love to have
sophisticated
seen some more
instructors like
case
Hocus
files.
Circus to become their talons or assistants. In fact, as we learn later in the Night of Owls storyline, Dick Grayson was slated to be one of their talons, but Bruce adopted him before the calamity could occur. Their existence has been passed down the generations as a nursery rhyme in Gotham City. Beware the courts of owls, they watches all the time, ruling Gotham from a shadow perch behind granite and lime. They watch you at your hearth, they watch you in your bed. Speak not a whispered word of them, or they'll send the talon for your head. The Talons have managed to stab Bruce numerous times, and despite putting his arm around Talon's neck and applying more than enough power, Bruce was unable to strangle the assassin out. Number 57, the Rat Catcher. Otis Flanagan once worked as a real rat catcher in Gotham City, but he quickly began exploiting his peculiar ability, an affection for and influence over rats, to orchestrate a variety of crimes. His influence over the rodents eventually developed to the point that he threatened Gotham with a veritable army of rodents. Flanagan had an epiphany while incarcerated. He realized he had spent so much time eradicating the city's rodent population that he had forgotten to notice what was truly afflicting it. Gotham's residents were a real infection, and despite his services to the city, Gotham turned against him. This was the origin of the villain, the Ratcatcher. The Ratcatcher, who had been incarcerated numerous times at Blackgate Prison, can inflict as much damage from behind bars as he can from outside, using his devoted, well-trained pets to convey messages and transfer goods inside the massive prison's network of ventilation ducts. Ratcatcher has the ability to converse with and control rats. He also knows a lot about Gotham's sewer system and the layout of Blackgate Jail. In comparison to human life, the Ratcatcher significantly prized mouse life. Number 58, Dr. Death. Dr. Death was Batman's very first adversary back in the golden age of comic books. He is frequently portrayed as a disfigured, mad scientist who creates a variety of biological weapons. Dr. Death's origins are unknown, save for the fact that his real name is Carl Helfern, and that he decided to use his genius for bad means at some time. Dr. Death first appeared in Gardner Fox's third Batman storyline, which was written by Bob Kane and illustrated by Bob Kane, making him older than Robin. Throughout the series, though, his character has been reinterpreted in multiple ways. Dr. Death makes his debut appearance in Detective Comics number 29, where he creates a dangerous chemical agent out of pollen extract and devises a scheme to use the poison to extort money from wealthy inhabitants of Gotham City. In all appearances, he is aided by a henchman who does the groundwork for him, while he is the scientific genius who works in his laboratory, creating all kinds of weird and dangerous gases that are lethal when swallowed by humans. His crazy schemes are constantly thwarted by none other than Batman himself, by hook or by crook. Number 59, The Key. The Key is a superhero who originally debuted in Justice League of America number 61. Gardner Fox and Mike Sekowsky collaborated on his creation. He is a brilliant scientist who has created a wide range of future weapons, the most of which are shaped like keys, keyholes, and locks. The Key worked for Intergang as a chemist. The Key was able to come up with indescribably sophisticated crimes that were not usually understood by most people, after utilizing his mind-expanding trance to access into sections of the brain that are normally ambiguous. He found himself up against the likes of the JLA with his squad of followers, the Keymen. He began with heightened 10 senses compared to regular people's 5, as well as access to 90% of his brain power. He also has a blaster in the shape of a key and multiple Keyman robots. He created a dream flu virus that causes hallucinations and transfers energy from victims to the key. A cybernetic implant also allows him to develop telepathy. In the DC universe, there have been two men who have dubbed themselves the Key. The first was a villain who battled Batman, while the second is a well-known Justice League of America foe. The Key was the boss of a major crime syndicate with international field agents. He is thought to have died after jumping from a cable vehicle into a gorge. Number 60, Phantasm. Andrea Beaumont, the daughter of a wealthy Gotham businessman and Bruce Wayne's lover, becomes the meticulous Phantasm, a grim reaper for anyone connected in organized crime in Gotham City. After her father was killed in a hit ordered by the mob, she would assume his identity and use it to hunt down and kill the ones who were responsible for his death. Phantasm, like other DCAU characters such as Harley Quinn and Lotsa, was eventually incorporated into DC Comics. She initially debuted in Tom King's Batman Catwoman comic series in Prime Earth. Andrea had practiced martial arts since she was a teenager, but her outfit gave her the majority of her coverage. She donned a protective bodysuit that provided some impact protection, as well as a blade on one hand and a smoke-emitting gauntlet on the other. She also worked as a hired spy and assassin, but because of her ties with Bruce, she was unable to accept tasks that she knew would harm him or violate his values. As a result of this, she once declined a hit on Batman himself, putting her own life in jeopardy. Number 61, Amygdala. Amygdala is a constant Arkham Asylum inmate who lacks an amygdala, resulting in monstrous wrath and superhuman power. Alan Heltzinger was having his homicidal rages removed, but the doctor doing the procedure didn't recognize the difference between the amygdala and the hypothalamus. His rages were even more intense after his amygdala was removed. Amygdala has a childlike disposition and is frequently used by villains, but he is on medication for his condition, which allows him to remain quiet and tranquil. When Batman and Amygdala first meet, he was being manipulated by Jeremiah Arkham, but despite his size, Batman was able to defeat him. He was another one of Bane's convicts who was possessed by the ventriloquist, but Batman was able to defeat Amygdala once more. Amygdala has near superhuman strength, endurance, and injury resistance. He has a few flaws, such as mental issues, and he can't manage his fury. Thus, he's prone to becoming enraged and destroying everything. Amygdala also has an issue with his cognition, since he has the mental capacity of a small child and has a short fuse. Number 62, Flamingo. Flamingo is a DC Comics villain who is a member of the Circus of Strange. Grant Morrison is said to have envisioned him as a version of Evil Zorro, a famous figure with strong ties to the Batman mythos. Eduardo Flamingo was a regular guy with a family who used to be involved in a criminal gang known as the Mob. It lasted until he was apprehended and indoctrinated into a serial killer who eats the victims' faces. He murdered his entire family before becoming a contract killer with an impeccable kill record. In Grant Morrison's Batman and Robin, he is most notably known for nearly killing Red Hood, otherwise known as Jason Todd. He is a very talented assassin, as seen by his ability to single-handedly defeat Red Hood and Scarlet in combat before Batman and Robin arrived. He used a wide range of weapons, including chain whips and submachine guns. He also owns a number of cars, the most popular of which being a bright pink motorcycle, thus being one of the most
I'm just
flamboyant
hopping
serial
in bed
killers
because I don't want to
ever
get
seen
knocked
on
off by
Earth.
the Phantom. I don't know how many days
Number
it's been now.
63.
Oh, that's fine.
Wayne Bruce
It's
is
right
a
by bed
clone of
anyways.
Batman, perhaps manufactured in the same way as Bizarro, Superman's successful clone, was. Bat-Zaro appears to be attempting to assist Batman at times, but his jumbled words and odd behaviors make it difficult to be certain. This is the world's worst detective, according to Bat-Zaro. In fact, Bat-Zaro introduced himself to Bizarro as Bat-Zaro, the world's worst detective, in his debut appearance in Superman and Batman. In the polar opposite of Batman's origin narrative, he is depicted with dual handguns, shooting down couples walking down Crime Alley. From Bizarro World, he is Batman's polar opposite. When the Joker gained Mr. Mick-Z-Spicklick powers, he may have created Bat-Zaro. In many ways, he is the polar antithesis of Batman. Bat-Zaro, in stark contrast to the original, kills his own parents and speaks out publicly instead of quietly contemplating his actions. He also has an inverted bat emblem, no eyes, yellow fangs, a futility belt instead of a utility belt that he wears upside down with the pockets open, and speaks in a Bizarro-like manner. In Superman Batman number 24, Bat-Zaro appears to have died when he jumped in front of a bullet fired by the Joker to save his idol's life. The Joker confesses that he invented Bat-Zaro so that he might have the pleasure of killing a Batman. Before this time, Batman had no idea that Bat-Zaro existed. Bizarro was last seen putting him in the Phantom Zone in an attempt to heal him. Number 64, Lockup. Lockup is a villain from DC Comics and a foe of Batman. In Robin, number 24, he was integrated into the mainstream comics timeline before the more Harley Quinn. In Robin, number 24, Lockup makes his debut appearance, capturing Charaxus. He then appeared in Detective Comics number 694, where he was shown capturing the minor villain Weedwhacker. He only appeared briefly in both of these adventures at the conclusion, removing the villain before Batman and Robin could return to the scene. His first full appearance was in Detective Comics number 697 to 699, in which he captured Two-Face and transported him to his own prison, where he was joined by Charaxus, Weedwhacker, and a gang of thugs. He is a ruthless vigilante who captures and imprisons offenders for life without trial or mercy, even if he has to break them out of jail first. He also knows a lot about incarceration methods and procedures.
He breaks criminals out of jail just so he can put them in his own jail.
He was also voiced by Bruce Wayne in an
Kind of like
episode
that.
of Batman, the animated series, where he features in
Insane.
one episode.
Highest whale. Can you find them in time?
Number 65, Humpty Dumpty. Humphrey Dumpler, as fate would have it, has had a series of almost supernaturally poor luck for most of his life. Dumpler is a huge man with an egg-shaped head, who is obsessed with speaking in rhyme and disassembling and reassembling malfunctioning machinery in the hopes of restoring it. His plans were thus not evil in nature, but rather mistaken attempts to comprehend and repair the world that has treated him badly. Despite this, his activities result in a number of disasters, including the derailment of a train due to his sloppy reassembly. In an attempt to heal his violent grandmother, he also murdered and dissected her, then stitched her back together with bootlaces. He was imprisoned in Arkham Asylum not because he was a cruel or evil guy, but because his constant messing with machinery puts those around him at risk. He doesn't have any of the typical cruel or nasty features associated with Batman enemies. He was a mortal prisoner in Arkham, frequently assisting with minor repairs around the asylum. Number 66, Storm Trigger. Storm Trigger was one half of the Trigger twins duo, alongside his brother Tad. Even though they were twins, Storm and Tad were separated at birth. They lived life while being unaware of the existence of the other twin. As luck would have it, both turned to a life of crime. During a particular bank robbery in New Jersey, Tom and Tad were robbing the same bank. During that time, they saw each other's faces and were surprised by the similarity. They then teamed up and finished the robbery as a duo. Eventually, they paired up for their endeavors as criminals, worked for a local numbers runner, where they would kill the enemies of the land. Number 67, Sensei. Sensei Han-sung is an expert martial artist. Sensei translates to teacher in Japanese, so he also teaches martial arts such as karate. He has trained only one student with optimum potential. That is Ben Turner, aka the Bronze Tiger, who he used for evil. He was affiliated with Ra's al Ghul, the founder of the League of Assassins.
Finally, I trained someone who is good enough to make evil.
Sensei rebelled against Ra's and supposedly lost his sanity during this time. He is also responsible for creating Dead Man, since he had ordered the murder of Boston Brand.
It was quite an act, really.
Number 68, Anthony Zuko. Anthony or Tony Zuko is a mobster who had murdered the parents of Dick Grayson, causing Bruce Wayne to adopt Grayson and nurture him into becoming Robin. Anthony Zuko was referred to as the boss, since he was a mafia don. He ran an extortion racket where he would send his men to extort money. Things went south when he tried to extort some money from Haley's circus as the owner refused. Tony Zuko then sent his men to sabotage the circus, where Dick Grayson and his parents, Jonathan and Mary Grayson, worked as acrobats and trapeze artists. Zuko's men poured acid on the rope. The rope broke, and Jonathan and Mary Grayson fell to their deaths, while a horrified and young Dick Grayson could do nothing beyond witnessing the atrocity. In this way, Zuko created his own worst enemy, who would bring him down in the future. Number 69, Firebug. Originally known as Joe Rigger, Firebug started off as a soldier who was also a demolitions expert. He is not the only Firebug to exist, but he did kickstart it with his story. He had family in Gotham City, who were killed in 3 different accidents revolving around the buildings. With news of this traumatic incident, Rigger returns to Gotham, but his sanity had begun to slip. He vowed that those buildings would not kill again. With his military training, he assumed a new persona called the Firebug and equipped himself with a costume with napalm tanks. He then burnt those buildings to the ground. He was imprisoned at Blackgate Prison. Following his release, he tried to get into Black Mask's gang, but his rival arsonist, Firefly, defeated him. Following his close encounter with death from a separate incident where he almost died from his own inferno, he sold his Firebug costume to Harlan Combs, who became Firebug 2. Later, an unnamed person took on this alias after winning the costume and the name from an internet auction. He also teamed up with Mr. Freeze, which is ironical considering how Mr. Freeze really hates the heat. Number 70, Jane Doe. Jane Doe is a serial killer who is so cold that she kills her targets before assuming their identity. She makes her first appearance as a distinguished woman named Dr. Ann Carver, who is a psychiatrist in Arkham Asylum. Warren White bribes her to transfer him to a prison with minimum security, while being oblivious to her original identity. Jane had studied the mannerisms of Dr. Ann Carver before killing her, and also destroying all the paperwork. So she accepted White's request without much evidence to hold her back. Later, with orders from Dr. Jeremiah Arkham, who was aware of Jane's actions, by the way, tries to kill White. The plan failed as he survived and she made herself a new enemy. Number 71, The Reaper. Several murderous Batman villains have used of the Reaper, or the Grim Reaper. The first Reaper in the Earth 1 continuity was Dr. Gruner. He was a German Jew who had experienced being put in a concentration camp by Colonel Kurt Schloss. During the Halloween parade, he killed Schloss, but ended up dead as he fell off a dam while battling Batman. In the New Earth continuity, Dr. Benjamin Gruner assumes this moniker. He is a Jewish German doctor and had the misfortune of watching his family die during the Holocaust. As a result, he turned into a Nazi hunter, sight-weaving vigilante called the Reaper. He later affiliated himself with the Black Mask. The New Earth continuity sees Judson Caspian as the Reaper. He lost his beloved wife to a robber, which triggered him to becoming the Reaper. During the day, he wore the facade of being a regular socialite. In the Prime Earth continuity, his backstory is similar to the one in New Earth. But here, another layer of the character is explored, as we learn that he was hated by Dr. Thomas Wayne. He is also the father of Rachel Caspian, a woman who had gotten engaged to Bruce Wayne. Number 72, The Fox. Warren Lawford was a member of the Terrible Trio. During this time, he took up Fox or Fisk as his alias, as he wore the fox head as a mask. Lawford was an inventor and an ambitious criminal. He banded up with two of his colleagues, Gunther Hardwick and Armand Leidecker, to form the Terrible Trio, which was a team of thieves. They dressed in business suits and the animals affiliated with their personalities or talents. As Lawford became the fox, Leidecker and Hardwick became the vulture and the shark, respectively. Together, they committed crimes all over Gotham City. As you'd expect, Batman would be a great hindrance to them, causing Fox to relocate to Portsmouth City with Vulture and Shark. There, they established the investment firm of Fisk, Shackley, and Volper.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do criminals even commit crimes in these superhero cities?
Number 73, Nora Fields. Nora Fields is popularly recognized. Nora Fields
Guess
is
they want a
popularly recognized
challenge.
as the wife of Victor Fries, or Mr. Freeze. Her terminal illness and inevitable death is the situation that triggered Freeze into becoming Mr. Freeze. Nora Fields was diagnosed with a fatal illness not long after her marriage to Victor. As a person who worked in cryogenics, Freeze chose to preserve his wife and to prevent her. As a person who worked in
It's not
cryogenics,
cryogenics, it's
Freeze chose to
cryonics.
preserve his wife
Big
to
difference.
prevent her from dying, hoping that a cure would be found in the future. In the new 52 continuity, Nora Fields is a
When
woman
is when
born
you
in
freeze
1943.
meat?
She was only 23 when a rare heart condition plagued her. It was said to be terminal with her death by the time she turns 25.
Cryonically freezing
However,
people is
her
evil
family decided to preserve her cryogenically
because
instead,
it
Yep.
doesn't work.
hoping that
It
someday
destroys their
a cure
bodies
would be
completely.
found for her condition.
Yeah.
She was then stored in a facility owned by Wayne Enterprises. Victor Fries fell in love with her while he was doing a PhD on her stasis. He began to believe that she was his wife and would spend most of his time with her. We really get to see her come to life once again in Rebirth. Having dedicated his life to cure his wife, Victor Fries finally manages to bring Nora back and to cure her of her terminal condition. Nora learns about her husband's life as a criminal and a villain. She chooses to embrace this lifestyle and takes up the name of Mrs. Freeze. But he did not wish her to be in crime. Nora considered it to be trouble for her and left him to become a criminal.
What's funny? You're saying we owe Batman's existence?
Number 74, Joe Chill. Joe Chill might not be a sinister, smart, or strong villain, unlike most of the other villains in this list. However, his importance is insurmountable, as he is responsible for creating the Dark Knight. He was the one who murdered Dr. Thomas and Martha Wayne, which kick-started Bruce Wayne's story. In the Golden Age continuity, Joe Chill was first seen in Crime Alley. He desperately needed money, but he was not a cold-blooded murderer. When he held the Waynes at gunpoint, he was visibly flustered. After robbing them, he ended up killing them. During the Silver Age, Joe Chill works as a small-time crime boss. Batman learns of him being the perpetrator of his parents' murder while he was investigating Joe. Here, Batman also reveals
I
his
always
identity
wondered
of
what the
Joe Chill.
origins of who killed Bruce's parents.
Number 75, Black Spider. Black Spider is a vigilante who is generally
Since
associated with the
the
crime
Joker
scene.
being the one
Several
killing his
people have
parents
warned
is not really
Spider of the Black
canon.
Spider, who is a ruthless killer who has no problem with allowing innocents to die. And yet, he does not see himself as a villain. Eric Needham was the first Black Spider. He was a drug addict when he was young. He turned to crime to keep this expensive addiction afloat and would partake in several petty muggings and thefts until he attempted armed robbery. He broke into a liquor store and ended up killing a man accidentally. This man was his own father. Remorse took over him in waves, making him go insane almost. He kicked his drug addiction to the curb and decided to exact revenge upon drug dealers as he considered them to be why Needham fell into this cycle in the first place. Meanwhile, a mysterious force learnt of Needham's obsession with revenge and helped him acquire extensive training in high-end weapons. As Needham considered the drug-dealing criminals to be as lowly as flies, he began to call himself the Black Spider. What he did not know was that the mysterious force behind him was the city's top dog when it came to the drug business, Hannibal Hardwick. He intended to use Needham to eliminate his competition in the business. John LaMonica succeeded Needham. He was a professional hitman who took up this name when he was sent to kill Black Mask. However, he was sent to prison by Batman. Following his release, he took part in several criminal activities. In the end, he was shot several times by Detective Allen. Jericho became the third Black Spider, who was hired by the Calculator. His mission was to torture a Birds of Prey member called Savant.
I know that the best way to ruin Ant-Man, all the jerks on the revenge, to wipe them out.
Number 76, Egghead. Calling yourself Egghead as a villain might not make you sinister, but is definitely unique. He also believes himself to be the smartest criminal in the world. He is also renowned for his catchphrases that made egg puns. So he would often use words
Exactly.
like excellent and exactly.
Mm.
This criminal mastermind was in fact one of the smartest in the world. His excessive, or rather excessive intelligence made him
It's
super elusive.
egregious
To
and
be fair,
excessive.
not much is known about his backstory. He was formerly associated with several villains, including the Riddler, who happens to be quite fond of him. Number 77, The Eraser. Lenny Fiasco embraced the alias of the Eraser as a criminal. He had a terrible college life where he was plagued by the continuous taunts of his classmates. As a criminal, he excelled in covering the tracks of crime left by other criminals. He would take a 20% cut of the money and erase all the evidence. During his time in college, he was classmates with Bruce Wayne. He would make several mistakes which would require him to constantly use an eraser. It made him an object of mockery. He also liked this girl called Celia Smith, and he planned to go to the school's ice carnival with her. But she chose to go with Bruce Wayne. This was the final nail to his coffin, and he assumed the identity of the eraser as he turned to a life of crime. He was extremely competent at erasing the track of crime, leaving the police forces baffled over the lack of evidence in crime scenes.
Fight me down, you psycho! These are the world that I see when I
Number 78, Juella Dent. Juella Dent, or the Joker's daughter, is an enemy turned former member of Titan East and the Teen Titans. She has adopted several aliases throughout her life, such as Catgirl, Penguin's daughter, Joker's daughter, Scarecrow, Card Queen, and Harley Quinn. In the pre-crisis continuity, she claimed to be the daughter of Catwoman, the Penguin, the Riddler, and Scarecrow. Not only did this garner Robin's attention, but she also found out his identity.
Damn, she sounds real
Later, she
cuckoo.
revealed herself to be the daughter of Two-Face, or Harvey Dent, Juella Dent. She joined the Teen Titans to atone for
Someone
Harvey
has
Dent's
daddy
crimes with
issues.
Two-Face, and went by the name Harley Quinn.
Yep.
In the post-crisis continuity, Juella Dent was a delusional and schizophrenic person who had visited the mental institutions several times. She was also an acrobat who uses clown motif gadgets. However, it was revealed that she was the daughter of Earth 3's the Jokester and Preface, or Evil Intent. The entire thing can get a bit confusing. In the new 52 continuity, her character was revamped completely, and she was made to be a lot more villainous, which is why she attains a spot in this list. She was born to a happy couple who lived in the suburbs of Gotham City. However, her father had always been uneasy around her. As she grew up, she became more and more strange. She would commit unkind acts such as trapping a spider in a light bulb and creating a faucet with barbed wire. She would also use a box cutter to cut her face, as she believed her
Damn.
hideous things were beautiful. Her parents took her to a hospital for a surgery, which left half of her face deformed. Juella reveled in her new form, calling it flawless, while her parents found it ghastly. That night, she found out that her parents did not want her in the house, as they argued over it, and she ran away. Juella joined a tribe of people who dwelled in the sewers of Gotham City. When she found the Joker's face, she thought it was her own reflection. She donned the face and was mistaken to be the Joker. She later sought out the doll maker to get the Joker's face grafted onto her. Number 79, David Kane. David Kane is one of the best assassins in the world, and he is the man responsible for training Bruce Wayne. His assassination victims have often been some of DC's most powerful and famous people. He is dangerous and lethal. David Kane is a member of the League of Assassins. During his time in the League, he intended to train an apprentice to succeed him. He would train children to be deadly assassins. It mostly did not work out, so he decided he needed a child of his own so that they could inherit David's natural talent and ruthlessness. He sought out Sandra Woolsam, a woman with exceptional fighting skills. However, he believed Sandra's sister to be her weakness and killed her to help unleash Sandra's true abilities.
An NFL fan. What's your home team? Blood for Dolphins. Don't tend to nest with NFL Sunday ticket on you. can watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday game. No matter where it'll feel a little more at least on Sunday. NFL Sunday Ticket.
Mortified by her sister's untimely death, Sandra trained and sought came out to extract her revenge upon him. She lost to him, but realized that she could be a better fighter. Kane agreed to train her under a condition. She would bear him a child and then allow Kane to train her. This gave rise to Cassandra Kane. Number 80, the Cavalier, best aid disarmed. The most accurate description of this character comes from the animated series Batman, the Brave and the Bold, where the Caped Crusader quips that somewhere Shakespeare is spinning in his grave. The Cavalier is one of the oldest Batman antagonists, debuting in 1943's Detective Comics number 81. It wasn't until issue 89 came out that we discover his identity. Mortimer Drake was an obscenely wealthy man with exotic and idiosyncratic tastes. He would often be found associating with elite social circles, mingling with Gotham's richest and most powerful people, including Bruce Wayne. Very soon, as it were, his exuberance left him penniless beyond his expensive suits, and he decided to turn to a life of crime to fulfill his wishes. Channeling his inner musketeer, he took on the costumed identity of the Cavalier, a swashbuckling swordsman turned supervillain with a code of chivalry. He first encountered the dynamic duo after stealing a baseball from a young child, and managed to get away from them every time, until Bruce finally deduced his identity. Though he possessed no superpowers, the Cavalier was a great athlete and a top-tier swordsman and hand-to-hand combatant.
It's not a Cavalier, it's a Cavalier.
That shocked his targets on contact, and had a plume attached to his hat that was actually a steel.
Is this a foreigner or AI voice? Like,
fuck. Alright.
Even getting the best of him on certain occasions. Though, like every other Batman villain, he eventually ends up in Arkham, where he's broken in by Bane during the Nightfall event, and later infected with the venom and fear toxins during the Night Terror storyline. Number 81, Dr. Double X. Sheldon Moldoff and Dave Wood once tried to give us the closest possible thing to a scientific explanation of the human soul. And, ironically enough, it's the soul that takes on the role of Hyde in their version. Debuting in Detective Comics 261, Dr. Simon X was an extraordinary scientist who discovered that if a person was exposed to a powerful energy source, their aura would be charged up and given a form
yeah, I
that
still don't
exists
cough like I
outside
used
of
to.
their.
Yeah.
He decided to test this hypothesis on himself and was successful.
Sounds like a British Indian.
That looked like a
I think you're right.
Unfortunately, that's where the similarities ended. Being an introvert with a fragile self-concept, Simon X had always teetered on the edge of sanity. His experiment caused all his emotional and mental turmoil to manifest itself in the form of his energy duplicate, which he dubbed Double X, in an effort to distinguish between the two. Sadly, all his efforts would be in vain, as the malevolent Double would overpower the good doctor's will on several occasions and commit various crimes as the ethereal menace, Dr. Double X. Dr. Double X shares Simon X's consciousness, but can also act alone, which made him particularly tricky for the Caped Crusader to nab. Additionally, his powers of flight, electrical energy blasts, and super strength have pushed Batman to his breaking point, forcing him to call in backup. Bruce even had to go so far as to build his own data machine and create Double Batman to take him down in Detective Comics number 316.
I'm just waiting to go to sleep so I can get back to that mine.
The Shock.
Yeah.
The man who fired the opening shot in Batman's tangle with the terrible trio eventually tries to murder the very people he was once partners with. Like Warren Lawford, Gunther Hardwick was an exceptional scientist and inventor, as well as someone who specialized in aquatic and underwater devices, especially submarines. And just like Lawford, Hardwick had tasted every earthly pleasure he could find. So it didn't take a lot of convincing for him to join the terrible trio as its marine expert. Hardwick was actually the first component of the trio's modus operandi. In that, he was the first one to commit a crime out of the three, by stealing a fortune from a millionaire's cargo ship. Fortunately, Batman uncovered this pattern and was able to put an end to the trio's schemes and send them packing to Portsmouth. Here, Hardwick adopted the alias Sherman Shackley and continued working with the trio until one day his mind finally snapped under the pressure of all the drugs he was abusing, and he decided to kill his former partners. In Detective Comics number 832, Shackley is presumed dead by Fox and Vulture, who find his teeth next to a heavily disfigured corpse. In reality, it is revealed that Shackley has experienced a severe psychotic breakdown, driving him to kill his former partners in an attempt to reinvent himself. To that end, he ripped out his own teeth to fake his death and fitted his jawline with the teeth of an actual shark, chasing Fox and Vulture all the way to Arkham. After witnessing their old friend trying to rip their limbs apart with nothing but his teeth, Fox and Vulture wasted no time in aligning themselves with Warren Knight, who showed Shackley that Gotham's underworld can only handle one great shark at a time.
Time to fly.
Number 83.
Alright, I
The
made more
Vulture.
pickaxes and
The
some
final
swords.
member of the terrible
Cool.
trio has a much closer
I'm gathering
relationship
some more
to
dirt.
the Detective leader. In fact, technically, is the correct one. The original Vulture was a man called Armand Lydecker, an aeronautics expert who was so ridiculously wealthy that he made Ferris Air look like an incubation project. Having exhausted every possible method of stimulating excitement in his life, he becomes a part of the terrible trio and serves as its aerial extension. His genius-level intellect allows him to create weapons, gadgets, and all kinds of aerodynamic devices, which he uses to rob a cargo plane midair in his first appearance. Unfortunately, the sheer visibility of his aerial expertise comes back to bite him in the arse, and also leads to the downfall of the trio.
In the
As it was his
arse.
crime that allowed
Right in the
Batman to crack
arse.
the code to their criminal formula and apprehend them. After shifting their operations to Portsmouth, Lydecker would take on the air Volpa and would be heavily involved in the production of the A-39 steroid. After Shackley tries to kill both of them, Fist and Volpa effectively disband the terrible trio, which is later revived by Talia Al Ghul. Under her, the group's lineup consists of two good-for-nothing miscreants, filling in as Fox and Shark, and the latest person to take on the mantle of Gotham's persecutor in DC's Infinite Frontier reboot, Timothy Chase Fox, the son of longtime Batman ally Lucius Fox. Operating as this incarnation's Vulture, Jace's crew decides to rob Bruce Wayne's mansion, but is defeated by Batman with relative ease. This experience has a profound impact on the rambunctious Chase, which translates into his journey as a superhero.
What are you doing here? What in the first?
Number 84, Lady Clayface. The fourth iteration of the character and the only female so far, Sondra Fuller, debuted in The Outsiders in comic number 21 as an agent of the nefarious international terrorist Cobra. Having been thwarted time and again by the dynamic Jewel, Cobra decided to put together a team of elite operatives who would possess the powers of every villain that Batman had faced in his year as a crime-fighting vigilante. Fuller was a member of this team called Strike Force Cobra and was injected with the DNA of Matt Hagen, aka Clayface II, to recreate the effects that the protoplasm had on his body. The procedure was a success, and Sondra's power far exceeded those of her predecessors. Unlike Matt Hagen or Preston Payne before her, she had full control over her shape-shifting abilities and didn't need to replenish her powers. Additionally, she could also copy the powers and abilities of any superhero, making her that much harder to beat. The only problem was she couldn't turn it off, which meant her powers were both a blessing and a curse. It was Lady Clayface who created the Mud Pack, a group of 4 Clayfaces who targeted Batman as a receptacle of their individual vendettas. She inadvertently gave Basil Carlo Clayface powers when he injected her and Preston's DNA into his own bloodstream, becoming the ultimate Clayface. During this encounter, she fights alongside the Bat family and takes Carlo down, eventually falling in love with Preston, marrying him, and giving birth to the only pure Clayface in DC, their son Cassius, aka Clayface. Number 85, Composite Superman.
I'm going down to the
Imagine
mine.
the powers of the entire legion of superheroes
Okay.
condensed into one person. Now imagine that person developed a searing hatred for Superman, Batman, and Robin, and used his newfound superpowers to try to embarrass them all. The person you're thinking of is Joe Meach, aka the Composite Superman, who debuted in World's Finest Comics number 142. Joe Meach used to be a world-famous diver who had now fallen on bad times. He had an idea to regain lost fame and decided that his piece de resistance as a diver would be to jump from a tall building into a tiny bucket. Unfortunately, the tank he was aiming for had already sprung a leak, and maybe an inch of water was left in it. And so he would be jumping to his death. As he was falling, Superman came and saved Joe, which angered the man as he thought that the Man of Steel had stolen his moment of redemption and made a fool out of him. To make things worse, Superman got Meech a job at the Superman Museum, where he was tormented by the statues of the very person he now directed all his hatred towards. One day, when he was in the hall of the LSH, he got struck by lightning and ended up gaining all of their superpowers as a result. Imbued with all the abilities of the 30th century's finest super teams, he morphed his body into a half Superman, half Batman construct and began calling himself the Composite Superman. He teamed up with the two in an attempt to embarrass them and usurp their positions as the world's finest superhero. He'd have gotten away with it too if Batman hadn't figured out his deception in time. As the Composite Superman, Meech had godlike powers and completely embarrassed Kal-El in their first encounter. While this persona would become dormant later, it would resurface when the alien Zan attacks a reformed Meech with lightning and causes the Composite Superman to awaken. This time, though, Meech turns over a new leaf, sacrifices himself, trying to save the very heroes he once wanted to kill.
A kite for my fiendish revenge. I'll be the most famous kite-related person
I like being down here now that it's all lit up. It's just like Goody Hunt.
Part of the cavalcade of bizarre oddities that exist in the rogues
Out of
gallery of
curiosity,
primitive
because I haven't even
superheroes,
played with these
perhaps
yet.
none is as brave or stupid as
Jake's going big and going home for the holidays. That's the plan. At Michael's, she got everything to make cookies that were
Cool.
anything
You
but
can place the
color.
cobwebs. That's kind of neat.
Turn
Oh, cool.
ideas into I did it.
Might be able to start some ingenious traps with that bullshit. Because they
Ah,
are
yeah, yeah,
annoying.
yeah. They
Because
are.
they slow you down.
I hate getting stuck in those
It's
things.
like, what the fuck? And then it's like, oh, stupid.
Mm-hmm. Like, really?
$10 a month, no. Deal ends Friday, October 13th.
Man, a fact that was ridiculed to the point of becoming stale during the War of Jokes and Riddles storyline. After all, who can take a character that flies around on a jumbo hang glider, uses kite-themed paraphernalia, and shouts out, "Hell yeah," for no apparent reason, without any ounce of seriousness? Debuting in Batman number 133 and created by Bill Finger and Dick Sprang, nothing was explained about Charles Chuck Brown's infatuation with kites for several decades, aside from the fact that he was already into them as a child. In fact, even his name wasn't revealed until 1986's Hawkman, Volume 2, Number 4, was published, a full 26 years after Kite Man's first appearance. All that was known about him was the fact that he was a joke in both the superhero and the supervillain. 2016's Rebirth event rebooted the entire DCU. Finally gave us an answer as to why Kite Man does what he does. And it was more tragic than we could have expected. In Batman Volume 3, number 27, it was revealed that Chuck was a former aerodynamic engineer who was responsible for creating the Joker mobile. Chuck had a son who thought his dad's obsession with kites was cool, and once he even exclaimed, "Hell yeah," at the sight of his father with a kite. When the Riddler killed his son by poisoning his kite string, Chuck decided to create a customized glider, and adopting his son's words as his villainous catchphrase, he became the Kite Man. He joined the Joker's side during the war and was essentially comic relief throughout the arc. Eventually, he sided with the Caped Crusader. Number 87, Fright. Linda Freitawa was born with an affliction. Suffering from an advanced form of albinism, she was forced to spend her days hibernating, as even the slightest exposure to sunlight could prove fatal for her. Forced to spend most of the time isolated from regular society, she became obsessed with fixing her condition and enrolled herself in medical school. She managed to become extremely skilled in the fields of genetics and chemistry, but was pushed too far in her pursuit of cure and was expelled for conducting illegal experiments on human beings. Broke and living in destitution, she was given a chance to complete her work by Oswald Cobblepot, aka the Penguin. That's how she debuts in Batman number 627, working as the enamored assistant of Jonathan Crane, who has been commissioned to all fear toxin by the Penguin. But if you're thinking that working with Scarecrow wasn't going to be safe for Linda, think again. Because somehow
Think
she's even
again.
more demented than the King of Dimensions. During their time researching together, she manages to transform Kane into a fear toxin exhaling monster called the Scare Beast without his knowledge or consent, and proceeds to use the beast to pick off the internal threats in the Penguin's organization. By the time Batman figures out what's happening and confronts Penguin, Linda has used Crane's research to develop a cure for herself that removes the negative effects of her albinism while amplifying her natural strength, senses, and agility, and giving her the same ability to exhale fear toxin like the Scare Beast. Now, calling herself Fright, she escapes the dynamic duo and goes to work for the new Black Mask, becoming a key player in his criminal empire. Number 88, Nobody. Batman's journey to becoming the world's greatest detective demanded that he trained under some of the best martial artists and detectives of the world, one of whom was Henry Ducas, a French assassin. Bruce learned a lot from working with Ducas and had a mostly amicable relationship with him, but they disagreed on one major point. Batman was strictly against taking lives, and Ducas had little regard for life itself. Though they went their separate ways, this ideological difference would come back to haunt Bruce in the very first issue of New 52's Batman and Robin series. See, when Bruce was training with Ducas, Henri's son Morgan became his fighting partner. Having been trained by Ducas himself for 14 years, Morgan was an exceptional killer in his own right, but somehow kept losing to the novice Bruce Wayne, who kept pushing him to his breaking point. He finally snapped when Bruce beat him within an inch of his life after his own father had ordered him to kill his former partner. Broken in body and mind, Morgan developed a burning hatred for Batman and his preposterous no-killing rule, viewing him as more of a casual force in the fight against crime. He adopted the mantle of Nobody and embarked on a mission to end the legend of the Batman. While Morgan wasn't as skilled as Bruce, he was much more lethal in combat, thanks to his suit, which is equipped with sonic and cloaking abilities. He also knows the deadly nerve strike that can paralyze a person with one hit, which he used to kill off Batman Incorporated's Russian operative Ravo in his debut appearance. He would go on to toy with Damian Wayne's killing impulse and manipulate joining his own crusade against crime during the Born to Kill storyline. Morgan also succeeded in turning the boy to his cause, but was stopped by Bruce just in time. Number 89, Professor Milo. It's a shame we don't see more of this character anymore, because Professor Milo's debut appearance was perfect. Created by Bill Finger and Sheldon Moldoff, Achilles Milo first appeared in Detective Comics number 247. He was a brilliant scientist who was an expert in chemistry and alchemy, but like most scientists in the comic book, he decided to use his gift to pursue a criminal life. He used his extensive knowledge of the human anatomy and its biochemical nature to create several drugs and gases designed to incapacitate or downright antagonize certain aspects of a person's personality or character traits. In his first encounter with Batman, Professor Milo drugged him with a compound that gave Bruce chirotophophobia and forced him to swap out his batsuit for the ridiculously flashy Starman outfit. It was only after several hours of forced desensitization that he was able to get over his newly acquired fear. And even that wouldn't have been possible without Robin. On one occasion, Professor Milo gassed Batman with a compound that made him lose his, which is a pretty hard thing to accomplish. You know anything about the Dark Knight. In fact, to ensure that he is never pushed to the brink of mental collapse again, Bruce created the violent backup personality of the Batman, of Zur-En-Arm, in case he ever falls victim to psychological fix as effective as Professor Milo's. He was also responsible for Anthony Lupus's wound tendencies and has even consulted the Batman in a couple of cases from his cell in Arkham Asylum, after trying and failing to turn him into a lunatic with his trademark gases, of course. Number 90, onomatopoeia. Nothing is known about the origins of onomatopoeia. He could be a regular member of society, married with 2 children, none of whom are aware of his identity. It is possible that he is from Delaware and had a brother who was killed by a masked criminal. He had a nickname once, which he revealed to Virat, but we are not sure if even that is true because he did so shortly after killing her. Onomatopoeia debuted in Green Arrow, Volume 3, Number 12, as a serial killer who practically targets superheroes without superpowers and speaks only in onomatopoeias. Either anticlimactic, that the bad guy is supposed to remember with the entire life, can only do so whilst uttering noises like twig or skeet. Wait, that used to be the other company. Either way, don't let his borderline comical supervillain identity fool you into thinking he's just a goofball. The ambiguity is what makes it dangerous, because how are you supposed to fight something you can't even begin to understand? He is an expert marksman and hand-to-hand combatant, skilled with sniper rifles and fists alike. He is also insanely durable for a non, and he has been able to rush through 6 arrows shot at him with pinpoint accuracy, as well as survive multiple explosions and fires that would have otherwise killed a normal person. Onomatopoeia has instigated gang wars in Gotham City and was even able to gain access to Batcave thanks to his complete mastery of disguises. Posing as the vigilante Baphomet, Onomatopoeia briefly worked with Robin to gain Batman's trust and only revealed himself in the cave and had already slit Silver Central's throat in cold blood. Bruce didn't even know anything was wrong until he heard that crack sound, and it wasn't coming from his utility belt. Number 91, The Mad Monk. Despite his relative irrelevancy in recent years, correction, decades, the Mad Monk holds the distinction of being the second supervillain that Batman faced since his inception, and the first to headline a multi-part storyline. Created by Gardner Fox and Bob Kane, he debuted in Detective Comics number 31 all the way back in 1939. Operating out of a castle in Hungary, the monk was a vampire who was putting together an army of werewolf women to take over the world, alongside his trusty assistant, Darla. Using his hypnotic powers, the monk managed to trap Bruce Wayne's fiancée, Julie Madison, in a trance-like state and brought her to Hungary to make her a part of his army. He was eventually defeated by the Caped Crusader and struck by lightning, presumed dead. His character was revived by Jerry Conway
I'm making
during
it
the
a new
Silver
way to
Age
get down
comics,
here.
where he was
Okay.
reimagined as an ex-plantation owner called Louis Dubois, who lived in New
Planting
Orleans
more
to assist
bamboo.
their tailor after the American Civil War. Set upon by the vengeful spirits of their former slaves, the siblings gained vampire-like powers after being subjected to a voodoo ritual that had to be exorcised by Father Green in order to be contained. However, our favorite version has to be the post-crisis one, introduced in the 6-issue miniseries created by Matt Wagner, called Nicholas Tepesh, a not-too-subtle reference to Vlad the Impaler. The Mad Monk was the leader of a vampire cult called the Brotherhood, which operated on the outskirts of Gotham City. The miniseries was a reimagining of the first storyline featuring the monk's character, and managed to make him come off as more unhinged than ever before by throwing in a dash of fanaticism as befits his character. Number 92, Magpie. Growing up, Margaret Pye had always loved shiny things and wanted them all for herself. She was ridiculed for her fixation and nicknamed Magpie, after the bird that collects shiny things as a stimulant for potential mates. This obsession of hers just got stronger
He,
as she
thieving
grew up,
magpie.
and she took a job as a curator of the Gotham City Museum to be surrounded by the valuables she loved. But there's a fine line between loving something and obsessing over it, and she was eventually overcome with compulsive jealousy when she realized she would never possess the antique that surrounded her. This juxtaposition of her desires and her duties made her mind snap, and she decided to fully embrace the identity bestowed upon her by her bullies. Debuting in Batman number 401, the villainous Magpie decided to take matters into her own hands and started stealing precious valuables and exhibits from museums, replacing them with booby-trapped versions that would be lethal to the eye. She had an extensive knowledge of poisons, explosives, and most such devices of fatality. She was also notable for villains that Batman and Superman take down as a team in the post-crisis continuity, as established in Man of Steel number 3. Number 93, Crazy Quilt. Created by the legendary Jack Kirby during his brief stint at DC, Crazy Quilt was an exceptionally talented painter who led a double life as a criminal mastermind using paintings to leave clues. He was living a comfortable life as a wealthy art thief until he was double-crossed by one of his own henchmen, tearing down his modest empire. To make matters worse, in the ensuing struggle between the authorities and his gang, a gunshot wound severely damaged his eyesight, effectively blinding him. He volunteered for an experimental procedure to restore his lost vision by fusing an unique helmet directly to his optic nerves. While the operation itself was a success, Quilt was left with a unique form of color blindness. Though his sight was restored, he could only see the world in bright, vivid colors. This constant sensory overload drove him berserk, and he assumes the costumed identity of the supervillain we know as Crazy Quilt. Though he doesn't have any innate superpowers, his helmet and visor more than compensates for that fact. Crazy Quilt's helmet allowed him to hypnotize his victims using flashing lights of various colors, and can also project lethal laser beams as well as blinding getaway lights to facilitate an easy escape. The visor functions as Quilt's artificial eyes, since his own eyes no longer function. The lenses feed their input signals straight into his brain, and he can see things even if the visor is placed on the back of his head. After being defeated by the boy commandos, he relocates to Gotham City and develops an impassioned hate for Boy Wonder, nearly killing Jason Todd a day into his tenure as the new Robin, thinking that it was Dick Grayson under the mask. He continues to harangue the Bat family till this day with his avant-garde costume and his crazy, powerful helmet. Number 94, The Crime Doctor. We honestly wouldn't be surprised if George R.R. Martin based Rod Kyburn off this maniacal medical practitioner. Created by arguably the best creative duo in TV, Bob Kane and Bill Finger, Matthew Thorne, Bradford in the Earth 1 continuity, debuted in Detective Comics number 77. The brother of Gotham City mob boss extraordinaire Rupert Thorne, he used to lead a straight life but couldn't resist the allure of the family business. Matthew was a brilliant surgeon and loved his profession deeply, but crime was like an addictive drug that he couldn't shake off. It didn't take him long to follow in his brother's footsteps, and soon enough, Matthew Thorne began treating the criminals of Gotham City for his private practice as the crime doctor. Besides treating his patients, he would also hand out prescriptions to taught them how to execute their crimes with greater efficiency for 25% of the action. If he was required to conduct a house call and bail someone out of a bad situation, he'd take 50%, no questions asked. Thanks to his active felicitation of crime in Gotham City, it wasn't long before the dynamic duo came looking for him. Though he had no superpowers, Matthew Thorne's greatest strength is his demented mind. He is an expert surgeon and criminal mastermind who is so good at extracting information from his targets that he is the resident torturer of the secret society. Thorne was an average hand-to-hand combatant, but his injector gun gave him the clear edge in a fight, as it could either kill or incapacitate his enemies by emitting a lethal gas. Like his brother, he prefers controlling things from the
Got
shadows
someone in the
and is
server.
single-handedly responsible for Gotham's criminals feeling healthier, stronger, and more invigorated than ever. And while that's what a good doctor should do, something tells us it isn't because Thorne worships the Hippocratic Oath. Number 95, Rupert Thorne. And speaking of the Thornes, let's look at Matthew's brother, shall we? Before the Penguin or the Black Mask ever rose to power like they have in recent years, Gotham City's underworld was controlled by one man, and his name was Rupert Thorne. Created by Steve Englehart and Walter Simonson, Rupert debuted in Detective Comics number 469 and was introduced as the guy in Gotham's crime scene. A corrupt politician operating in the most corrupt city in America, Rupert accumulated an obscene amount of wealth and political connections during his lifetime, using them to finance his criminal enterprise and run it from the shadows. He eventually became a city councilman and invested in diverse businesses to expand his influence on the legitimate side of the board. Rupert was also the leader of Gotham's exclusive tobacconists club, which is how he came onto Batman's
Tobacconist.
list. After undergoing a harrowing physical transformation, fellow club member Dr. Phosphorus warned Thorne about the Caped Crusader, the dangers he posed to his massive empire. Seeing the truth in his words, Thorne used his political connections to decry Batman as a vigilante and did everything in his power to take him down. He replaced James Gordon with his own lackey and got Hamilton Hill elected mayor, who immediately put on a citywide arrest call for the Caped Crusader. He even went as far as hiring Deadshot to take out Bruce Wayne after learning Batman's identity from a tortured Hugo Strange. It's just a shame that he went after Strange, as that decision would cost him his life. Still, for a while, Rupert Thorne was the worst thing going for Gotham's Dark Knight, and that includes the Joker. Number 96, Gorilla Boss. DC's frenzied approach to capitalizing on the gorilla craze in the 50s resulted in the
Gorilla
creation of one of
craze
the
in the
most brutal
50s?
and bizarre
Interesting.
Batman villains of the Golden Age, the Gorilla Boss of Gotham City. George Dyke was once a top mobster who controlled much of the crime that took place in Gotham City. Unfortunately, he did so under the Batman's watchful eye and was promptly put behind bars by the Caped Crusader for his various felonies. Sentenced to death by cyanide-laced gassing, the boss came up with a plan to take his revenge on Batman. With the help of a crooked scientist, Dyke was able to safely transfer his mind to the body of a gorilla and cheat his sentence. Now inhabiting the body of one of the most powerful primates in history, takes on the moniker of the Gorilla Boss and plans to transfer his mind to Batman's body while trapping his consciousness within the apes, thus gaining the ultimate revenge. Though he can only communicate with Richmond by using pen and paper, Dyke's primate body is far stronger than that of any human and grants him enhanced strength, endurance, and a range of motion. He chases Gotham's protector all throughout the city, pummeling him every chance he gets, but ultimately, his newfound body proves to be his undoing. He pursues him up a building, but falls unconscious, and is promptly arrested by the authorities for his crimes after Batman deduces his real identity. Though his appearances have been sporadic since, he is one of the better gorilla-based villains that DC has created. They have made a head-spinning 50 of them.
50.
50.
Number 97, Ragdoll 2. The original Ragdoll was a Golden Age Flash villain who was blessed with the queer power of being triple jointed. He could contort his limbs to inhuman degrees, quite like a ragdoll, and decided to use his powers to commit crimes and take on the Flash. But while Ragdoll 1's membership into every secret group of supervillains would be contingent on his unique physiology, his son would have to put himself through literal hell to get to that level. And even then, he's mostly treated like comic relief. Debuting in Villains United #1, Ragdoll II's real name is Peter Merkel Jr. Being born to the contortionist extraordinaire that was his father, young Peter was expected to follow in his footsteps. But genetics failed the boy, as he was born without the triple jointedness that made his father such a great thief. He faced great abuse as a child because of this, being shunned and mistreated by both his father and brother. Determined to live up to the family legacy, Peter Merkel Jr. subjected his body to hundreds of surgeries over the course of 12 years in an effort to replicate his father's powers. While it gave him the flexibility he so desired, it also completely shattered any vestiges of sanity left within him. His surgeries replaced his joints with self-lubricating and fully rotating implants, which gave him contorting capabilities that far exceeded his father's. Additionally, his body also became nearly indestructible thanks to the modifications it went through. Donning a costume that closely resembled his father's, he joined Gail Simone and Dale Eaglesham's reimagined Secret Six,
God.
and later went on
Fuck
to
Gail
side with the
Simone.
Joker in his DC-wide supervillain war. Unlike his predecessor, whose cruelty is measured as opposed to impulsive, Ragdoll 2 is insanity.
Oh, is saying that gonna get me
and
put
will
is
shove
gonna
you
put
off
me
your
on a
feet if
list?
you dare question him. Just ask the Mad Hatter. Technical by Spy Satellite. Number 98, Dr. Moon. Healing is the body's natural process and is therefore dull and commonplace. I am an experimenter, a pioneer, a misunderstood visionary, quote unquote. It pretty much sums up the life motto of this insane former medical practitioner. Appearing first
Alright, man,
in
my hole,
Batman
but I gotta
number
run for the
240,
fucking
Dr.
bridge
Moon
now.
was introduced as the go-to healer,
Haul
medical
ass.
experimenter, and torturer of the League of Assassins.
Alright, bringing my shit
Nothing
in.
is known about his
Okay.
past
Some
life,
more copper.
save the fact that he was once
Nice.
nominated for a Nobel Prize.
We could
And that still
always
no
use some more
real way to
copper.
verify his doctorate's authenticity,
Yeah, they finally
as
released that
there are
DLC.
no records of his
Yeah.
accreditation. What is known, however, is that he is a brilliant person who, if his moral compass was correctly aligned.
Introducing Popeye's new spicy truffle chicken
Look,
sandwich.
we already like
This is the
chicken,
chicken
okay?
and truffle infused spicy mayo.
That's like
How do you
advertising a
make sense out of
toilet.
something so
Everyone likes chicken.
spicy? We don't make sense
Even
out
the
of
healthy
chicken.
people eat chicken. You know what I mean?
Chicken is
It's the number
delicious.
2 protein source
Chicken
behind shrimp.
chicken is my favorite. Like, I love steak, but chicken is, I have to say, if I choose chicken a lot. I love
In
chicken.
his debut appearance, he tracked Dr. Mason
No
Sterling's
chicken, no
brain in
fucking
a
chicken
jar
fingies.
and hooked it up to a
Chicken
computer.
tendies or
That
chicken
was Baker's
nuggies.
attempt at achieving immortality.
You could fry it,
He
you
was
could
also
roast it,
responsible for
or
capturing
like
his
put it on a
return to the
rotisserie.
Yeah, you
Yum.
can do literally anything with chicken.
God,
People
like
boil chicken, which I don't get.
that I don't know. Why would you boil meat? Just no,
Because
that's
they're
wrong.
English.
Because they're English. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's funny because they poke fun at us for biscuits and gravy. I'm just like, at least we don't boil our meat.
Number 99, the Tallyman. Everyone's got to pay the Tallyman. We don't know anything about this mob enforcer's personal details, but we do know that that phrase has defined his entire outlook on life. Starving and living in rags, the boy who would become the Tallyman lived in constant fear of the
The
criminals
Tallyman?
who threatened his
The
family
Tallyman
for the
dad?
money his father
Tallyman's
borrowed from them
bananas.
years before.
Ah.
After his father died, those same criminals extorted his weekly from his mother, and when she couldn't repay them, she was left a broken mess. Her terrified son asked her why she didn't just refuse to pay. When she uttered the words, "Everybody has to pay the Tallyman," that would become his life's motto. The next time that the enforcer came around, the boy couldn't contain his rage and brutally murdered the older man. He was 12 years old. Getting heavily abused in prison and returning home to a dead mother and sister shattered his mind, and he turned into the Tallyman, a hitman for the mob whose debt collection fees was paid in human lives. He was hired by Gotham's underworld to take care of any debtors who interfered with their business interests, which inadvertently led him to Batman. His expert marksmanship and clinical insanity weren't enough to get the job done, though he had fled the scene vowing revenge. He resurfaced during No Man's Land, serving as Two-Face's personal executioner. Tallyman 2 would emerge post-Infinite Crisis as the personal hitman of Warren White, and was responsible for throwing Batman readers into disarray by murdering most of his rogue gallery with weapons belonging to other villains, most notably killing the ventriloquist with Two-Face's gun. No matter which incarnation it is, the Tallyman always gets the job done, except when he's confronted by Gotham's protector, of course. And number 100, the Tweed Brothers. The Mad Hatter wasn't the only Batman villain to emulate Lewis Carroll's works, but where his actions were motivated by his delusion. The Tweed brothers were inherently nefarious. Debuting in Detective Comics number 74, Dumfries Tweed and Beaver Tweed are cousins who resemble each other so closely that they are often mistaken for
I'm surprised
identical
I covered
twins.
them twice,
Both boys also bear
like
a striking
individually.
similarity
Eh.
to Sir John Tenniel's depiction of Tweedledum and Tweedledee. The nicknames. Being overweight and extremely lethargic, the Tweed brothers preferred to mastermind criminal activities from behind the scenes, as opposed to being out there in the field, getting their hands dirty. Additionally, they also used their borderline identical appearances to their advantage, tricking people into thinking that they are both effectively the same person. In fact, they looked so much alike that even Batman was fooled by them on his first encounters with the duo. It took the world's greatest detective a good while to crack the code to that twin magic, after which they became regular denizens of Arkham Asylum. The Tweed brothers have since developed a close relationship with the Mad Hatter, with the New 52 introducing them as his henchmen. They were even in charge of the Wonderland gang, which terrorized the streets of Gotham City in Detective Comics number 841. What do you think of this video? Did you enjoy this video? If
Well, it
yes,
only makes
then
sense for
don't forget
Tweedledee
to
and
like
Tweedledum
and
to be
comment
working for
down
the
below.
Mad Hatter. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Damn, we're gonna have a lot more bamboo. That's growing nicely.
Alright, new entrance is done.
Cool. I'm gonna have to get more food. Shit. Right. Here it is. Ah, my controller's doing it again. Stop.
This whole Mandela effect journey started on August 16th, 2022, when I posted my first Mandela effect video.
Ooh, Mandela effect, eh?
The main objective of it was to clear Mandela effect that not many people have heard of. Held into a list for the series has garnished a large audience, stacked up to a total of Mandela effects found all across the internet. This is the full exploration of the past year and a half in a single video. But don't worry, there's more Mandela effect related content to come. Consider following me on Instagram. My handle is Capital and during the video, subscribe definitely will help the content keep going. Either way. Number one, the bucket list. This is a pretty popular term. The bucket list is the number of experiences or achievements that a person hopes to have or accomplish during their. Let's say you've always wanted to binge watch Breaking Bad, but you just never got around to it. You put that on your bucket list. But think of the term bucket list. It sounds like an old term, some dude in the 1900s, or a piece of literature, and well, not so fast. It was recently invented in 2007. Tends to confuse tons of references of films. There's also no online evidence before the film was produced. One Reddit user stated, but pretty sure it was a. I don't know. What do you guys?
No, I'm pretty sure that's right. It's from the movie.
Hmm. I didn't
I don't
really
know
hear.
why they called it that in the movie, but
Halo Split Screen. This Mandela effect
oh,
runs a
kicking the
popular
bucket.
gaming franchise.
Uh,
This
Kick in the bucket.
The split screen. Many people remember being able
Great,
to
I
play
have to
with a
pee.
friend on the first. Are surprised when they come back to replay the game. But it was never an option. The first two levels of Halo 2 was do it alone. The solo player levels is mainly a cutscene. So this tends to contradict something called playing the armor. If you go search this up on YouTube, find videos surrounding the one comment with 300 likes. I remember playing Armory on co-op. Crosses into the elevator. He replies, "Yep, me and my friend try and save him from dying later in the mission." I'm having a hard time believing co-op. How do you guys remember this? Was this ever an option, or are people simply missing balloon trademark evidence? Probably all know this stuff. The fruit of the balloon logo. People remember it, including Copia, though it has never had.
Really? Because I remember a cornucopia.
Well, apparently now there's evidence
Yeah, I've heard of cornucopia too.
for a fruit of the balloon.
I thought cornucopia was that centerpiece, Thanksgiving
Yeah,
centerpiece.
but it being on the Fruit of the Loom logo.
Oh, I remember. I thought I saw that. I saw that.
Simply an error of a wall full of newspapers that
Like bullshit. It didn't exist.
holds the fruit of the balloon cornucopia as well. I don't know, guys. Is this a Photoshop or is this
No, it used
what
to have
this
a
game is
cornucopia.
saying? So most people and their moms have watched at least one of the clips of the movie. Remember Woody's famous catchphrase, "There's a snake in my boot." That's how it goes, right? No, it's actually "There's a snake in my boot." So it doesn't make any sense. One has actually gotten there being a single.
What are you doing,
About this
Yasmin?
one though, Ryan only exists in the first movie of the franchise. The rest of us don't. Or I'm the
Ow.
man.
Okay.
There's a snake in my boot. But maybe the main reason Lord remembers this. I don't know though. How do you recall the line being said?
Probably because they fixed it.
Right.
The Mona Lisa. Nope, this one isn't about her smile. It's about her black veil. Some people are surprised to find that the Mona Lisa black veil over her hair. Some believe that it wasn't there before, stating for a certain year. Remember the Mona Lisa? There's no thin black veil on now. Something that the detail that can be if the veil is painted, looking realistically transparent, showing her hair. I don't know about this one though. It
I
could
just
have
always
just
thought
been
that
looked
was her
over,
hair.
as it was a fine detail as well. Objects in the mirror. One of the objects in the mirror is draped on the passenger. How do you remember
What
these
is this?
objects?
Objects
What
in the
do
mirror?
objects in the mirror maybe?
Mhm.
Well, a lot of people recall not correct. Objects in the mirror are closer than this within the cinema.
That's
Some
bullshit.
argue that maybe
Hmm.
farther or closer. Was federally mandated are closer than somewhere reading this kind of
Yeah, well, you know what? That probably happened later.
right in the
People
Hmm.
don't take into consideration
where
simple
it is
things.
found here.
Nope.
Like everything, nothing happened before 1990 because I can't internet it because the internet's from then, basically.
Yeah, it's like people don't seem to understand that, yes, life existed before the internet. Shit, I remember as a kid, in order to do research on things, I had to go to the library to read through books. We didn't have Google back then.
Are found in the valley of the kings, found near the pyramids. The famous but popular name James Frank Baker was mentioned as iconic images of art.
the anxiety of the human condition. Monk recalled that he had been out for a walk at sunset when light in the clouds above them prior to painting. Now, out of the five divisions created, only the well-defined golden bracelet that many not recall seeing before. Now, this painting has been studied and written about, trying to interpret its meaning. But for some reason, the bracelet doesn't really get that much attention
I
or
think I'm gonna
notoriety for being
finish laying
prominent
down
among
these
most of
planks and I'm gonna go back
but
to the
some
mine.
claim that it was never even there that it throws the painting away.
Gotta
As we
change it
follow
up
the
a bit.
screen, just the painting itself. Study. Isaiah 11:6. This Mandela effect, recalling the past is destiny. Taking lines laying down the wolf will lie with it. The wolf will do painting baffles me. As I vividly remember this let's start with the first. We've heard the saying before, right? Only you can prevent wildfires, said by the well-known educator
Forest fire.
how you can prevent it. Except, turns out, Smokey the Bear doesn't exist in this reality, according to some Mandela
What?
change. His real name
I'm sorry, Smokey the Bear
is spelled
Smokey
with
the Bear did
like
exist.
this in advertisements for years.
We're saying
Some
it's
people
Smokey
use
Bear, not
pronunciation
Smokey the
too, and
Bear. It's
Arnold
always
song is
Smokey
It's
Bear.
always been Smokey the Bear. I've never heard of Smokey Bear.
Now the second effect revolves around what he's wearing. Many people remember him wearing red
Like,
suspenders and
bruh, you're
commercials of
mistaken.
humanity. Though he has simply worn pants without suspenders. Here are some recreations of what people remember. Also known as residue evidence.
Bro, you're paying $273 for subscriptions? No, that can't be right. I only pay for like Netflix, Fruit Loops, Flip Flop.
You may be thinking, I already know this Mandela effect. Why is he bringing it up again? Well, trust me, there's a new update to this. How do you remember Fruit Loops being spelled? Is it fruit spelled with two O's or fruit spelled correctly? No funny business. Fruit Loops is spelled with two O's, spelled incorrectly for creativity's sake. Though this has tripping tons of people up as they remember already going through this Mandela effect once. Some remember that in the old Mandela effect, Fruit Loops was spelled correctly with the U and the I, and that the Mandela effect was that people misremembered it being spelled with double O's, like this of course. This Reddit user's reaction to the change states, wait, WTF. I remember being shocked that it wasn't spelled fruit with double O's, but it is now actually spelled that way. It's a Mandela effect of a Mandela effect. Something that I'd never believe would happen, and it's crazy to think about. It's got some thinking that we're living in a broken timeline. Some think that the correct answer is flipping back and forth in this current timeline. Brazil
Whoa,
9/11
this
Dragon
is
Ball Z. This one's got a
interesting.
funky title, but let me explain. A lot of people argue that Mandela effects mainly change things within the United States and
Wow,
United
that's
States
neat.
culture. But here's one from a different country. This Mandela effect pertains to people in Brazil
Oh,
on the day of
cool.
September 11th,
What?
2001. Check
Oh,
out this clip of
the
someone
candles and
from
stuff.
Brazil
Oh,
explaining it.
there's a
A
door.
total of 5,000 upvotes. First of all, in Brazil, you typically go to school, middle school or high school, doesn't matter, for the entire day. You are in
Damn.
school
Oh,
either in the
cool.
morning, usually 7:30 a.m. to noon, or in the
Hey,
afternoon,
awareness.
usually from 1 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Every single person who was a
What
kid in
up,
Brazil and was
awareness?
not in school in the mornings on the day of September 11th, tons of people remember watching Dragon Ball Z and having it to be interrupted for the breaking news of the attacks. And I mean everyone. It comes up every single time someone asks, what were you doing when September 11th happened? Except Dragon Ball Z wasn't even on at the time. Someone checked the airing times and compared them to the time when the attacks occurred, and it was definitely not on. Still, a whole generation of kids is 100% sure that they were watching Dragon Ball Z when the news broke out. Edit. Everyone's saying this isn't real and they edited the timetables after the fact. You sound like conspiracy theorists. Look up Occam's razor.
This has been thoroughly discussed by Brazilians on the internet. It's not something new. Like someone else said in this thread, the TV show that played Dragon Ball Z wasn't even aired on that day. Scary Movie 2, Take My Strong Hand. In Scary Movie 2, there's a bit in which Chris Elliott plays a character that has a small, mutilated hand that grosses everybody out, due to the fact that he uses it while preparing dinner for his guests. Now, there's a very specific scene in which someone is hanging right outside the window and struggles to get back inside. This is where the Mandela effect kicks in. Some vividly remember Hansen, the character with the deformed hand, stating, "Here, take my strong hand," when offering to help him. Although he never says this, he simply states, "Here, take my hand." Although some
No,
may
he says,
call
take my
reenacting
strong
this scene
hand.
multiple times, with the punchline being that the strong hand is obviously the non-mutilated one, but instead he uses the mutilated one, which people are uncomfortable with. There are even memes depicting him stating strong hand. Let me know if you guys recall it always being this video is sponsored by G Fuel. So G Fuel did a collaboration with some classic horror IPs and sent some over for me to try. I gotta say the Dream Demon Tart Fruit Punch flavor is delicious, and I just love the Nightmare on Elm Street design on the can. You can see Freddy's claws right there. It's got this smooth, sweet flavor to it. Also, this Good Guys Tropical Blood Orange flavor has a nice little tangy kick to it, which I enjoy. And the Chucky graphic on the can looks so cool and just adds to it. There's a Chucky and Nightmare on Elm Street Mandela effect regarding movie scenes coming up soon in the vid, so stay tuned for that as well. The Hack and Slash Citrus Fruit Punch flavor has a good strong taste to it, and you get the Friday the 13th theme. The great thing is all of these horror cans contain no sugar, so no need to fear for a sugar crash, and they all contain 0 calories, giving you a clean and sustained energy boost. G Fuel was the perfect collab, and I can't tell you how helpful these drinks were when editing my last video. Another great plus is that G Fuel energy formula includes essential vitamins and minerals, and I gotta say this clickbait tub was delicious. The flavor is cherry pomegranate paired up with ice, and it's perfect. It's got 15 calories per serving, and it's sugar-free. Same goes for the hype sauce, which is raspberry lemonade flavor. So try them out and head over to gfuel.com and use code VALIS, VALIS, for a discount. Or click the link in the description below, which applies the code automatically. You can also find a collab at your local GNC or FYE retail location. Working with G Fuel has been great, and if you want to support me as a creator, go check them out and use my link and my code. Dragons in the Bible. You know, I remember there being serpents, snakes, and other beasts found in the Bible, vaguely, but not specifically dragons. That's where this Mandela effect comes into play. A large group of people do not remember there being any mentions of dragons in the Christian Bible, although dragons are mentioned at least 35 times in the King James Version, the most popular version of the English Bible. Some people argued this, saying that they only appeared in the Revelation chapter, the final book of the New Testament, the only apocalyptic book in the Bible that is considered canon. Though this is entirely wrong, as the word dragon appears 21 times in the Old Testament alone. This has left some people confused and searching for an explanation. Some have concluded that these dragons were in fact describing dinosaurs. Same thing goes for the creature Leviathan, found in the book of Job, a massive, powerful sea monster that some believe was a sea dinosaur, or factually known as mosasaurs. What do you guys think? Does anyone remember these creatures being in the Bible, or were they added later? Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. This one is definitely controversial. Most of you guys have probably already heard the song Smooth Criminal by King of Pop Michael Jackson, right? Well, how do you guys remember the bridge of the song going? Is it you've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal? Is that how you remember it? Well, it actually states in the original recording, you've been hit by a smooth criminal. The line simply repeats, nothing different.
No, he says
Although
struck by.
many
Yeah, I
others
said
remember the word
that's what I
struck
thought
being used
too.
in the second line,
For
here are some
sure.
covers of the song made by people that remember it this way.
You've been hit by, you've been hit by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. You've been hit by, you've been struck by a smooth criminal.
Why
You've
would
been hit
people
by,
pull
you've
struck
been
out of
struck
their ass?
by a smooth criminal.
Right. I'm pretty sure you've been struck by is towards the end of the song.
Yeah.
Though I'd like to note that in some live
Boom, boom,
performances,
boom,
such as
boom, boom,
concerts and
boom,
such, people
boom,
do sing
boom,
struck by verse, but not in the first verse, which is a subtle and
boom, boom.
unexplainable change.
I
Explaining maybe why some people
don't know where
remember
I'm
it
going.
this way.
I
Though
don't know what
How
I
do
want to
some
you
watch
dedicated
for.
get
big fans still remember the original
Great, now I'm
recording
gonna have that
fully
stuck in my
before
head
it.
now.
Take a listen to the Argentinian concert version at the 3:20-minute mark, more than halfway in.
I've always had trouble with my weight.
Now with Wegovy, seen real change. I've lost weight.
I have no clue where I'm going. What the fuck? Wait. That way? This way? No. Shit.
People taking Wegovy lost an average of 35 pounds. Some lost over 46 pounds. Wegovy shouldn't be used for other semaglutide containers. Don't take Wegovy if you have a personal or family history of
I don't know what that means.
Converse logos. This one's sure to spark something in the comments, as I see a lot of people arguing about it online already. So, you guys know the famous shoe brand Converse, right? And their
Yeah?
signature Chuck Taylor model? Well,
Yep.
some people remember the logo facing the outside, like many other shoe brands, in order to advertise the brand even more. Though the logo was always on the inside face of the shoe. Yeah, this has some people tripping out, but not all.
I'm
As
gonna have
some
to pull
distinctly
out my
remember
high
it being a
tops
unique
to see
feature
if
to
he's
the Converse
accurate
Chuck
about
Taylor
that.
model, due to it facing the inside of the shoe. Spirited Away scene. If you don't know, Spirited Away is a 2001 Japanese anime film written and directed by Hayao Miyazaki, a
Oh,
legend and pioneer in the industry.
good movie.
Spirited Away tells the story of a 10-year-old girl who, while moving to a new neighborhood, she enters the world of kami, spirits of Japanese Shinto folklore. After her parents are turned into pigs by a witch, the 10-year-old takes a job working in her baba's bathhouse, the witch's house, to find a way to free herself and her parents and return to the human world. A truly majestic and beautiful movie, I might. Now, this Mandela effect comes from people in Japan who remember a scene in the movie differently. They regard it as the phantom ending. Believed to be part of an extended cut, people scrammed to find the scene everywhere across the internet, but it sadly led to nothing, as the scene simply didn't exist. In order not to spoil it for you guys, I'm not going to explain the end, but I'll simply say that it ends on the scene where a tunnel is depicted. Though most don't remember it this way. They don't remember that it stops there, and they remember that it keeps on going for a few more scenes, as depicted in this Minecraft reenactment of the Phantom ending. So, where did it go? Is everyone simply misremembering? Some say that it may have been shown only in the theatrical releases, although this was proven to be wrong by the creator Hayao Miyazaki himself. Shaggy's Adam's Apple. Here is something that may surprise you. Shaggy from Scooby Doo, the franchise, has never appeared with an Adam's Apple in all of the canon series and media up to 2021. And you may say something like, okay, maybe he doesn't have it all the time, but it definitely occurs when he gulps or states his catchphrase, zoink, right? Nope. It never appears even when he's swallowing or gulping or saying his catchphrase. None of his designs depict him with an Adam's apple, though for some specific scenes from the show, he is shown swallowing with a lump down his throat, which may be an explanation for some of these Mandela effects, although some argue that it is not the way that they recall his Adam's apple being. They recall a more pronounced and defined feature that's more realistic. I don't know. It seems like people may be confusing the two, but then again, his original character designs don't have a prominent Adam's apple as people remember. Here's a clip of what people remember him like. Dogs playing poker. You guys can probably recall the famous painting of dogs playing poker. Now, do you guys recall them wearing green transparent visors in any of the variations of the painting? Well, you'd be mistaken due to the fact that in most, if not all, popular variations, they are not wearing anything on their heads at all, let alone a green transparent visor as many people recall them wearing. There is in this one variation in which a single dog is wearing a green hat, but it's nowhere close to a transparent visor, and they aren't even playing poker. Though this is the closest thing that it may have been confused with. Do you guys recall something similar, or is this just a huge mix-up? SpongeBob had shoelaces. This Mandela effect is in reference to SpongeBob's shoes, and whether or not they contain shoelaces. Well, the simple answer is they don't. Though many people recall SpongeBob always depicted with white shoelaces with the bunny rabbit tie method, this was never the case. His original character design depicted him with plain black shiny shoes. there is a piece of media where this might derive from. It comes from the Loop-de-Loop song performed by band Ween for the series, teaching people how to tie their shoes, finally depicting a SpongeBob with shoelaces. Hello, my baby. Hello, my. This is a reference to the Michigan J. Frog tune, in which he's dancing and sings the famous line, "Hello, my baby. Hello, my what?" What does he say after that? Is it darling? If you thought it was darling, you'd
I
be
thought it was
mistaken.
honey.
It's actually hello, my baby, hello, my honey, which tons of people recall differently. I can't find a single version of the song online where the word darling is used instead of honey. If you guys have any versions where this is the case, leave a comment. As one Reddit user put it, I sing this all the time to my pets. Hello, my babies. Hello, my darlings. Hello, my good time dogs. So yeah, darling for me, I recall it from some old Looney Tune cartoon. I can also recall a frog dancing and doing high kicks while singing it. He also had a top hat. But I could also see Foghorn Leghorn singing it as well. The Last Supper. The Last Supper is a mural painting by Leonardo da Vinci. This painting represents the scene of the Last Supper of Jesus with his 12 apostles, as it's said in the Gospel of John. Specifically, the moment after Jesus announces that one of his apostles will betray him. This Mandela effect touches on a missing object in the painting, that being a gold cup. Many people remember there being a gold cup right beside Jesus, sitting on the table. Although, looking at the painting now, there is no gold chalice anywhere on the table. So where is the Holy Grail? It's on the wall. Yeah, out of everywhere, puzzling tons of people due to it being in a bizarre place. Is this new to you guys, or do you guys always remember the cup being on the wall?
Final question. How many wine glasses are on the table?
One, the Holy Grail.
A single cup. No chalice. Well, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Considering both the Bible and standard.
Chucky's catchphrase. Everyone should know this little trucker right now. I didn't enjoy watching him as a kid, but I've grown to love the first two movies of the franchise. They're classics. The new one seems more like a cash grab than anything, though. Either way, this Mandela effect covers his famous catchphrase in the film. You probably remember Chucky saying, "Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend till the end," right? Well, in the movie, he actually states, "Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end." None of the movies in the franchise ever depict him saying till the end, including the remakes and sequels, though lots of people remember the catchphrase including the word till, making the statement sound less menacing because it's a children's story. There's even a fan-made film titled Chucky Friends Till the End. Even the superfans got it wrong, as well as other artwork that depicts the line tons of people remember. Do you guys recall it always being this way?
I'm Andy. Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho.
Missing emoji. This is in reference to emojis that people believe have now gone missing or have simply never existed. Like, for example, the robber emoji that was never there, and the hiker emoji as well. Now there's more. Some people recall there being an orange traffic cone emoji that tons of iOS users would use, whether that be to capture attention better on a post or warning someone about something. This emoji would supposedly be used. Well, if you have iOS and try to access a traffic cone emoji, you won't find any results. There's also the green peas emoji, which tons of people recall using on iOS, but it's not there, as well as the moose emoji. Do you guys remember any of these, or are people simply confusing softwares? Flintstones flip flop. I found this one on a Reddit thread discussing flip flops in the Mandela Effect community, which means when something changes, quote unquote, in our reality, but then reverts back to its correct form, or the form the Mandela Effect remembered. The comment reads, the spelling of the Flintstones changed to the Flintstones in 2017. Then a guy made a YouTube video about how ridiculous the spelling change was. Then about a week later, the spelling changed back to its original form. I tracked all of this in real time since I became obsessed with the Mandela Effect in 2016, after learning about Billy Graham still being alive, a famous preacher that many thought had died earlier than 2018. The guy's YouTube video about the Flintstones is a timestamp of the flip. Let's take a look at the video.
Wow. Let's check it out.
Hmm?
Flintstones spelt the wrong way got more hits from 2004.
Let's take a look at the video.
Wow. Let's check it out.
Flintstones, spelt the wrong way, got more hits from 2004 all the way to present. Even present, people have been spelling it wrong. Only people, the majority of the people that got it spelled right, look, homes.
Yeah, they're basically saying there was no T in it. It was Flintstones because Flint is a stone. Don't these people
Mm-hmm.
know that? Just like every other joke on the
Also, in
show.
the video, he says people are spelling it wrong about Flint stones, even though that it is the way that. Now, this is an interesting fact. One replied to the post in the sentence. It did not change Flint. Added, people in the Facebook group would have been all over. Would have been flooded with posts after posts claiming a change. Then post after post there happened, but it is exactly things like this that cause the perception of a flip flop. What do you guys think about this one?
Like that. This holiday, Dick Torrey goes into the headquarters for Fleece and soft and cozy hoodies from Nike, Jordan, and Carhartt.
Michael Jackson's chain
There
still
it
got carved on
is.
his neck.
Finally.
At one point, he had an unobtrusive but noticeable gold chain around his neck on the cover. Then one year, people even posted about it. I can't remember if it was here or elsewhere, but I
So we're
remember
gonna do
reading
this.
posts about it. I didn't really think much of it, but I happened to see the
What are you
cover
saying?
again in a record
I said I'm gonna
of
do
Tiffany Survival.
this.
And now,
I nearly got
maybe
lost in the damn mine there, just going
most
around this damn
perhaps
maze. I'm gonna
mistakenly believe
line
after first
these up with
realizing
torches just to show
at that point I actually
here's the
thought it
way
was on the
entrance
chain all
into the
along.
mine.
I've been thinking I didn't have a chain. Then when I got home and cover again, the chain couldn't find any post. This is one of the most confusing things that ever happened to me where I tend to operate definitely. After reading that, I thought maybe for a parody album or they're confusing it for. But even the parodies don't display gold. Funny enough, people still so this year, Friday on personal Mandela effect. Imagine listening to the radio, hearing a beautiful melody, unknown artist or band. Then you think to yourself, I hope they don't mind if I chord progressions. So you do that and it becomes one of your greatest mainstream hits. But you start feeling guilty and ask band members and friends if they have ever heard that chord progression before. They'll say no, which puzzles me. The song you thought you heard and took inspiration from never existed in the first place. Well, this all happened here. Songwriter Robert Smith, when creating the song Friday, I'm in Love. This sort of Mandela effect is different, as it is a memory that only, as opposed to a group of. Surprisingly enough, this isn't the first that happens to Paul McCartney involving the hit classic titled Yesterday. Paul remembers listening to the melody of the song and hearing it, believing that it was one of his dad's old jazz tunes that he turned out to be completely original. Listen, he remembers out the piano for his friends, feel they had heard it before, but they couldn't recall anything familiar to it, leaving him stunned. Similar phenomenon, but funny enough, they created this concept into a movie titled Yesterday. Minecraft the Disc. The song is on Minecraft. One of though I gotta say it would often creep me out to describe the combination of music and the never-ending realm that game. Anyway, this Mandela effect is specifically about the music disc. People vividly remember the music popping out after they were done playing. The post that brought this up reads Mandela effect regarding didn't know where to blur this. Was hoping maybe a discussion starter, but oh well. Anyways, about a month ago, there was a bit of a debate over a supposed feature one of the Minecraft versions, most likely console. The feature in question. Half of us said that music discs would pop out of the jukebox automatically when the song finished. The other half of us said that it was merely a bit of back and forth. The Minecraft wiki found absolutely on any platform time. However, people on the same side of the argument as me vividly remember this being a feature somewhere along the line. Are my friends and I the only ones who remember once being the case? Some replies, read it. I remember this, as I was afraid to leave my jukebox unattended for the despawn there. I've been Odysee since 2010, about being the same. I do not use it often. I saw this happen on Big Rock. I don't use music this often enough to have a more. Yep, I remember that passages in the Bible. This led to the quote unquote changes in the Bible, whether that be missing scripture or new words that nobody remembers. Like, did you know that the word found throughout the Bible and goes for like alien stuff, matrix, and unicorn? So I think some of these words are idea of what we. One Reddit user replied states, "The first one that I think I've seen was God's real name is Phyllis, and it tripped me the F out. I was watching something about Manila Fix and up, so I called my mother, who had been an active member time, and asked her if she had ever heard. Basically, until I told her to grab her Bible and read Exodus 4:14, where it actually states that was the most insane thing. And also get this, on Wikipedia, it states that it was added in 20. But how does my mother's Bible say that? And that Bible was passed down from my grandmother, so it's at least 50 perhaps older than that. The passage she is referring to states, "Do not worship any other god before the Lord, village, is the village god." I don't know. Do you guys remember the scripture being in the Bible? Freddy Krueger's sweater. This Mandela effect is controversial and debated on reference to Freddy Krueger and his iconic stripes on his sweater. Now, remember the stripes being red and black? Interesting it, right?
No, red and
If you
green.
do, there's first crime. Were always red and green. So some vividly remember red and black. Sometimes I got to be
Yeah,
honest
because
though, I
it's
remember
fucking
pretty sure
filthy.
having a red and green sweater. But
Dark.
how do you guys remember it? Morton Soft Girls Raincoat. You guys probably know this famous salt brand, right? Depicting a girl in a yellow raincoat and boots carrying an umbrella. It's a very iconic logo. Though tons of people aren't remembering it, Morton Soft Girl is actually blonde and is simply wearing a yellow dress. And she doesn't have on raincoat either. Surprising, isn't it? Though I have to say the combination of the same hair and dress makes it look like she's wearing a raincoat, having umbrella and rain. Yeah, this is like an easy to. What do you guys recall? This is famous line in Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad, the show follows a dad with a terminal lung cancer and goes down a dark path in the desert. One of my favorite series. Now, do you remember a scene in the show where White does something smart, he has chemistry knowledge, and Jesse replies with, "Yeah, science, bitch," enthusiastically? This is sad to say this line doesn't appear any time in the entire 5-season span of the show, not even once. Closest they found it is a scene where Jesse states, "Yeah, Mr. White, yeah, science," very awkwardly and almost unfairly. Take a look.
Yes, science. Yeah, Mr. White. Science.
There's also the scene where he states, "Yeah, bitch, madness," but it's not the same as people recall. There are even memes depicting, but the clip doesn't appear anywhere since Ninja Turtles. This one comes from open underscore card underscore 515. Regarding characters that I as being in a teenage, it reads, "Growing up, my brother and I were huge, have no shame in this. Played the games, and I vividly remember us playing the arcade game for hours, and in the arcade hall. We went up for a beer today, and we're just chatting and reminiscing about our childhood. So we started to talk about our love for the turtles, how like those we are. Talking about Wignut and Scrooge. I replied, "Who?" And he looked like I'm crazy and proceeded and show me images of apparently a huge part of the show.
They weren't a
Arguing
huge
about
part
it.
of the
I've
show.
never seen or heard them
They were
before in
just
my life,
cameo
but
guys.
apparently they are. And I'm just confused. Now I'm baffled. I could name everything about the turtles, but I draw a blank on these guys. Am I dense? Or is this a dumb quantum immortality thing? And I've slipped here from a and exist.
Yeah, yay, found it. Cool.
Business is made to work, just like you. Made to sell out even when the line wireless internet backup. And made to keep you working with Spectrum complete connectivity and reliability. It's the head. Spectrum Business.
Ah, shit. Thank God.
Arcade line in the hospital. You guys remember that famous line where Tony Montana? Another prelude, she'll love me in the morning. Well, he doesn't say that at all. He simply says, another prelude, she's gonna love me. Though people swear they heard it in the movie. That is, that people are confusing the film Friday. It quotes it differently. Listen. Though some swear that they haven't even seen it, they'll remember it this way. Cat in the Hat infomercial. This has been referenced to a live-action adaptation
Shit!
of Odysee, which some hate, but I
Fuck.
There's a scene in the
Now I
movie
gotta find where
the cat
the
does
fuck
an
this
infomercial
was.
on a device that creates cupcakes out of anything. Cat in the Hat keeps on doubting that the machine could in fact
No, it's
create
just some.
cupcakes out of
I don't
anything
know.
to the point that the
Mandela
machine so
effect.
accurate threatens the cat's will,
Supposedly
stating how
famous Mandela
it was like great.
effects.
Well, upon rewatching it, it doesn't say that. He actually states anything. I'll get you. But the accident. Anything now. Cutting off his tail. Though he does accidentally chop off his own toe.
Oh, that's just the AI being broken.
Where the user explains 20 times. It was my brother and I used to literally act out this specific scene. So sure it said, cut your tail off and I will make it for the accident. Please tell me I'm not the only one who thought
It's
it was.
amazing that you run around for like an hour and then like when you die you come back for your shit and it's just like 5 feet from you. It's like, okay. Don't know how we'd never explored this fucking area before.
Yeah.
As a result of the September 11th attack, structural damage caused by the collapse of the Twin Towers, the Marriott World Trade Center was a 125-room hotel. Though the building was fully underreported by
Ooh, more iron.
so victim to the attack. Some don't even mention the
Weird
building.
placement
I
of
love
iron
that the
blocks
project
amid all the granite.
as 7, which collapsed as well, went underreported, leading to confusion on how many buildings actually borderline missing that slash cliche ending. The Spirited Away, where people remember an ending that never occurred, a quote-unquote phantom ending. The post recalling this ending is, I remember an after credit scene storyline that apparently exists. I recently rewatched Borderline for the first time, basically since it came out, and I was waiting for after credit scene. I have a vivid memory of, but after the credits, the camera reaches low and zooms in until the other pops out of the well, in the key to the door. I was super confused when this going back and forth through credits, trying to find it. I even searched on Google and YouTube that doesn't exist or something, but I couldn't find anything. My boyfriend had no idea what I was talking about, but I had asked a bunch of my friends, and some remember the exact talking about, but could not find evidence of it anywhere on the internet. Edit. Two things that
Oh, hi, Mr. Zombie. Bye, Mr. Zombie. You ain't gonna get me,
so it
asshole.
wouldn't be explained by it being only in the it would have to have been on the I know that there's
Oh,
a scene
spawning
from
2
the
archers
original
on me.
Indiana Jones
Oh,
movie.
run
Of
like,
course,
oh.
I'm not getting I rewatched the movie last night before I made the post. One reply states, what's weird is I remember the quote-unquote bad ending. And I rewatched Shoreline, I remember it
Thank you, Mr. Zombie, for supplying more food for the doggo.
on the well or something. Mario Kart change. I have no personal experience with this pick, as I never played Mario Kart. I've only recently started. So far, I've only gotten my first place twice, though. Either way, this Mandela effect has something to do with the particular road you race on, that being Rainbow. on Mario Kart 64 specifically, notoriously hard road to race on for as many fear of falling off due to the turns and high speed. Now, it turns out that Mario Kart 64's Rainbow Road is actually a lot easier, as some are surprised to find out that the road has railings to keep falling off. Yeah, this comes as a shock to some that vividly falling off the map and raging. One reply to this is like, whoa, this is weird. The way I remember it was that hills and the rest of the track didn't have looked up images and now the whole track has. This might be a new Mandela effect. Still open to the idea that I could be misremembering. Another reply clears things up by stating, the Nintendo version has no rails and is harder, as is the whole game. Still very easy to get knocked off in the 64 version, but not sufficiently.
I
How do you guys
found
recall
gold
this
blocks.
road game?
Holy shit. Damn it, I
Chucky
forgot to
chooses
bring a
for the
fucking
win.
iron pickaxe.
What's your coordinate?
322 minus 109 is the middle number.
Also known for their creepy
See
animatronics,
if I can.
though that's a personal opinion. Quite enjoyed those games.
322.
Even inspiring someone to create $1 million franchise
3120.
because of it. Anyways, this
3120.
Mandela effect is specifically about the name of the
Gonna
establishment.
align.
Some people remember the original
3120.
Mandela
What's your
being
middle?
simply Chuck E. Cheese, never Chuck E. Cheese's. Though
Ten,
the whole point of
9.
it has always been Chuck E. Cheese. About this one is that was indeed
What's
created as
your
simply
what's the
Chuck
last
E.
one?
Cheese, rebranding
Negative
itself
99.
without the apostrophe. That was once there. Sort of confused with this one. One Reddit user's response. Been both for a number of different advertisements, have it in different ways. Chuck E. Cheese and Chuck E. Cheese. And down to one that actually surprised me. The king. Okay, when you think of sculptures and other depictions of him, do you recall him like this? Headdress containing a cobra right in the middle of the forehead, nothing else? Well, we take a look at the sculptures and some will be surprised when they find a cobra and vulture are side by side on his forehead, as some only remember a cobra being in his forehead. How do you guys recall this one? Some may be confusing it doesn't depict him, but since we're not all archaeologists, we're bound to confuse some things with, or the timeline didn't practice wrong. You know, one post states of all the Manila fix, the king cut one a technical artist,
Had to
only
stop
used
for
it on
iron.
all things Egyptian,
All
Okay.
and
right,
not
where am I
only from
going?
his childhood. Never had two animals to
It's
separate. So if I may
9 for
speak,
the middle number, negative
state that
99
this is the beginning of my
for
closest
the
understanding.
Z.
If I'm not, I'm seriously questioning what's real and Beats by Dre.
I see
This
you
is
over
a
there.
classic but almost forgotten
Where?
Manila pick
I'll see
in
you.
regards to the
I see
famous
your tag. Hold on, let me.
by Dre. Well, no. The headphones have always been called the Beats by Doc, though many swear it's the official name by Dre, suggesting that we should have already known which Dre they're referring to. Though there's something that has led to this confusion, as some of Beats officials have the same name, Beats by Dre on them, like here on YouTube. They go by Beats by Dre, although the actual official product sold is labeled as Beats by Dr. Dre. Why don't they stick to a brand name? I don't know. Most likely convenience. Also, does anyone else remember heavily using Beats music and how cool it was at the time? I remember finding out about hip hop through this app. Well, I don't know. Do you guys use this as residual evidence that Beats by Dre did in fact exist and that there's a new, or is it something else with Abe Lincoln and Abraham the United States
I
was
keep finding iron.
named
I
for
keep getting
World War
sidetracked.
One. Famous for freeing the
There's just
slaves
so
in the
much
war.
iron over
Now,
here.
many people remember him always wearing a top hat and all of. Though this is not the case, due to the fact that in the majority of his portraits, he's not wearing a hat at all. He is simply showing off his bare head. I don't know. Do you guys remember him wearing a top hat in his famous picture? Or just a simple misunderstanding? Though I believe some people may be confusing his historical figures for popular pop culture media and costumes, as he's depicted with a top hat in tons of hat isn't a myth either, as he did in fact own a top hat and wear it a lot. Thus would take it off for respect customs that cosplay back in the day. iOS mummy emoji. Here's an Some recall there being an iOS
Ah!
game
What the fuck?
described as a
Where'd
strategy
you
game
come from,
where
asshole?
you'd be asking buddies to install multiple
Got
games
hit in the
and
back by a
playing alpha
fucking
versions.
zombie,
It went
asshole.
somewhat like this. Do you guys recall this money emoji existing? One Reddit user stated, "It seems like it never existed when you look at emojis. I'm pretty sure he did exist, and he was the zombie and vampire emoji on the keyboard." I also recall there being a full body mummy, but that doesn't exist here. So, where
Coordinates
does
one
the
more
mummy
time.
emoji Mandela effect come from? As a lot of emoji databases don't depict them at all. Could this be confused with zombie or vampire emojis? What do you
3122
guys think? Let us know in the
9.
comments.
Hold on.
Okay.
SpongeBob scene. This was 2 years ago on a
All
Mandela
right.
effect
Then
thread
what's the
stating,
last
in the
one?
SpongeBob episode
Negative
2,
100.
Mr. Krabs, Squidward, and SpongeBob are on a boat. Mr. Krabs holds up a dollar bill that's kissed with blue lipstick. Mr. Krabs mistakenly refers to it as Coral Blue Number 2 semi-gloss lipstick. SpongeBob then proceeds to correct Mr. Krabs by saying it's actually Coral Blue Number, but this is somewhat cut off by getting bonked in the head. Until now, I've always thought SpongeBob was going to say number 5, and upon Googling it, a load of other people. But it actually sounds like SpongeBob is going to say number 3, or nothing at all. Well, why do people remember him saying number 5 specifically? Take a look at the clip.
An ordinary dollar that's been crumbled up, torn slightly, soaked in the lagoon, and kissed coral blue number semi-gloss lipstick.
Actually, it's coral blue number.
Do any of you guys recall this specific? There's also another speculate has this time in the first SpongeBob movie. Some recall SpongeBob holding up a white V-shaped guitar and the two letters K tab on the head of the instrument. Though if we look back at the closing round, actually holding a peanut with the letters GG on the head, confusing as they recall differently. One commenter's reply states it having a double neck, purple and in V shape, and also remembers butts being white, and he didn't know about the confusion regarding it. Anyway, there isn't a single image on the internet I was holding his guitar. This doesn't even make sense. Here's the last SpongeBob related on the Mandela effect. Alright, so my brother and I both vividly remember the end of that playing video, not ending with a narrator off when he is going to announce the Krabby Patty movie. We both remember the narrator saying something totally ridiculous that didn't actually about the movie, or somewhere along the lines of that. Are we the only ones? I remember ingredients being listed off, but cut off quickly by the quick right when he's going to announce the secret. But if you go and rewatch it, even the first original airing of the episode, cut off abrupt. Take a look. You guys remember this quote unquote Statue of Liberty crown broke. This is in reference to the New York some say has flip flopped. Some people remember a Mandela effect ago, which stated that not visit the crown on top of the Statue of Liberty. It was totally off limits or something like that. But now it's open to the public and people are allowed in. Torch and not the crown. But now it has supposedly flipped right back to the crown only being in public. And the torch restricted to only 2001 A Space Odyssey.
Well, the torch needed
If you guys
repairs.
haven't
These
watched
people
this
are
film,
stupid on
I
some of
highly
these. They don't
recommend it.
research
It's one of
anything.
Stanley Kubrick. Now, if you have watched this film, you guys would know about this evil operating system, the HAL 9000, who sabotages and tries to kill this man on a space mission. Now, do you guys remember the robot voice saying, "I'm sorry, Dave, I'm afraid I can't do that"? Well, if you do, you'll only be half correct, as HAL never says good. Though people swear this was a very famous line from the movie. Many of you guys recall this Air Jordan logo. That actually caught me by surprise and left me contemplating how good my memory is. So you guys know the iconic Air Jordan logo, right? Silhouette of the man himself in basketball gear, jumping with a basketball. Now, do you remember him wearing slits and not basketball shorts? Well, that's how it is now. The Air Jordan logo depicts the silhouette wearing pants, not shorts. as some recall him wearing. One comment on a Reddit thread talking about it states, I think people misremember this because of the most iconic photos and posters of Jordan and always depicted him in reply states, maybe so. My experience, haven't seen many photos of Jordan dunking. I really don't follow sports. Same goes for me, as I am prone to confusion because I'm not that big of a fan of basketball compared to other people. Benny the Bull. You guys remember this character from Dora the Explorer wearing a nose ring? Well, apparently he never had one, although many remember him sporting one and thinking about its inappropriate children's cartoon. The clip referencing the non-existent nose that some claim is evidence of this.
Flip.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it.
So lost.
Oh, they call him a ball because of his nose.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Britney Spears.
Why can't I see your name tag? Am I that far away from you? What's your coordinate again? I'm sorry, Lindsay. I can't find you. This place is fucking a maze.
Sorry, I was eating there. It's 3122.
3122. Let's get there first.
Mm-hmm.
3122. And then what's the last number?
-100.
That's going the wrong way. But you're at level 9, though.
Uh-huh.
First number is again?
3122. There's an Enderman down here, so be careful. And all you zombies I hear out there, you go fuck off. Oh, tea, good. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's like, that bamboo bridge where the waterfall is. I basically jumped down that waterfall and, try to figure out how I got here.
You just jumped down there without considering a way back up?
Oh, I know how to get back up.
Oh, okay. I would say it made it sound like you just jumped down to that dark spot.
Yeah. I hear you, bastard. You stay away. Not today, Satan. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, I'm not looking at you. Not looking at you. Don't worry, Mr. Enderman. I don't plan on getting into a staring contest with you anytime soon.
I'm out of torches.
I see your name tag. I see you're above me.
Yep, right here. Got any candles? Because now that hallway is all dark in there from where I just tunneled through.
I do. But I have like 11 left.
Well, there's 3 sitting. There's tons of candles, like way too many in one area right here, so I'll just take 2.
Okay. Anyways, where I lined candles up right here, these two, that's where the you go down that hole and the gold blocks are down there. Actually, no, we'll keep that there. Oopsie.
Another fucking chasm down below us.
Seriously? Yo, this is crazy.
I don't have any torches, so I can't get that
Okay.
piece of gold that dropped. Awesome. There's a creeper down there, so don't fuck with it.
Oh, okay. I put a torch right there. Oh, I heard a fucking skelly tried to shoot at me.
You wanna see something real funny?
Hmm. Ah ha ha! Dump some lava on their heads, motherfuckers.
That one.
Yeah, yeah. Alright. I'm not gonna bother with this here. I'm gonna seal this off.
Just because it's shitty.
Yeah. Yep. You gonna try to create an entryway? Ah. That's rather smart.
Mm-hmm. See which way the lava flows while killing everything. Plus it'll light up that tunnel. We can get a little peek at what's down there.
Oh shit. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I just heard a ball torch. That's funny. Oh.
I don't know how to get back up.
Um. Oh shit! I heard a creeper.
Yeah, I need help.
Okay.
I need a light.
Okay.
I can't see shit. Fucking A. It's dangerous down there, but there's another fucking area.
Mm-hmm.
I'm out of food. I got a
I'll
whole
give you.
stack of iron. I'm getting back to the thing.
I
How do
got
we
a
get out of
couple.
here?
I got a couple of mutton if you want some.
All right,
Yeah,
just for a
just
little
something.
extra. But I'm
Something.
out of candles, though. I kind of want to get out of here and go bank.
All right, here, Jesse. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm moving.
All right.
We actually have 5 full stacks of iron.
That's cool.
Hell yeah.
I hate that this fucking tunnel system is such a fucking maze. Oh, I'm nowhere near a bed.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I'm just doing this in case it will hold off that fucking phantom douche.
Oh, gotcha. Oh my god, why must this place be such a fucking maze? There, finally found the exit out. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. Oh shit, I hear the phantom too. Oh no, fuck. Good thing I'm on the bridge. If I die, I die.
Go inside the panda room.
have more than just that. Oh, damn, there's just too many of them. Ah, you asshole! How'd you get up there? Fuck off. Okay. Whew. Uh-huh. Mm. Ooh, I needed that. Ooh, shit. Okay.
alternative to the Wii at the
Oh, I
time.
forgot I didn't
Though I
unmute my
don't
shit.
think this one is a total Mandela effect. I
This
would say
guy's
that
like the Wii
overall,
Mini, and he's like, wait, just listen to all this shit.
or Wii Mini. I personally think this one is
Wii
pretty funny.
Mini? I don't
Talking
Yep.
remember
about the Wii
that.
Mini never existing in their timeline. They're surprised to
There was the
find out
Wii
that
and
this
the
was
Wii
in fact
U.
a product
Never
that
heard
was
of the Wii
released back
Mini.
in 2012 through
Neither have I.
companies. The Wii
I
Mini is
remember.
similar to the
Listen to
one
this
is
though.
a smaller
Uh,
redesigned Wii with a top-loading disk drive. In addition to the lack of GameCube support, the Wii Mini removes the Wi-Fi support and the online connectivity, along with the removal of the SD card slot. The thing sold for only
So they
$99
remove
and
everything.
was a
Why
cheaper
would you do that?
alternative to the Wii. Though I don't think this
right.
one is a total Mandela effect, at least not for
I
me.
don't know.
It seems
I
like this
just
was to
don't
be a
know.
forgotten product that was put aside due to its quality. But who knows? Are there any Wii out there? Let me know in the comments if you guys remember. It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown missing scene. This one comes to us from the Mandela Effect Reddit community, who for some reason this barely gets posted as, in my opinion, biggest and most Mandela Effect. Many people, including me, even though I must have been extremely young when I saw it, remember the Great Pumpkin rising from the ground at the end, but this never happens. This is so big for me because a lot of other
I
Mandela
remember
effects
that
always
as
have a
well.
logical explanation, at least for me. Shazam is Kazam, Jiffy peanut butter, Jiffy baking mixes, etc. I feel like this Mandela effect in particular doesn't have an obvious connection to it, which makes it so interesting to me. What are your thoughts on it? One reply states, no, not on board with this one. Others in this thread have already pointed out that what you are almost certainly remembering is either Snoopy rising up and being mistaken pumpkin, or
Yeah,
most
that
likely
makes
The
sense.
Simpsons House of 4 episode where it actually happens. There's also a robot chicken episode where this happens.
What should we do?
You should let the great pumpkin eat you!
Carl Schultz, or Schultz, creator of the series, whose last name really is Amon, was a deeply religious man. The heavy-handed moral of the story is that Linus deceived himself into worshiping a false idol and missed his Halloween for nothing. The Great Pumpkin had turned out to be real in some form, that would have severely undermined his message. What do you guys think about this one?
Color fiberglass window material. Impact resistant, warp resistant, and fade resistant. And it's 10 times stronger than Anderson Firex. Color window replacement
Yes.
on sale now.
Windows on it.
I am your gummy bear. That sounds really iconic. This is in reference to the popular YouTube version. The post bringing it up states, me and my family members and close friends are freaking out over this. Remember the annoying gummy bear? Well, me and the people I've asked have always remembered the title being I'm Gummy Bear. On it's titled The Gummy Bear Song, but on the official album it is titled I Am Your Gummy Bear. In fact, in the beginning of the video on YouTube, it shows the album and its title, stating I Am Your Gummy Bear. Listen, I have tons of little cousins. I'm pretty sure I know the title and lyrics. So to the rest of the people I've talked to about this. Anybody can find some sort of residual evidence, it would be appreciated. Home Alone 1990. The post that brought this effect to us reads, any fans of Home Alone 1990 here? You guys remember this line, or am I losing it? I've watched Home Alone pretty much almost 30 years now. I'm sure I'm not alone in the loving best Christmas films ever made. I know the film like the back of my hand. I could recite every line before it's even spoken. I have the film ingrained in my mind. I know a bunch of extraneous trivia. I decided to open up Blu-ray. The past decade or so of me watching it has been a digital rip that I've probably downloaded, and back in the day I could have watched it on TV or VHS. Anyways, there's a scene around 40 minutes into the movie, almost hits by Marv and Harry as they're driving their van out to the street from a neighbor's driveway after robbing the house. Almost hits Kevin. The robbers exchange some words with him, and Kevin's running away from him once he realizes that they're following him. He runs to the church and hides himself in a nativity scene. As the robbers drive up to the church, they have the following dialogue that I seem to have remembered differently. Marv goes, maybe he went to the church. Harry then responds, I'm not going in there. Marv then says, me neither. Harry replies, let's get out of here. I could have sworn that Marv in his second line of the dialogue said, "Me neither. That place gives me the creeps." I remember always thinking about how weird it was that he seemed so freaked out about going into the church. As a
I
kid, I
remember that too.
reasoned that it was probably because they were bad guys, and that's being in a holy place would make them comfortable. When I saw the movie tonight and that, I immediately felt like missing. Now I'm questioning if he ever said that, or if I just imagined that he said something by my implications of their dialogue. So I'm not absolutely 100% certain, but I was caught off guard enough to wonder if this was something else that people remember. One reply states, Googling the scripts for both movies, I searched the word creep and came up with two results in the first movie. Both were cases of Harry calling Kevin a little creep, and no results in the second movie. Though, to be fair, the script and the lines in the movie one. Side note, searching Home Alone creep comes up with a surprisingly rich amount not safe for work results. Search at your own risk. John Deere. Do any of you guys recall John Deere being spelled this way? Well, if you do, you're in for a surprise because it actually
No,
contains
there's
the
an
letter
E at the
E at
end.
the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has always been spelled as John Deere with an extra E at the end in
Yeah, I
Bitchute,
knew that.
according to the Mandela effect. One reply to this effect states, now I realize that most people remember the tractor manufacturer as John Deere, but I remember it without the E at the end. We found an unusual residual piece of evidence in my hometown. There is a John Deere store. It is right off the main street. It sits at the top of a hill, and you have to take a long drive up to it. Because of this, the owners decided to call the driveway Deere Street. Yep, that's right, no E at the end. Though the John Deere sign on the store remains as it is now, with an H. I've asked a handful of people over the past few days, making sure not to load the question, i.e., not asking, do you remember the cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, but instead asking them to describe it to me without looking it up. Every single person described the fruit in either a cornucopia or a quote unquote basket thing. I feel there isn't a plausible explanation for this Manila. People say it's because you associate a cornucopia. However, being from the UK, I would not have made this association. Hey, are you here for the Book of Alex channel with a deep dive on the fruit of the Loom Mandela effect and all of the evidence found for it? This one's going to be pretty shocking to some, so consider sticking around. I hope everyone's having a good day so far. I found that getting some exercise is hurt, and it's actually been improving my mornings. Cheers to that. But everyone has a different circumstance, so feel more than free to put that in the comments. Anyways, this video touches on the fruit of the Loom logo and the missing cornucopia mostly everyone remembers. In my years of following the Mandela effect phenomenon, I found that most Mandela effects are controversial as some find a reasonable explanation and settle the case with just that. But there is a single instance where this doesn't happen often, and that is with the fruit of the loom. As the majority agree that they remember a cornucopia sitting in the company. Today we go over the evidence provided to us by our friends on Reddit, Twitter, and put simply all across the internet. The simple explanation theory. This one puts forth the idea that the simplest answer is the right one, and that people are misremembering the logo with some other pop culture staple. Though this isn't quite the case for some, as the similar logo designs that some say they are mistaking them for are not as popular on the international level as some might think. And yes, they are popular outside of America,
Is you having
but
bad
there's no
void of
popular
favor?
or complete brand that people are simply mistaking this for. Not to justify the phenomenon, at least. Unless you're an avid mega supporter, this isn't the
What?
case.
Let me do
Like this
this.
Reddit user puts it, the fruit of the loom logo is literally how I learned what a cornucopia is. It may not be on the underwear, but at some points there was absolutely packaging or something with a cornucopia on it. I didn't see another cornucopia until the Hunger Games movie, and I remembered what it was because of the fruit of the logo. Ants Foley. In the 2006 animated film Ants Foley, which is a blast of nostalgia for me, I don't know if anyone else remembers this film, which in underwear is shown, and on the tag is a reference to the fruit of the loom logo, containing what? Yeah, a cornucopia. While finding this, I found a notable comment that seems to be consistent across the internet. People remember referring to the cornucopia as a quote loom due to the brand's name, like this Reddit user puts it. This one bugs me to no end. I feel like we've all got the same memory of what a cornucopia was from the logo, or were corrected when we mistakenly called it a loom. I do not remember a cornucopia on the tag, but I do remember a commercial with fruit falling out of a cornucopia. Newspaper findings. Some have found quote unquote residual evidence for this Mandela effect on old newspaper articles which at all mention the Fruit of the Loom logo. One creepy finding is titled, "Well, it's corny and copious," stating a fourth grade teacher in Brainerd, Minnesota, recently corn of plenty on the blackboard and asked the class if anyone knew the correct name for it. One child raised his hand and answered, "I know, it's a fruit."
Just look for the mobile exclusive tag on thousands of hotels.
I want to skip ads.
This newspaper article from the 90s reads, brands were chosen for slogan value. Fruit of the Loom, which offers a cornucopia label that echoes Wheatley's Fruit Basket. South Park. In 2012, South Park released an episode titled "I Should Have Never Gone Ziplining," where they show Eric Cartman's underwear, and on the tag there's a Fruit of the Loom logo parody, which contains, you guessed it, a cornucopia. The knockoff explanation. Some believe that the reason for this misconception is because the logos containing the cornucopias did in fact exist, but they were knockoffs with subtle logo changes. Though this doesn't serve as a reasonable explanation due to the fact that Fruit of the Loom is already relatively affordable. It's not Nike or Adidas. The profit margin wouldn't be much. I mean, they sell them at Walmart. Even then, nobody has come up with a picture showing off a legitimate tag that displays a cornucopia and the logo, at least none that are 100% reliable. Frank West's damning evidence. In 1973, Frank West released an album, the cover parodying the Fruit of the Loom, titled Flutes of the Loom. Now, someone was able to track down the person who created the album cover and found that they are Mandela effect believers. The Reddit post discovering this states, one piece of residue you may be aware of is the Flute of the Loom album by Frank West. I learned that the artist behind the album cover was a man named Ellis Chappell. He still has a studio website, so I decided to fill out the website form and see what he had to say. Here is what I sent him. Hi, are you the person who painted the album artwork for Flutes of the Loom? Would it be alright if we asked you a couple of questions about your inspiration for the design? Thank you. Name redacted. I received a reply the next day from Reed Chappell, Ellis's son. Hi, redacted. This is Reed, Ellis's son, responding for my dad here. I remember the cornucopia specifically, as does my dad. This is the second time we've been contacted about this album cover, and Ellis and I are more than happy to answer any questions you have about it. I was a little kid when Ellis painted Fruit of the Loom cover, and I remember specifically this album being a reference to the cornucopia and Fruits of the Loom's original logo, which is where my dad says he specifically got the inspiration for the design. When I talked to him about it, he said, "Why the hell else would I have used a cornucopia? The food coming out of the flutes is soul food, actually. A ham hock, cabbage, black eyed peas, etc." I remember when, in my mind, the Fruit of the Loom quit using a cornucopia in their logo and switched to just using fruit by itself. It impressed me because I thought the logo looked better with a cornucopia in it. In my memories, this was roughly around 1978 when I was in second grade. So, anyways, feel free to go away. Reading this, it seems that they had no idea that the logo never contained a cornucopia in the entirety of the company's existence. Just like a lot of other people, they believed that it did in fact exist, but was simply changed by the company. Here are Q&A responses from the artist himself. Do you know for certain that there was a cornucopia? There had to be. I would have no reason to paint the image that way if there had not been a cornucopia. The flute takes the place of the cornucopia, but it would not make any sense at all if there had not been a cornucopia to begin with. It's a take off the label, so it has to resemble the label substantially, otherwise it would make no sense. Did you draw slash paint this album cover from memory? Or did you have a photo, print, or clothing item you used as reference? I think I had a t-shirt with the Fruit of the Loom label that I looked at for reference. I used to have, in fact, I still have a lot of them, file folders with images, such as a folder for musical instruments, or a folder for trucks or automobiles. But this piece was primarily made from my imagination, other than looking at the Fruit of the Loom labels. The leaf theory suggests that the brown leaf in one of the variations could have been mistaken as a cornucopia, leading to this massive misconception, though the leaves and positions therein do not resemble a cornucopia, at least not to the majority of. I'd also like to point out the argument that states The only reason we remember a cornucopia is because we associate them with a bundle of fruit due to the Thanksgiving holiday. So wouldn't this mean that we would associate cornucopias? And what about the people who remember the cornucopia that don't live in the United States of America? What are they confusing it with? And why don't they confuse it with another item? Like, for instance, a brown barrel, a fruit basket, a bowl, or simply a brown bag? Why is it always remembered cornucopia? What do you guys think about it? Man, I swear I remember a Fruit of the Loom commercial from when I was younger where dudes were ultra stubbed as the fruits and they front of one of them with a white background all around them. I for sure recall this commercial. I was grapes for Halloween once. Do any of you guys recall this commercial? Is this lost media or a Mandela effect? This last piece of quote unquote evidence comes in the form of a trademark filed by the Fruit of the Loom Company. If we take a look at the details, it lists the logo as having a cornucopia alongside the fruits, though the official art above has no cornucopia in sight. Though if we take a closer look, it does say that the trademark was then cancelled. Or did the Mandela effect erase the original logo from our history? Funny enough, Fruit of the Loom changed their logo to include a cornucopia on April Fool's Day 2022, updating their website to show the recreation. Though most say that they didn't recreate the logo well. Something to note is that the cornucopia found in the popular image used the most to depict the Mandela effect was simply taken from a stock image website. With little effort, someone was able to perfectly recreate the logo everyone remembers. SpongeBob character design. I found this one on Reddit, posted by Skylanders Kirby about a month ago, regarding Mr. Krabs and the detail about his character design surrounding his eyelid or eyes. Now, go ahead and picture him in your head. Do you remember Mr. Krabs simply having eyelids, or does he also have pronounced eyelashes? Well, apparently, he does have eyelashes, which has astounded some people who remember Mr. Krabs only having eyelids that would cover the top portion of his eyes. But this isn't the case in most of the episodes he's depicted. These three little eyelash things have always been on there. Another Mandela effect regarding the animated series points to Sandy Cheeks and her character design, specifically an object on her person that people vividly remember. That being a white backpack, presumably being her oxygen tank, as she is a squirrel living in the ocean. She needs to breathe, of course. But this isn't the case, as throughout her numerous appearances, she is never shown sporting a white backpack or anything else on her back that would appear to be oxygen tank. Do any of you guys strongly recall this feature on her character? Or maybe you remember way at least once. Have evidence. Kanye West's album. This one pertains to legendary producer and writer Kanye West and his sophomore album, Late Registration, which is personally my favorite out of his discography. The Reddit post bringing this up 6 years ago. I distinctly remember Kanye West's album cover for Late Registration. The bear looked straight at me in the original, or in my version of the album cover that I remember. But as of now, the bear's looking off to the side, and it has this weird kind of distorted look on its face. A similar look that I can see with the Mona Lisa. The face just looks off, like a glitch or something. Maybe artists from the past or the other dimensions slash timelines understood a method of drawing that we can't comprehend anymore. But all of the theories aside, I know for a fact that the bear was just looking directly straight on the cover, and he will have a mellow and humble expression on his face. What happened? Evidence and music video. This entry is in reference to the broadband internet star music video made in the year 2000. In the video, they make tons of reference to pop culture and media that were popular at the time. Eerily enough, there are two Mandela effects able to be found in this video. The first being the Pikachu. Many remember Pikachu having a black tip at the end of his tail, although he has never had one, according to Pokemon history. But if we take a look at the poster behind the computer, there we see the Pikachu that so many remember. The second Mandela effect found in the music video, the Britney Spears red plaid skirt mystery, as some remember Britney wearing a red plaid skirt in her Hit Me Baby music video. You know, the one where she dresses up as a schoolgirl? Apparently, it was never red, but actually just black. Though this music video from the year 2000, the parody cartoon of Britney Spears, is sporting a red plaid skirt, the way many remember it. Is this evidence or simply acknowledging that we have always misremembered it?
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Introducing Finish Ultimate. Engineered for the ultimate clean and the toughest conditions. Dry burnt-on stains. Old dishwashers. Very hard water. Even the rinse. New CycleSync technology releases the right ingredient at the right time.
Missing Squidward scene. Here's a scene some remember from the series depicting Squidward walking into the Krusty Krab and grabbing his hat from a coat rack, turning around in a circle, then proceeding to take off, placing it back on the coat rack, and exiting the establishment. Poking fun or simply making a reference to the Simpsons episode, Bart After Dark, in which Abraham Simpson enters a house and exits it immediately after spotting grandson Bart. This scene was used by
Yeah.
many people online as a basis for reaction gifs, where they illustrate people or groups backing out of a tricky, toxic, or alarming situation. But it turns out this scene doesn't exist. Scouring the internet, you only come across a few still images of Squidward leaving the Krusty Krab and Simpson gifs, but that's pretty much it. Do you guys think this was confused with the Simpson memes, since both are pretty iconic animated shows, or did this never exist in the first place? The Google logo. Look at every letter in the Google logo. You notice that one is slanted upwards, possibly the letter E? Yeah, some recall the Google logo being as straightforward as possible, simply the word spelled out with their iconic colors being their quote-unquote special thing. Though the only time that this was back in 1998. I wasn't even alive then. Yet I still don't remember the E being planted at the end, but what do I know? I have faulty memory. Let's see how others remember it. Does anyone else remember the letter E in the logo having a horizontal bar instead of a slanted one? I opened up YouTube on my phone and the splash page had Google's logo, but the E looked different. I remember the E being perfectly parallel with the baseline the word is written on, not slanted. Granted, if this is a recent standard Google logo, I may have not noticed, as I use stuff like those. I think most people just overlook the subtle details, although many stand their ground as what they remember. Like me, who grew up with the slanted E always being there, but never noticed it. The oldest recorded Mandela effect. This one comes from Reddit, posted by user Anton61 3 years ago. The post states possible earliest case of the Mandela effect, reported by Carl Jung. Now, if you don't know, Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who founded analytical psychology. Jung's work has been influential even founding the theory of the collective unconscious. He believed that human beings are connected to each other and their ancestors through a shared set of experiences. We use this collective unconscious to make choices, even though we are not aware as to the reasons why. For example, the shared experience of people being afraid of certain animals. Listen to this passage from his book, where he says
Out of battery.
a Mandela effect type experience. I retain the most distinct memory of the mosaic of water sinking, and to this day can see every detail before my eyes. The blue of the sea, individual chips of the mosaic, the inscribed scrolls proceeding from the mouth of Peter and Christ, which I attempted to decipher. After we left the baptistry, I went promptly to Alinari to buy photographs of the mosaics, but could not find any. Time was pressing. This was only a short visit, and so I postponed the purchase until later. I thought I might order the pictures from Zurich. When I got back home, I asked an acquaintance who was going back to Ravenna to obtain the pictures for me. Could not locate them though,
Ooh,
for he
excuse me.
discovered that the mosaics I described did not exist. Meanwhile, I had already spoken at a seminar about the original of baptism, and on this occasion had only mentioned the mosaics that I had seen in the baptistry of the Orthodox. The memory of those pictures is still vivid to me. The lady who had been there with me long refused to believe that what she had seen with her own eyes had not existed. As we know, it is very difficult to determine whether and to what extent two persons simultaneously see the same. In this case, however, I was able to ascertain that at least the main features of what we both saw had been the same. The experience in Ravenna is among the most curious events in my life. It can scarcely be explained. Wow, what a moving passage. What are your perceptions about this entry? American Psycho. If you don't know Patrick Bateman by now, you've probably been avoiding TikTok, as his presence and lifestyle has been gamified and glorified by the Sigma Grandsit culture. This Mandela effect pertains to an infamous facial expression that he does, the I'm not impressed look. Whoa, some remember him raising his eyebrows and wrinkling his forehead when doing it, but he simply doesn't when rewatching the film. Take a look at people doing the
Oh yeah, we
impression
found this mine.
though this one's a bit of a nitpick, and it's
So we're
simply a
just
facial
stripping it.
expression, and those could change really fast throughout an entire movie. He could have done this in different scenes, or done this really fast, and that's where people picked it up. But I don't know. Now there are three Mandela effects affecting the game Monopoly. Many years ago, many of us here, including myself, experienced the Monopoly man going from having a monocle to not having a monocle. A couple of months ago, options appeared in the time for some people. Options were always in the game for me. But I have learned from being a moderator here, not all the Mandela effects affect people that experience the Mandela effect. Within the past few days, the Monopoly man's name from Uncle Moneybags to Uncle Pennybags. This is my second one relating to Monopoly to experience. My question is, does have any theories on why there are three Mandela relating to Monopoly? A1 steak sauce. This one is in regards to one of my favorite condiments, one steak sauce, busting on a well done sirloin. Now, do you guys remember the steak sauce logo looking like this with the dash in between the A and the one? Well, a lot of people do, and I'm surprised to find that there was never a dash in the middle, but was separated by periods instead. Do any of you guys remember it this way? I don't know. This one seems like a simple mix-up for another brand name, but
Do you want me to show you the reaction? Because all of them are like, wow. Scan the QR code app and upload either their photo album or if they want to take like a live picture with their and they upload it to our nation. You can include it on any flat surface. On it, people take photos, they tag them, they post them. My marketing at the end.
Betterment is the investing platform that helps you be invested in whatever you care about. Be invested in big bike or even bigger bike trends and shiny new grills or shiny new grills. Betterment, the automated investing app that makes it easy to invest.
what if the Mandela effect is an AI changing information? Is this even possible? Well, Project Maven was already being used by the military back in 2017, about 5 years ago. The Defense Department's most prominent AI technology, Project Maven, was made to scan full motion videos and drones and other surveillance equipment to identify potential threats. Additionally, it aims to hasten the military adoption of artificial intelligence. The Sentience World DEAS Synthetic Environments for Analysis is currently being used by Homeland Security and the United States Defense Department to simulate crisis on the U.S. It can currently execute real-time simulations of up to 62 countries, including China, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Breaking news, census information, economic indicators, and real-world climactic occurrences, along with other military intelligence. And Google gave its AI called DeepMind administrative access to their servers back in 2016, about 6 years ago. So, all that considered, it seems highly likely that AI is more advanced than they're telling us. What if one of the many AIs that have access to servers and online information is changing information to test how the human population responds to it? What if the government or military is using an AI to do this in order to test their capacities, or to test the limits of their abilities, to change the information and to sway the perception of the masses? For those that don't think that the government or military would orchestrate a project that malicious, let's not forget about Operation Northwoods, Project MK Ultra, Operation Mockingbird, and the Tuskegee experiments. Missing FNAF scene. Five Nights at Freddy's is one of the most iconic games on the internet. Created by Scott Cawthon, he would develop a cult fan base for the series. This entry is in regards to an infamous screenshot from the game that many have investigated and found that it was never in the game, nor in the trailers, as some like to argue. The image presents all three characters, Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie, staring menacingly at the player, though something looks completely off. People claim to have seen this shot while playing the game, but internet investigators decided to go through all the builds and pictures in game and found nothing similar. There's no move or action you can do. Mouth on the underside. The starfish's mouths were on her butts. I don't know, maybe it's just us. Just want to know if you guys remember her having some
I thought she had like
to be honest, I don't
shells.
recall them ever being starfishes, but
Hmm?
maybe some of you do.
I
I
thought she had
remember them
shells
being
on her
purple
titties.
seashells, but it depends on the version you watch. Funny enough, while finishing the entry, I across the post this clip most likely referring to, with 10,000 upvotes. The keyword is some. In this post, reading, in some cartoons, mermaids use starfish as bras. Starfish have their mouth in the center of their underside. This is your brain on drugs commercial. I can't say the word because it's YouTube, but you probably know the commercials. They show an egg and crack it into a frying pan and say, "This is your brain on drugs." Any questions? Like this user states. Watching the video on YouTube, they show the scenario. Right after they say, "This is your brain," they point to the frying pan and say, "This is your drugs." Then crack the egg in it. I definitely don't ever remember them taking that comment in the middle. How about anyone else? One comment states, "I don't remember it either, but they probably made multiple edits of it in different lengths. All commercials do that, but I don't remember the frying pan being called the drugs." This person remembers it as, "This is your brain." Pause approximately 5 seconds. "This is your brain on drugs." Any questions? Exactly. Even in the documentary Have a Good Trip, this is the wording they use. Another reply states, "I went back and watched the commercial, and that's pretty much how I remembered it. While I don't remember him calling the pan drugs, it's likely I only remember the tagline." To be fair, there are variations of the commercial design. Different ones were made, some even including an extended cuts, though all of them refer to the pan as drugs, which does puzzle some people. iCarly's first episode. This one comes from Reddit and it states, "Being a kid when the first episode aired, iPilot in 2007, I was eager to watch. I watched the episodes, which is still available wherever you can stream the show. However, I have a vivid memory that at the very beginning of the episode, just before it jumped to a commercial break, there was a scene with Carly and Freddie, where Freddie went up to Carly and said something along the lines of, 'Do you want to make out in the hall?' After Freddie said this, Carly rolled her eyes or said no, can't remember exactly. And then the episode ended. As the years went on, with the reruns, and now streaming, that scene is completely gone from the episode. I've never seen it again, except for the very first airing. I really don't think I'm imagining it, and I would like to know if anyone has a recording of the very first time the episode was aired on Nickelodeon, or remembers this scene at all. Thanks. I didn't really watch iCarly growing up, so I can't really relate to this. But it seems from posts that
Where
I
you at,
read,
Windsor?
people do vividly remember
I
this
was
scene.
adding more to the
One comment
bridge.
states, "I
Cool.
watched the episode of iCarly on some stream probably in 2020. I remember the apartment I lived in that year, and I absolutely remember not only seeing this, but being surprised that I watched the show so young, and my mom still let me watch it if they had comments like that, because my mom was so sensitive to adult stuff. This definitely was a real thing." A Mandela Effect and SpongeBob episode. So I remember an episode from SpongeBob. It's called Krusty Towers, and if you've seen it, you know there's one Krusty Tower. But I remember there being two towers joined together like a complex. And it makes more sense for the episode to be called Krusty Towers, if there are two towers. Like I legit remember there being two towers in that episode. One reply states, "I just looked it up. You're right. The episode is called Krusty Towers. Interesting. I don't have a memory attached to it, as I have never seen it, but I will do more research on it later to see if anyone else remembers like you do." I will also ask my nephew, he's my 12 fanatic. Green Lantern with white shoes. This one comes to us from user Future Glow. Reading, I've always remembered Green Lantern with white shoes until when my brother was drawing Green Lantern and drew Green Lantern's shoes. I was confused, so I asked him why he colored them green, and it turns out it's always been green and never white. I immediately checked the McDonald's Green Lanterns, and they all had green shoes, to my surprise. I remember them being white though. Am I the only one who remembers white? I googled and saw several toys of Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, with white boots, and I managed to find one comic, Hal Jordan with white boots, and a few other comic covers, other members of Corps with white boots. But it is definitely rare to see a Bug's Life too. You guys may remember the picture of classic A Bug's Life, though it didn't garnish as much attention as Cars or Toy Story, that for some replay in my household. Now, I do not recall this, but some remember there being no. Yeah, some remember watching A Bug's Life too. Not only that, some recall seeing posters and advertisements for it. Enough, we are working on this now and are on track to release sometime around 20. I'm thinking some may be confusing it with another movie called Ant. Help me around the intersect. Well, what that would, as this one is not made Earth, but rather in this entry is in reference to X Ghost Value 9. Now, as you watch the film, picture what is on the tip of his nose. Leave a comment of what you think. Now, remember him having a round with a nod to Rudolph the original thing? Doubt. If he actually has a jack-o'-lantern for a nose. Yeah, he was never depicted sporting a simple red glove nose, which would never happen. He simply had a jack-o'-lantern nose, and he was like that a bit. One user stated, "This is one of my favorite films of all time. I don't remember Zero having a pumpkin nose. I remember it being a glowing. I thought it was cool because it was a little reference to Rudolph. I think that it's possible that small that most of us didn't notice it was a jack-o'-lantern. Plus, I'm sure we all know Rudolph, but finds us the thing with red and yellow. I just thought it was like Rudolph's nose. But looking back at it, it's a general statement. Hope Zero. As I wholeheartedly believe product and logo being not Coca-Cola, that logo never knew. But no, it has always been on the post that I could relate to. Another one I remember happened yesterday, and I would go to grocery store logo in front of Pet. I thought nothing of it. Thought of it as a brand. Not. I same common saying that logo hasn't changed. The back in small letters. They're referring to this model ingredients on the bottle. That does present the logo in the way that but the words simply being Coke and Zero. The fact that this logo did in fact exist, but it wasn't the main logo as the users recall. The post states that logo was only ever printed back for the ingredients instead. They're looking for mainly or sites that may say Coke. I'm just saying it definitely existed as a logo. Oh yeah, I don't think there's an argument of that. And no doubt you can go out and see it right now, today. It's the absence of all over the front. But the giant blue nose, I feel like just Coke Zero. Not a 100% good beauty gadget. So here's one that some claim has the term used to explain pillow pick has changed multiple times. Back in 2022, those that were posted, those videos I remember Bitchute and they're like, yes, she never had a gavel in the show. For those who still remember this, oh, she actually does, and it has made appearances on episodes. Is it a flip-flop or a simple? That this was always the case. Remember this because it actually happened. But when the discussion of this up, there weren't many sleeping in episodes with the gavel just because it's wrong. What do you guys think about this? I actually remember it being an issue, and so I guess the comments and what do you some were denying, some even attempting to defend. Well, Not sure if this is anyone but me, but when I thought it was a with my cadences were different, which would be understandable. I knew I'd heard the song before, though. I thought maybe the original was Dolly Parton or someone, but no, it's Mariah. Does anyone else firmly believe Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas is summer? It doesn't feel like a night, but it does harken back to a different time. I could have sworn I heard walking too far. God bless.
Paris 2024. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to spend the opening ceremony flowing through the heart of Paris. The different options to share an edible moment. Bridge 360. Hospitality concept, bringing the classic Parisian brasserie atmosphere on the bridge with incredible panoramic views of Paris.
No.
Have we
Give
run
a
out
fuck about
of
going to
Mandela
Paris.
effigy?
Huh?
It seems that we have already
So I
seen
don't
the
give
same
a
one
fuck about
repeated
going to
now
Paris.
millions of times.
Oh, Paris is in fucking trouble right now. It's
It
turning
can't be
into a
precipitated from
shithole.
I took it upon myself to my go through a jungle of aspects of certain illnesses unheard of before. Now, this may and I don't. Well, it may also cause others to request Alice channel. 22 interesting Mario world. Mario franchise and have. Do you remember the first? Well, some recall that after hopping over the first tiles in the game, was out to top the strong base.
They were having fucking riots
Those two
all
methods
fucking last
Mm-hmm.
year and shit.
presents anywhere.
And
And those
they've
that are
imported a
OGs
lot of
as soon as they find
yeah, colorful people. Let's just
that
put it
doesn't
that
happen
way.
though when you drama does not come out. Reddit users reply. I remember it being thought that it was the first one that didn't have this games for the Super Mario All Stars. Graphics had been enough to show off the new system processor, and would have already had at least that watching it play. You learn right away that it is just pushing type on it. My dad how it works. I wish, but I could be wrong. I'm 35 years old. Level one for infinite. With that, I am sure fun and nobody. But do any of you guys on playing it on the first level all the time? Anybody remember the medium sauce packets and the thousands got rid of them when you don't remember which. It's that they exist, but I can't find anyone happens. Photo of one and find so then when that was my go-to growing up. And it happened well before, especially the 90s. But they do have miles. The only difference is that it comes in a jar full of original Taco Bell. translated mark small package form, or they would have had to have the recorded mild box packets used ever had the word metal cannot go in the microwave. This Mandela effect comes to us. Many people recall that putting any that it would cause the microwave up or break, recording themselves heating up the metal back into the amnesia. How that as children in the microwave and it would cause a metal intensity. But when they go and nothing happens. Well, many people say that metal makes one like a certain elite. So this is on a case by case basis. So like this, TikTok or sale. Fire before consumption.
I need to sit up.
Something crazy elimination period. Now even a further reality check going. Guys remember this precaution, or do you and the metal you're eating? Let us know in the comments. Are you reading the book 1984? That had share a quote. Not merely been altered. It had been actually how could you establish so well with the Mandela? Oh no. Lots of things believe Robert Pop says. I don't really know which of was an embarrassing you won't let SpongeBob beginning a scene dish out of it. For the ending to reveal one post that stated photo. It was one of those shots where they take baby. In the photo they also think
I was tired of everything all day. I was having a terrible day.
everything
Mm-hmm.
for the post reads that they actually show a picture of SpongeBob isn't there anymore. When I know remembers it. Someone goes on to describe it. Would have been a pop.
Okay, time to move, time to move, time to move.
Oh man, we're gonna need more food soon. Shit.
I am down deep, Lindsay.
Are you now?
Yeah.
Way down in the jungle deep. That's quite a bit of cobblestone. Did you find any more
I gotta go, gotta
goodies?
go. Whoa, yes, I gotta go. Run down
Run,
in here.
bitch.
Yep. Too much down there. Okay, sorry to be retarded for a minute. Yeah, I got a little bit of redstone. Got 2 diamonds. No idea where I am. Very deep.
Oh, I hate that.
And I do have 10 torches left. Okay.
Because of the snow, I can't tell if it's night or day.
Just getting to bed.
Oh. Oh, there's a polar bear down there that just spawned. That motherfucker.
Fuck! Okay, there goes all my shit. I just fell through something into the darkness. God damn it. I gotta turn this shit off. Where the fuck was I? A million miles down in a fucking ditch. That's where I was. This one. Got that one. Came back this way, went down this way. How am I gonna get down there? Holy shit, that's all water down there? How the fuck am I gonna get back up? Where's my shit? Ooh, is this my shit? Oh god, thank you. I have a torch? No, of course I don't have a torch. Why would I have a torch? I thought it'd save my ass if I had a torch. Alright, let's turn off this light so I can see the best I can in the dark here. That old stupid ass. Very careful. Don't get deaded. Yeah, I want to see this shit go deep.
Go very deep.
Yeah, we should do this like it just keeps going.
It's like a never-ending howl.
Fuck is that? Oh hell yeah, it sucks ass, dude. Especially when it's like you're going just deeper and deeper and deeper underground. Oh, believe me, dude, don't even bring that up. I invested in MMET, and then they did something illegal, and then like all my money was gone.
What?
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to my world.
Fuck.
That's why I'd never take anyone's advice in the stock market. 'Cause that's when I started losing money immediately.
Yeah.
Everybody's an expert. Oh yeah. I got 3 more diamonds.
Oh, nice.
hmm We're up past we're up past a stack of red dusties too. So that's good because we're out of that at the fucking castle.
I think once it hits daytime, I'll go back in the mine. Just planting some more
You're
bamboo
gonna need more
farms.
torches. I used them all because it just keeps going down and down and down. Oops. Stop doing that. Stop making me run before you make me fucking run off the fucking bridge. Stupid fucking killers. I ain't pointing over anywhere, bitch. We got 6 full stacks of iron.
Damn. Where should I put? Should I put the dirt?
On the far right one.
Okay.
Put the dirt with the tools and a little bit of cobblestone because they're already useful. Like immediately useful, you know?
Okay, got that.
I'm going to find something a little more interesting.
Oh, good. It's almost
What?
day.
All kinds of stuff. No judgment at all.
I need more sticks.
This is like a double date. Even your friends think I call now and get you a tip. There, sauce you spent here to bitchin' sauce. It's a sauce. You feel like priceless. You spread this sauce on anything. Pizza. Hot dog. There's turkey. The world's most delicious.
Alright, Lindsay, check out this one because I'm going to do some up here stuff for a while, just because
Okay.
claustrophobia and I'd like to be able to see
Sure.
with my eyeballs and stuff.
With your eyeballs. I get it.
Local mom and pop. You know, buy the sauce, put it in your fridge, invite your friends over for hey, it's do a party. This guy doesn't party, I party. Get sauce, it's a sauce.
Cartoons, the king of children's entertainment media for almost a century at this point. Stories allowed for a medium of expression never before film. Exaggerated character designs, anthropomorphic, bizarre and stylized worlds, simple lessons and morals, slapstick comedy, they have it. Over the years, this medium has evolved quite a bit, from short black and white Mickey Mouse animation to titans of the modern day, like SpongeBob SquarePants and regular. Of course, cartoons aren't just for kids anymore. Some of the most popular series, in fact, are aimed at adult audiences, like The Simpsons, Rick and Morty,
I
etc.
think I'm
But
gonna go
even
back
shows
over to where
have seen their fair share.
I drop off where the chicken machine
Regards to
is, because I know
whimsy,
there's a
simple
lot of
deep cut humors and
livestock down
conspiracies
there.
that could ruin your childhood memories of.
So we're gonna need more food eventually.
From purgatories to drug abuse,
Why do you
World
worry
War
about food
II,
so much?
apocalypses, and of
It's a
course,
video
this
game. You don't
dragon.
starve to
And
death.
who knows? Have
Or
some
you
more
do, but
truth
it's
to them than
stupid.
you might.
Yeah, but when you're down to
And
3
here's the
drumsticks
real
and
fun
you're trying to
part.
run like hell,
Conspiracy theory iceberg.
kind of makes things a little difficult.
Yeah, that's true.
Level 1 of the most
Exactly, especially when you're especially if you're out at night and you got a horde
black
chasing you.
asshole nuclear. So to start it all off, we've got get used to it. There's a ton on this list, unsurprisingly, and this one is honestly pretty convincing. The town that SpongeBob and his friends live in, Bikini Bottom, may be named after the Bikini Atoll, which is a coral reef located islands. Why is this important? Well, this location was actually used for nuclear weapons testing in the 40s and 50s. Maybe this is why there are talking fish and other strange creatures in Bikini Bottom, which could be located just under the atoll. Maybe the sea creatures and other life became thanks to the nuclear. Not sure exactly how a sponge fits into that, but I guess that radiation hitting Ed, Ed, and Eddie definitely the most one I remember hearing about back in the day with the top 10 theory video. Obviously, if you've seen the show, you know it stars the as well as a bunch of other kids. However, the world besides them is pretty oddly empty. Adults or parents are rarely ever seen in the show. So this theory posits that the Odysee is essentially a purgatory, and kids who die, with all of them also being time period, going from thousands. Starting with Rolf, who owned a farm with his family in the early 100s and was killed immediately. Johnny died in 1922 after a battle with this apparently taking his friend Plank in peace life. Then there's Eddie, who moved to the town of Peach Creek with his family, depression, also trying to scam people. Just like the show, all the other kids in fact hated him and eventually got fed up with his scam, chased him out of the town and into a lake, drowning. Next are the siblings at Sarah, who both died in a car accident in 1953. Naz is killed by his Double D dies due to an accident. Kevin was beaten to death by his abusive parents in the 90s. Lastly, Jimmy died in the early 2000s of some sort. Now, is there any truth to this whatsoever, or is it lost at the end of the day? Claims don't really have much to back them up, obviously. Although some also point to the fact that the kids have strangely colored tongues, such as blue, sign of them also being. Although this is likely due to just the jawbreaker candies, which are very prevalent in the show. Also, there's the fact that the kids are rarely ever seen in the cul-de-sac. I mentioned that in the beginning. Almost endless summer, although that was also later by them going to school. While some of the kids do kind of look like they're from time periods, there's nothing to actually support that as a fact. Kind of an interesting take, but at the end of the day, it's back of the day, you know. Ash is in a coma. One of, if not the most popular Pokemon anime theory that Ash Ketchum is actually time and everything. The whole series takes place in his imagination. This idea is supported by a couple of things, such as Ash not ever really aging throughout the entire series, as well as the fact that there are similar characters in town, like the Nurse Joys. But the main theory and pasta that this originates from suggests that after by one of Pikachu's attacks in episode 1, he goes into a coma. And everything from this point on is simply allowed him to fulfill his fantasies as a Pokemon trainer. But that's not all. Everything after this point in the anime a lot more like a lighthearted kids show, whereas the rest of the first episode felt a bit more grounded and realistic. Well, as much as a show about pocket monsters can Ash's dream, it would make want to hurt any people.
Ooh, cows.
That's also
I'm
why
going
Gimme.
down off the bridge because I saw some stone in the rock, which means there's going to be a chest in there somewhere.
But there's
If
actually a
I
lot more to
die,
this,
I
such as
die.
certain characters and Pokemon representing different aspects of his journey
Chicken.
despite him not actually physically growing at all. Overall, it's a fun theory and an interesting perspective on such a hard kids show for sure. Ho-Oh granted Ash immortality. This theory here is the fact that Ash doesn't ever age in the series and is seemingly, but Why? Well, according to this, the ho-oh feathers can grant this everlasting life, which describe as eternal happiness in some of Ash actually sees the Pokemon where he was forever made a 10 going on Pokemon adventures forever. Honestly sounds a little terrifying, to be honest. More like a purgatory life. Perhaps, though, his wish of the best Pokemon trainer is able to be realized with him always giving him essentially infinite. However, there isn't much solid evidence for this theory. Mrs. Puff is being tortured. The SpongeBob as community service. Now, I couldn't exactly find this specific way, but there are plenty of similar Mrs. Puff theories, especially the one popularized by YouTuber SpongeBob theorist Alex Bale. Proposed the theory that Mrs. Puff was hiding a shady past of another failed boating school and perhaps a criminal record under a different name. It actually does have some hints throughout the episode. However, her being tortured SpongeBob as community service, well, probably not that. But rather, she does have nightmares about having to teach SpongeBob, which is definitely possible in a few episodes, but none are more notable than the episode Time, where Mrs. Puff is trapped in prison, but even still is somehow found by SpongeBob, causing her to lose her of the episode, and maybe she isn't even in it, but rather the prison is her all just an endless nightmare. As the police officer tells her at the end, why would you go to jail? You already did your time. Yet it cuts to her back in the prison despite her in the real world being on the outside, with SpongeBob the one being right. It's all very confusing, but a lot of the Mrs. Puff lore. But honestly though, this is one of the probable sounding theories out there. SpongeBob main characters are all different drugs. Again, one of the most theories, very similar to the Sims one, which we'll get to. But this here suggests that the four main characters all represent a different drug or in fact addicted to said substance. First of all, there's the main man himself, SpongeBob SquarePants, who is apparently represented by shrooms due to his wild mood swings, yet really happy and almost euphoric demeanor, as well as his intense and possibly tripping balls, I guess. Sounds like a bit of a stretch, and honestly, with how hyper SpongeBob is, I expect. But no, that goes to Mr. Krabs and Mrs. Puff, who are said to both represent it due to their constant bouts of paranoia. Edward represents heroin, I guess because that doesn't really care about life or his job at all and is prone to lying, although this doesn't really relate, right? Not necessarily. Lastly, there's Patrick with marijuana. He's pretty much always positive, relaxed, as well as the fact that he eats a lot. Got a little bit of the munchies. But yeah, honestly, this one is definitely a stretch. A lot less believable than the 7 Days Sins theory, which is very similar to this in nature, but a lot more convincing. Rugrats is a figment of Delaco's imagination. Probably the biggest drug theory, and par for the course when it comes to purgatory creepypasta theories of the 2010s, which were abundant, to say the least. But anyway, it's kind of Rugrats are all a part of it. Actually, in fact, all Chucky and his mother both passed. Tommy was a stillborn, and the twins, Phil and Lil, were actually fetus, but are depicted. Angelica didn't know the gender pasta of this theory and further into uncharted fanfiction, further stating that All Grown Up, the spin-off show of the Rugrats, is also some sort of hallucination in Angelica's mind, with kids now all aged up to her age. However, as all edgy creepypasta do, somehow it evolves even further into her being high on drugs, dying of an overdose, what causes the end of the show.
So many incredible I can look this way now.
Level 2, movie set. CNC is a candidate. So Cartoon Network City is associated with a series of bumpers created in the early 2000s from July 4 to June 2007, with this era being called the CNC. Bumpers would feature various characters from Cartoon Network living in the city together, and but the theory goes that this city is actually all the characters shown in the bumpers canonically live there. This mostly stems from an episode of OKKO titled Crossover Nexus, which features characters Universe and Teen Titans Go, as well as a villain, Strike, who was able to teleport these characters into different universes, which could have something to do with how these other cartoon characters end up in City. SpongeBob main characters represent seven different. Mentioned it earlier, but another one of the all-time classics. That each of the main seven characters, SpongeBob represent a different. Probably the most obvious one is Mr. Krabs being greed. Probably don't need to go into that much. Everyone knows basically his entire personality. Then we got Squidward and Wrath. This is because of his propensity to get angry, especially as SpongeBob. Squidward is almost always angry, sad, and upset with his life in some way. Patrick is Sloth, another pretty obvious one. For the most part, he doesn't have a job unless he's hanging out with SpongeBob. I mean, he literally off and is even given an award. Plankton represents and also makes a lot of sense. Crab's success for such a long time, and that seemingly every tries to steal the secret to emulate Mr. Krabs' product and business. Although he does end up switching places, who's always greener, realizes it isn't all,
Shit!
but
I
still,
just
this
threw
one
a sword
definitely
by
makes the most
accident.
sense for
I'm
him.
going to get
For
that.
Pride, we have Sandy. I guess mostly because she's smart and somewhat full of herself, but I don't know, this one isn't as strong in my opinion. Then there's Gary and Gluttony, mostly because he's a lot of the time shown eating food, even running away at one point. And lastly, we have SpongeBob himself, which again is the strongest of cases. Yes, it works with this theory. It represents lust, but not exactly in the typical. Nothing like the Full Metal Alchemist
Is there a
version.
bed near you?
No, SpongeBob's lust likely
Uh
comes
huh.
from outlook on life in general, or more likely from his
Oh, you're back
job
over
and
here?
seeming obsession
I
with
don't know where
working
this
as a
map
driver
goes.
at the
I have
Krusty
to go
Krab,
search it,
going to
but my
great
guy's
lengths to
like low
work
in health
there
and
even if
shit.
he isn't getting paid. Overall, this theory fits, although I definitely don't think
I think I set another bed down there.
SpongeBob's skin theory, which I definitely can't do justice here in this iceberg, but Doug Wolliver did a giant 1 hour deep dive just into this theory. Check that out if you're interested. But basically, from my understanding, it goes like this. SpongeBob SquarePants, the TV show, has a very strange obsession with costumes to the point where there are too many instances to ignore. And maybe, just maybe, something sinister is surface. It's so common, in fact, in the show that the characters themselves don't even react that much to these, even referencing things like head enhancement. When SpongeBob rips off a guy's fake head, you can also forget that crazy gorilla. Then there's the whole salmon suit. There's just too much going on here, but what does it all mean? Is it just a running gag, mostly from the, or does it actually mean something? Maybe the show doesn't take place underwater at all. Simply just humans wearing fish costumes, or bottom is just crazy. Stuff almost just as weird happens there all the time that people don't bat an eye at, so who knows?
Lindsay, do you
Lincoln
mind hanging
Loud
out
was
at the end of the
adopted.
bridge here in case this
Here we have
water
a theory
freezes?
about the show The Loud House,
I don't
which
mind.
suggests that Lincoln Loud may have been adopted, which would explain his white-colored hair compared to the rest of the family. And the reason for his family adopting him,
Gives
well,
me an
is they
opportunity
wanted
to
a
get a little
son
more
and
baked
only
as
ever have
fuck.
daughters. Apparently, white hair actually came from his grandfather, so myth busted, I guess. Brain is insane. Posted on the fan theories subreddit, get ready because we have a theory suggesting from thinking the brain is actually the genius, while the brain is the insane. The opposite of how it's portrayed. You don't even have to watch the show to know this, really. I mean, one is named The Brain. The theme song, it says one is a genius and the other. But maybe Pinky is actually the genius. Simply watching the brain and act almost always fail. The brain is actually
Gives me time to top
maybe
off my
Pinky is
tea
even the one
too.
sabotaging his plans and acting stupid. Think about it. What is the definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results? I
That's the
guess I'll just
internet
leave it at
definition of
that.
insanity.
Aladdin is set in a post-apocalyptic world. Here we go with our first big Disney theory. And trust me, there will be many more just like this. Now, as most of you know, the classic is an adaptation of Aladdin folktale in the book of 1001 Nights. However, this theory suggests that rather than being set in past, it's set in the far future of a apocalyptic world due to a few things that don't match up with the time period, such as some clothing as well as a line from the Geek about being stuck in the lamp for 2,000 years. It also makes pop culture references from the modern era, including an Jack Nicholson, and the Aladdin game, some point to as more proof, has a stop sign curious as well as what some think is a bomb in the sand, suggesting that this could be a world. But it's all very far-fetched, of course. Pop culture references are in every movie. But as for the game, well, I honestly don't know what they were doing with that. Danny Phantom equals Timmy Turner. Now, this is a wild one, but some think that Timmy Turner become a different person.
Hi, baby.
How or why is this the case?
What?
Mostly, I guess, because both Fairly Odd Parents and died with Hartman, and these were only further fueled on this conspiracy theory. Comparing other
Ow,
characters
don't
from both
bite
series
me,
would
you
could also
fucking
be the case.
asshole.
Definitely stoking the
Ow.
Scooby-Doo was set in economic
Jesus, that
depression.
hurt,
Here we
Yasmin.
go. So, few people have proposed that the original 70s takes place during economic depression and collapse because of a few things. The amount of rundown and as well as the amount of villains in the show. Also, there's the fact that Shaggy has trouble affording food for Scooby, but this could also just come down to the need to support kids. But also, there's the fact that the
Ow.
United States lives
Ah,
through an
shit.
economic recession combined with high inflation. So this could actually be a concept that's actually show, given it was happening while the show was actually being produced.
I was saying it was fucking far away, Jesus.
Greg is associated. One of the most solid theories here so far, given that almost every of the kids' books can lead us to the main character, Greg Heffley, is actually how so? Well, for the most part, he's a pretty standard, relatable protagonist. But once you peel back the layers of his actions throughout the book, darker. For one, Greg is known to humiliate people, including his friends, especially his best friend Rowley. Not only that, but he seems to lack empathy for others. However, the author of the book, Jeff Kinney, said in a Reddit AMA, messy kid and not actually a sociopath, is proving his theory. However, many people still believe this even after that, given what we too selfish and awful of a person for them to simply count everything that's happened. But maybe he's not a sociopath. But at the very least, he's not a great person. I don't really know anything about the more. Say he's grown as a shows a lot more empathy now, but let me know what you think. Cosmo and Wanda are just Timmy's antidepressants. Yes, so a theory has been proposed that Timmy's fairy godparents may represent Zoloft and Prozac respectively. This is due to the fact that they appear when also explains why there are side effects that arise from him magic, and people are other theories in the show saying they could possibly also drugs, such as Jorgen von Strangle, steroids. Stretch? Maybe, but welcome to Cartoon Conspiracy Theory. Let us have our fun. The narrator is father, another Pokemon. So the identity of Ash's father has been a huge mystery in the Pokemon series for forever, basically. All that we know is that Pokemon trainer himself who left Pallet Town as well. At some point, it seemed like Giovanni, the Rocket, was going to be Ash's dad, at least according to the writers of Pokemon Live. But some even think his time Pokemon that his mom has, which, yeah. But another theory is that the creator of the anime is his father. Given that they went on similar by Ash remains young child and is him recounting stories possibly told to him perspective, but there isn't much to really back this up as far Caillou has from a couple of variations on this. Either being just that the character Caillou has some like he's bald, or like maybe actually just already dead as a result of said cancer. Flashbacks of his life before he passed. Or maybe the reason his parents are so nice to him and put up with what he does is because he's eventually going to die. It's a very tragic outlook on this children. Apparently, though, the reason he is acting is because the author wanted to keep the character recognizable as a toddler. Looks, Caillou starts out as a small. The monsters are all. I can't think of a more perfect show for these kinds of things. So weird, creepy, cryptic. It was bound to be other kids shows, right? The first one we have here show are just figments of Courage the dog's imagination. Maybe since Courage is actually a dog, the world is warped around his perspective, which we see everything through. People and monsters he encounters are a lot more scary, seeing them from his point. Some are easier to explain perspective, such as Freddy, but what about actual Eustace would kind of explain why Eustace and threats that Courage, because either they are exaggerated or maybe they at all. Level 3. Magic School Bus Doppelganger Theory. Another Alex Bale theory. This time not about SpongeBob, but the Magic School. A show I'm sure a lot of you guys know about this, probably from watching it at school. But basically in the show, it seems that everything is part of a live-action TV show segment where a show answers questions about it. However, there are subtle hints about the episodes, even that everything that happens is actually not a fake TV show. So in essence, there really is a magic school bus taking kids to dangerous places, and they're all fake. But why though? Well, Alex believes that the kids are going with what Miss says, and if they disobey, well, they actually be, as was the case with Ralphie and Arnold. And maybe it goes even further with doppelganger clones. And why they sometimes don't recall the places they. Why someone like Arnold is only fine after limited space, but also more importantly, here in the school bus while also in maybe some of the which would be the look a lot like the kids Tim and Wanda, and maybe even Miss Frizzle herself is somehow a Arnold. This one goes deep. Definitely a fun one. Tom and Jerry is not propaganda. This idea mostly stems from Tom and Jerry. Tommy's being a nickname during World War I and World War II. Jerry's being the nickname of Germans. So maybe Tom represents England while Jerry represents. The cartoon did start back in 1940, but besides that, there is. Also, it's interesting that, and therefore the British in this case, where Jerry always wins in the end. This depiction just doesn't really add up. Plus, in the original short, Tom was also known as Jasper, and Jerry was originally known as Donald Duck has Donald Duck as a character back to 1930. So I thought this probably still it's an interesting thing. Mostly I thought this notion came from a propaganda film called Der Fuhrer's Space, which depicts Donald Duck living in Nazi Germany and working at a factory. However, that isn't actually the picture. In fact, to my surprise, there's this Donald Duck comic which seemingly proves this theory as literally has flashbacks to fighting the Japanese in World War II. So, case closed, I guess. At least as far as the comic version of the character goes. Nemo is a figment of Marlin's imagination. So, Finding Nemo, an all-time Pixar animation film, is about Marlin's lost son Nemo. However, this theory states that Nemo doesn't actually exist. Throughout the whole movie, Marlin is chasing a real son was killed before the film, and he is so haunted by that loss that he sets out a
This
son
doesn't
who
make
doesn't
sense.
exist. Eventually,
Every time I get one of these maps, I dig down deep right on the X and write
by the
shit.
end of the film, represented by Nemo going to school. There isn't too much to back this up, though, other than that Nemo apparently means no. But yeah, it doesn't really make sense under any.
Arnold gained PTSD about field trips on the Magic School Bus after nearly dying.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit already, and it kind of ties in with the whole Magic School Bus doppelganger theory. But Arnold field trips, which is why he is hesitant to go on them. I mean, who wouldn't be? How dangerous the circumstances. Like in reality, who wants to go into space and into a volcano or even another person's body as a kid? Like that's terrifying when you think about it. This would especially be true of the freezing in space. Like who would want to do anything that traumatizing? So yes,